chance to make a quick presentation? Oh, sorry, we're live. Okay, better. Go ahead. All right.
Okay.
Right. So,
sir, I'm giving a countdown. After that,
should we start now? Live, I think it's okay.
No. He will give countdown, Dr. Najib.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are live.
Okay, good. Good
Dr.
morning.
Najib, please.
Good morning. Good morning to all participants and fellow panelists of this LNG for Green Energy session. Let me at the outset thank the organizer of Energy Environment Foundation, led by Dr. Anil Garg and pushed by Ragini Garg and other friends. In this particular session, the speaker layout is Mr. Sunil Kumar Srivastav, Senior Consultant, Oil and Gas, and former MD, CMD of Oil India. He's a veteran in oil and gas sectors in India. Mr. Michael Smith, Chairman and CEO of and founder of Freeport LNG USA, an operating plant there. I think they are operating already 3 trains, and fourth is in coming up now. Mr. Suki, Chart Industries, US. Mr. Mangesh Patankar, Director, Gas and LNG, Consulting, Wood Mackenzie, Singapore. Mr. Vivek Chandra, CEO, Texas LNG, and Mr. Anil Joshi, President of GSPC LNG. They're all veteran in LNG. Let me just introduce this topic as to how LNG will be one of the very key contributor to the global green energy. I was just studying energy basket of the globe and also of the India in 2019, which was well reported. This is for the commercial tradable primary energy, that fossil versus renewable, the ratio in world context is 7.4. And in Indian context, it is 11.7. That means that the consumption of the renewables in India is much less as per to global average. And why I jump to renewables, it is the cleanest energy source for fueling the world or fueling India or any other region. So if that means our effort should be to maximize the renewables. But in the context, if you see the progress coming up for renewables, we have not been able to achieve much progress, and maybe in the coming 1 decade, the contribution globally will not exceed 25% of the primary energy. So best is to optimize whatever possible we have for renewables. Rest we should go for gas, which is the next. In the natural gas process, in one region, wherever you are producing natural gas, you can use it. There's no problem. But if you want to go globally, the contribution of natural gas, it is only the LNG form which will be able to reach far-flung places and which could serve a better contributor to the green future and green energy. It has seen right from beginning. If you see the story, I'm not going to much of the history. The present demand versus supply scenario of the LNG in globally, we have achieved almost liquefaction capacity world over almost 454.8 MMTP, or 460 roughly. It is up. Even 2020 there was addition, almost 15 million ton per annum addition in 2019. And the regasification capacity, that means the desire of the countries to go for LNG is almost double. It is 821 MMTP of 2020 base. Again higher in from 2019, which was 797.6. That means the global awareness for use of LNG is so much high that people are preparing themselves to take LNG. And even year 2021 witnessed LNG production and utilization of 387. That means the capacity is okay, but it will go up. We are expecting to go it up in the future coming up. Even the driver of the LNG, it is not only the conventional gas, it has been even CBM. If you see the Australian LNG which is being exported from Queensland, it is CBM based. And the shale gas based LNG from US, interestingly, you listen to there are two speakers from US on this LNG. There are already 7 terminals operating in US: Elba Island, Freeport, Cameron, Corpus Christi, Cove Point, Sabine Pass, and so on and so forth. And a lot of things are terminals are coming up there. But in Indian context, we started LNG absorbing in 2004. As of now, we have almost 37 million ton per annum capacity. We have Dahej, Hazira, Kochi, Dabhol, Innor, Mundra already operating plant. They are upcoming: H Energy, Sapurji Palanji, Swan Energy, Dhamra Terminal, and so on and so forth. There are other considerations also coming up. So in India, if you see the awareness to use LNG is going to be enormous. And if you see what has happened, is sort of starting in India, 2004. Then we reached 2010 4% share of LNG. Up to 2010, even domestic gas was also good enough. In fact, the India saw a peak in 2010 of domestic gas. But at the time when the domestic gas was peak, LNG share was 4%. In 2020, on an average, it has reached to 50%. However, at the end of the 2020, it went to almost 60%. If you see 1 month average only. And the expected projection, a lot of studies people have done. The IEA studies is one of the good latest publication. They say almost 61% by 2040. That means the average consumption of the primary energy will also increase. Of that, 61% will be LNG. See the nice thing. But if you see the policy of the government, initiative to take LNG on the energy basket, there is an application in city gas distribution in India. It is very, very encouraging. And today, even after subsidized gas from the government, the CGD has seen 50% penetration in their consumption by LNG. Then LNG dispensing station almost planned 1,000, which will dispense directly LNG to the engine. Long haul trucks and other things, including railways, can use this LNG. This is another interesting thing. Then establishing of a gas trading hub, IGX. This is another interesting thing where gas availability to very, very far flung place will be possible, because the pipeline networks in India is going to connect almost all the operating terminals and plus the proposed terminal. This is going to almost double. We have 17,000 kilometer pipeline today, and it is going to be 35,000 in another 5 years. So then industrial application. Today, thanks to a company like Chart and other people who are supplying virtual pipeline system for LNG transportation, the industrial application has also gone up high. So with this, I feel there will be really good growth of LNG in future, and therefore this particular session is of very, very high relevance to the attendees. I will close here and we'll discuss. There are almost 6 speakers other than myself, so we will allow almost 10 to 11 minutes each, so that we remain our time schedule, and then there will be almost 10-15 minutes for a question answer. Now, with this, my closing remarks, I will request now Mr. S.K. Srivastava to kindly have his presentation. Srivastava Sahab, you are okay now?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
I think you could be the starting of the session. Good luck. Thank you.
Mr. Negi,
Yeah.
I have to say one word, that this presentation and all this will be recorded, and it will be given after the conference is over to each participant. So kindly note this point also. Thank you.
Yeah. Nice of you, Dr. Garg. But let me submit one more to the participants, because the kind of deliberation which you are going to see in this particular session will be very, very interesting, because I have seen the kind of layout of the speakers. I will also request the participant to kindly put the words in their diary, because when the presenter speaks, he doesn't follow entirely the presentation in the slides. Please record, and very, very interesting information you'll get. Over to you, Srivastava Sahab.
Mr. Srivastava, former DGH, Director General of Hydrocarbon, former CMD Oil India, and he is a veteran in oil and gas industry in India. Mr. Srivastava, please.
Thank you, Dr. Negi, the chairman of the session, and Dr. Anil Gar for introducing me, and my distinguished fellow panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I think Dr. Negi has set the tone already of the session, and as you say that next to renewables, the gas is the cleanest fuel. Now, when we see the role of gas in the energy mix, which Dr. Negi has already described, but gas is the major contributor to reducing the carbon emissions and cleaning polluted air. Now, world over, there's a power generation is being switched from coal to gas, and this has the greatest short-term impact. Gas is also advancing as a transport fuel. The potential of increasing gas application is enormous. As I think in India also we are having the CGD campaign very fast, and would have significant positive impact. And there are similar opportunities for gas in the heating sector. Infrastructure regulations are permitting and should encourage investment in gas systems which enable and accelerate more sustainable development. And the best part of LNG, before the LNG came in, the oil used to be most versatile, but it could reach any part of the world. And so today, with the LNG, with the transportation, LNG can reach any part of the world, and that makes LNG one of the most versatile fuel. And to have a better planet, we need to have cleanest burning fuel. In this respect, of course, natural gas is excellent complementary solution to the context. In the context of energy mix, with the renewables, Dr. Negi has said about renewables, about like solar, wind power, and biomass to produce electricity or fuel. LNG can help meet global demand from businesses that urgently seek cleaner fuel choices to reduce their carbon footprints. What's more important, the spills are not a concern, as LNG evaporates rapidly when exposed to the air, leaving no residue on water or on soil. And that makes it, again, it's a much more versatile fuel. The major sectors that rely on LNG are, of course, power and fertilizer, CGD, ceramic, petchem. Now, clean burning and low carbon, with this qualities, LNG is an effective, tried and tested alternative to expensive oil-based systems for businesses concerned about the cost and sustainability. LNG can also be used for a lot of other industrial applications like heating, cooling, drying, processing, and food production. Now, as per the International Gas Union, some of the highlights I would like to mention that in the near term, switching to natural gas from coal or oil products would immediately reduce emissions, both in the form of greenhouse gas emissions and localized air pollutants. And at the same time, gas technologies can improve global access to clean, modern energy, including for the world's poorest. In the medium term, gas technologies can promote a structural transition in the way energy is delivered and used by enabling distributed energy systems and increasing efficiency of energy consumption. And progressively over the longer terms, low and zero carbon gas technologies, including renewable gas, hydrogen, and carbon capture, utilization, and storage, provide an effective and cost-effective pathway to dramatically reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. These technologies are particularly relevant for sectors where emissions are difficult or very costly to abate through various means. They can also capitalize on the use of existing gas infrastructure to minimize capital investment. Now, just a word, of course, renewable is the cleanest, but we need to look at the gas and solar in the other context also. Together, these renewables are flexible, provide flexible, dispatchable power generation, supporting transition to low carbon future whilst reducing the costs and maintaining reliability. But the other aspect, we must remember that there are limits to the growth of renewables that typically go ignored. The best sites with the best wind and solar resources get picked up first. And as these sweet spots get exhausted, this means the new builds for winds and solar won't be as easy as it is claimed. So the gas is the glue of the new combination of our electrical power system, not just adding critical flexibility, but also reliability. The other aspect of the renewables are again, like solar panels generate more energy in the summers than winter. And in winters, we have energy demand is at its peak. The use of battery technology again is still very costly, takes up too much storage capacity and can deliver a financial hit. Now, apart from this, the other futuristic sectors are there, which are very important, are the LNG fueled vehicles. We need to facilitate the seeding of LNG vehicles in India by exemption of custom duty on the import of LNG vehicles. This is my suggestion for pilot development for initial 5 years, as Indian manufacturer will not have a business case for introducing new trucks models for LNG. Of course, other advantages are the combustion of natural gas doesn't emit soot, dust, or fumes. It reduces drastically the carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and carbon monoxide emissions. Again, the next important sector is LNG as a marine fuel. While sulfur emissions of the heavy fuel oil is very high, even as compared to diesel. I read somewhere could be as high as 10,000 times. But as marine fuel has a significant impact on the environment. In reality, it accounts for almost 14% of the global sulfur emissions into the atmosphere. The growing impact of this human activity on the environment is pushing the International Maritime Organization and the European Union to implement stricter regulations, lowering the maritime fuel sulfur limits in the waters around the world. In addition to a lower environment impact, LNG is the primary energy offering the best thermodynamic yields and hence the best energy efficiency. In particular, the cost of LNG is considerably more competitive than other low sulfur fuels like marine gas oil, etc. Now, India has a very excellent geographical position. If I can use it, this is on the really global marine highway, which is on the way from Southeast Asian country route to Europe. We can play a very dominant role in this transition for maritime sector. Other important thing about this gas, now we talk of renewables. Now, can we consider today the availability of natural gas reserves with conventional gas, shale gas, coal bed methane, biogas, and etc. Today is there for next 200 years, and with new findings of gas in USA, Eastern Mediterranean, East Africa, and other findings around with the new FID on liquefaction side, availability of LNG across the globe will be in abundance around the year. And in turn, it will show the light for development of regasification plants to tap the best price module. Therefore, I can say that even LNG, the LNG gas, and so LNG is also something as good as renewable. Now, achieving the full potential of natural gas and LNG will require sustained action on the 3 fronts. First is the government policies. Second is infrastructure development, and third is industry innovation. There is approximately 842 MTPA in pre-FID liquefaction capacity worldwide. The majority of the proposed capacity lies in Canada. Yeah, the majority of the proposed capacity lies in Canada and then USA, and 89% of the proposed US capacity is located in the Gulf of Mexico, as North America holds a commercially recoverable gas resource as per IGU. This is 2,200 TCF gas, which points towards abundance of gas resources. And that's why I say I am very, very tempted to say that gas as well as LNG is also as good as a renewable resource. Technology development trends indicate that significant opportunity still exists to further increase the operational efficiency of gas technologies, reduce capital development costs, and to improve their flexibility to support greater cost competitiveness and more widespread adoption over time. Now we know that natural gas reserves are plentiful, but often far from the markets. And LNG, therefore, is the most preferred solution. You need not have your own gas resource. LNG can reach anywhere, any part of the world. And that's why it has a distinct advantage. LNG market is globalizing and commoditizing. I will just mention an example of China. Today, China is the second largest buyer of local LNG globally, and it has already surpassed Korea and may overtake Japan as the largest LNG destination by 2022. China underscores a core environmental truth about natural gas. It is not just about the carbon. The purpose of Chinese LNG purchases have been to improve air quality in northern China, an effort that has stunningly successful and is expected to continue for some time. And we need to take lesson from this. Therefore, LNG becomes the ideal resource for green transition. Of course, we need to have some policy initiatives. Countries need to embrace transparent and competitive tendering process when awarding rights for energy infrastructure and energy supply. Natural gas has proven its carbon advantage to relative to coal, as the China has shown. Natural gas can have immediate impact on reducing local pollutants. These benefits should be incorporated in the policy framework. So these policy initiatives will really make LNG as an ideal choice for green transition and make our Mother Earth a better place to live for ourselves as well as our future generations. Thank you. With this, I conclude.
I think thank you very much, Srivastava Sahab. You had been a regulator, so therefore I must commend you for maintaining the time limit. Very nice and well expressed, and it is a good incentive actually to understand what the gas can do and how it is doing and what is the role of LNG. Very nice. Thank you, sir, very much. I think we'll take other questions in the question answer session. Now I request Mr. Michael Smith, Chairman, CEO, and founder, Freeport LNG. I mean, this is one of the dream project which I was looking after. I remember when I was in the US, visited their laboratory in Denver, and I saw those letters engraved there by their president. They say we should see the way we fuel our vehicles. 2010, I'm telling you, this was the things there. But now the kind of things which the shale gas revolutionized the whole gas market in US. A net importer become net exporter to the very one of the largest exporting country for LNG. Very nice. So I request now Mr. Michael Smith to kindly have his presentation and address to this August gathering. Or back to you, sir, now. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Nagy.
Mr. Smith, I will just interrupt and request you and submit my apologies for informing late. if you just stay after this session for about 45 minutes or hour at this late time in US. So Chairman of Energy and Environment Foundation will give this Excellence Award in LNG sector to you, if you agree.
So our
I have to go
compliments
on
to
to another.
Michael.
I can't stay on for a full 45 minutes. I could come back on or mute it for a little while. I have another conference call. We're having it's very busy here with the cold that we're having in Houston. I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
Maybe
Go
at about quarter to 12, 11:30 India time.
That would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Is that before this is ending at what time?
Today at 11:45 or so.
So you want 45 minutes later?
After this session?
Yes.
Yeah. So 11:45 or 11:50, you are required to be here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Grateful. Thank you.
And thank you for having me join you on this outstanding panel. As I was introduced, I am the founder of Freeport LNG. We have the 7th largest LNG export facility in the world. It's the 2nd largest in the United States. It's been operational with the first train coming line in 2019. We have 3 trains operating with a capacity of over 15 million tons. We are pursuing a 4th train, which has been approved by all the regulatory agencies, which would be another 5 million tons and allow us to go to over 20 to 21 million tons. Our facility has been structured as a base load facility, a tolling facility with some of the largest LNG customers in the world. Our customers include JERA, Osaka Gas, BP, Total, SK E&S, and Trafigura. We do have substantial excess capacity over and above our long-term contracts. As our facilities are producing more than 15% to 20% over the nameplate. We can utilize that excess gas capacity to make short-term arrangements for potential Train 4 customers who need gas before Train 4 would be completed in 2025. I'm thrilled to be here and talk about LNG. Prime Minister Modi seems to be dedicated to transforming India's energy sector to meet the growing energy demands of India, at the same time increasing the amount of renewables and clean burning natural gas to meet the future carbon needs of a reduced carbon society. As far as my understanding is that India currently utilizes about 20 million tons per year, and that is expected to double by 2030 to 40 million tons, and double again by 2040 to 80 million tons, which would put it right up there with Japan. By then will be the 2nd leading buyer of LNG. As we just heard, China is 2nd, but they're fast approaching Japan's 75, 80 million tons. and will clearly surpass them as their growth is continuing to grow, as is LNG demand throughout the entire world. We have just witnessed over the last 6-7 years the largest growth in construction of new LNG facilities, both in Australia and in the United States. It was predicted that we would have a large oversupply for many years because of all these facilities coming online. But global demand is sucking up that new supply. Last summer, in the depths of the pandemic and energy demand dropping off, the utilization across the globe dropped. The United States dropped to low levels, but by fall we were back up to 100%. It turns out the LNG demand actually increased, didn't decrease, in the throes of a pandemic that all other energy forms dramatically was reduced. And what we've seen this winter was that a very, very high LNG prices, which is a function of everyone seeing the high amount of LNG supply that was available, and going from a market that was almost all point-to-point long-term contracts to almost 50% spot, because it was cheaper to just buy on the spot market. And what ends up happening is you can't live on spot forever, and it becomes very, very expensive when things get tight. And what we've been proven this winter is there is a much tighter market than people thought. It only took a few percent reduction in capacity in a few terminals around the world to create a shortfall. So it looks like we're going to be looking at a period of time where LNG is going to get tighter and tighter. There was almost no FIDs in 2019 or 20, other than a few expansions, and then and with Qatar's 32 million ton announcement, which was totally expected, there isn't much more coming online, and the world needs at least another 100 million tons by the end of this decade. So it's time for where the market is going to get much tighter. India is obviously going to need much more LNG for this growth. Freeport would love to be the provider of some of that LNG. Our LNG is based on Henry Hub pricing. Henry Hub, we have over 1,500 TCF of gas in the United States that almost assures at any time with that U.S. natural gas prices will always stay low. Anytime there's any kind of rise up of any magnitude, the U.S. oil and gas producers drill more wells and it comes right back down again because we have so much of it. We believe that Henry Hub should be a part of the Indian long-term oil mix, and Freeport is looking forward to being one of these preferred suppliers to the Indian consumers. And with that, I'll turn it over to the next presenter and be happy to answer questions later.
Is it over, Mr. Michael?
You told me 10 minutes, and I did 9.5.
Okay, there will be a lot of questions. I think that we can take your time with your question answer session. Thank you very much for maintaining your time, and any time is less for you, my dear friend, because People would like to know more and more about US LNG. Anyway, this is good. Now, Dr. Garg, you want to say something? No, he's not here, I think. Let me request the next speaker, Mr. Suki from Chart Industries, US. Mr. Suki, you are online?
Right, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Well,
Stage is
thank you
yours
all.
now.
Thank you all for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you and an honor. Given we have 10 minutes, I have to shave down my talk a little bit here, so I'll try to keep in the time constraints here. But I thought the timing of the Congress was really fortuitous, given last week's IEA report on India's energy outlook. And there were some numbers in there, very interesting statistics and takeaways that really jumped out at me. I was hoping to just briefly touch on it. According to the IEA, total energy demand in India is expected to almost double by 2040 and will account for at least a quarter of total energy demand growth over the next 2 decades, as it overtakes the European Union as the world's 3rd largest energy consumer. LNG imports are expected, as Mr. Smith pointed out, to quadruple by 2040 compared to a roughly 30% increase in total global gas demand. And naturally, this tremendous growth in demand is underpinned by population growth and very robust economic growth. And of course, unfortunately, there's a segment of the population who believe the world should be moving straight to renewables at an accelerated pace, bypassing fossil fuels altogether. However, with roughly 1 billion people worldwide with no electricity and another billion or so with only intermittent access, I think this is simply unrealistic and frankly unfair to expect of those in the rest of the world. But I'd like to take a step back, if I may, and maybe look at some of the changes we've seen in the LNG market over the last year. And Mr. Smith pointed some of them out. But of course, 2020 was a challenging year, to say the least, for most of us, dominated by the pandemic, and not many sectors were really spared severe damage. LNG was no exception. Demand plummeted along with global gas prices, leading to, I think, right around 180 cargo cancellations last year. And this coincided with an oil price war that saw West Texas Intermediate prices go deep into negative territory last spring. We witnessed JKM gas prices touch, I think, $2 a million per MMBTU. European prices were flirting close to $1. Henry Hub prices $1.50 last summer. I mean, some analysts estimate that the market lost the equivalent of 2 years of LNG demand growth during the pandemic. Needless to say, I think most of us were happy to put 2020 behind us. But fast forward a few months, we now have several vaccines being rolled out. We have a lot of work to do there, but economies are on the mend. Commodities have come roaring back, and we have a new administration in the US who's placed climate change high on its agenda. More recently, we've had some exceptionally cold weather across the globe, leading to, just in the last few weeks, record high JKM gas prices. We've even had constraints in the Panama Canal, forcing some US cargoes to take the long route around the Cape of Good Hope to deliver Asian volumes. But all the uncertainty of the last year prompted project delays, deferred FIDs for new liquefaction capacity, just a lot of uncertainty. I think Sempra's Costa Azul facility on Mexico's Pacific coast was the only new project FID announced in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. But this environment has, I believe, exposed some weaknesses. Last year, we had a significant excess supply situation, leading many buyers to rely heavily on the spot market, as was pointed out in Mr. Smith's commentary. It was, after all, a buyer's market. However, with gas markets now tightening, there's a material risk that buyers get caught short supply during the peak season, which may lead to more buyers securing a greater proportion of their future gas needs through long-term contracts vis-a-vis the spot market. But combined, this all suggests to me that perhaps the pandemic fueled weakness we saw last year masked a tight underlying LNG market. And given this backdrop, we would expect to see more FIDs, not just this year, but in the coming years. One of the interesting things, conventional wisdom, was that low oil and gas prices might have at least slowed down the adoption of alternative fuels and renewables, but we've actually seen quite the opposite. And in just the last 6 months, I can tell you the interest in our hydrogen product offerings has just skyrocketed, along with investor interest in many of the same things. Policymakers worldwide are rolling out ambitious environmental goals accompanied by healthy subsidies and incentives. Investors across the globe are weighing ESG factors much more heavily in their decision-making process, and that's placing significant pressure on corporations and their management teams, really resulting in material movement to act more responsibly versus sort of just paying lip service, for lack of a better word. But LNG, for instance, the most important factor for buyers really used to be, aside from safety, of course, cost and reliability of supply. But now some are beginning to actually closely examine the full carbon footprint of the entire LNG value chain, from upstream production to processing, distribution, liquefaction, transportation, regasification, all along the value chain. As a side of this sort of increasing importance, Total, in late October, you may recall, announced that it had delivered its first shipment of carbon neutral LNG to CNOOC. We're calling it green LNG, and there are a number of ways to accomplish it, ranging from using things like biogas as feedstock to reducing or eliminating your greenhouse gas emissions all throughout the value chain by doing things like incorporating carbon capture technology among other technologies. You can also simply purchase offsets, but regardless of method, there's most likely an added cost that can be quite meaningful taking that approach. But the other side of the coin is that companies are now under immense pressure to eliminate, or at the very least reduce, what is unfortunately the very common practice of flaring. Even in a country like the USA, where we have a very well-developed gas infrastructure system, there's still a huge amount of flaring that goes on in places like the Permian Basin and the Williston Basin. And similarly, throughout the world, there are many other regions where gas is a nuisance. So it's simply flared, which of course is awful for the environment and just incredibly wasteful. But that is changing slowly, and you're seeing countries recognize the need to somehow monetize these stranded assets. And given the abundance of natural gas reserves worldwide, you could actually see prices relative to competing fuels become even more attractive longer term, or at the very least, retain its cost competitiveness on an energy equivalent basis, in my view. But at Chart, we don't believe there's any one solution. And in fact, we believe in a hybrid approach where natural gas and LNG work in concert with other sources, like perhaps hydrogen down the road, solar, wind, etc. But no matter how you slice it, natural gas should continue to play a critical role in our future. And not to lecture you all on the attractiveness of and the environmental benefits of natural gas, but compared to coal, it produces half the emissions with little to no associated particulate matter. It's also incredibly abundant. As was pointed out in one of the other discussions, gas-fired power generation is extremely flexible in terms of responding to variable supply patterns typical of many renewables, not to mention fluctuating demand. And we'll ignore what's going on in Texas for now with that statement. But even infrastructure requirements for LNG and natural gas have become much more flexible and cost-effective, given a multitude of smaller scale options for both liquefaction and regasification, as well as transportation and distribution beyond the traditional pipeline networks. And we really, with the many smaller scale options available, It's a great enhancement to the larger baseload liquefaction and regasification facilities, just depending on the application, but much more flexible. And today you have the ability to quickly and economically build smaller regional systems that offer a high degree of flexibility. And I'd point to our cooperation with the Indian Oil Corporation and ExxonMobil India, where we're focused on pioneering these virtual pipelines that deliver LNG by road, rail, waterway, not connected, regions not connected by physical pipelines, in order to accelerate this access throughout the country. And there are several other examples of these kinds of projects throughout the world. My shameless plug, of course, for Chart equipment. We are the leader in small scale LNG applications, and we have complete fueling station solutions and onboard vehicle tanks for heavy duty trucks, cryogenic transport trailers, LNG by rail, as well as just a complete suite of storage and regas systems. And really our focus is on providing an economic solution to customers and to the industry to really help bridge that cost impediment and enhance the economics to ease this transition into natural gas, which we continue to believe is the fuel that is here and now in terms of cost, scale, and availability. But there will be more of a hybrid solution over the next 3 decades, no question. And ultimately, though, we have a firm belief that gas-fired power generation and things like LNG for the transportation sector will provide the most efficient, low cost, and low carbon solution for a country like India that has such tremendous economic growth on the horizon, especially when combined with other things like smart grid technology, renewables, carbon capture technology, and energy storage. Once again, this concept of a hybrid approach that really meets the needs of a rapidly growing economy while providing maximum flexibility. And really with this kind of approach, we feel it'll be a much smoother and less costly transition to an alternative fuel like, for instance, hydrogen down the road, as a proportion of the infrastructure build could ultimately be repurposed. But I look at the U.S. and the amount of time the U.S. took to transition. Of course, that's still a work in progress, but we weaned ourselves off of coal. GDP, population growth, energy consumption grew substantially over 50 years.
Mr. Suki, you can take one more minute.
Sure, I'm about done. Point is, we were able to grow our economy, population, energy consumption with an 80% reduction in emissions over the same time frame. And I see a parallel with India here, and I truly believe natural gas is a huge contributor to that goal. And with that, I'm done. Thank you. I hope I didn't go over too much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suki.
Sure.
Nice, informative. I think we'll catch up with you again in the question answer session, because a lot of issues are there with Chart, because we need your capacity in India should be augmented actually. You have a lot of orders pending. So I'm putting you some questions in the question answer session, not now. Let the speaker first present their address. Now, with this, I thank Mr. Suki and invite Mr. Mangesh Patankar, Director, Gas and LNG Consulting, Wood Mackenzie, Singapore, one of the renowned company dealing with LNG futures and LNG total business worldwide. Mr. Patankar, hand over to you, sir, now.
Thank you, Dr. Negi.
Yeah.
I will start by saying that 2020 was a roller coaster year for LNG. At the start of the year, when lockdowns were being imposed and economic activity was lower in many of the countries because of the pandemic, prices went as low as sub-US $2 per MMBTU. Whereas towards the latter part of the year, especially during the end months, we saw that prices went into double digits, A handful of cargoes were traded above $20 per MMBTU, and the most expensive cargo was tipped to be between $35 to $40 per MMBTU. This shows that 2020 will be remembered as one of the most volatile years for LNG prices. But at the same time, it will also be remembered for a year where LNG demand has shown strong resilience. When lockdowns were imposed and COVID-19 was spreading in many of the countries, the stakeholders felt towards the early months of 2020 that we will see demand destruction. The only question was how much negative demand growth will we see? And now into 2021, when we collect statistics for 2020, what is clearly seen is that albeit small, 1 to 2%, there has still been a growth in LNG trade in 2020 over 2019 numbers. Over the next 10 minutes, I will share some of Wood Mackenzie's thoughts and outlooks on the LNG industry over the coming years. Before I get into that, a quick primer on the company. I know that we have a small presence in India and some of you may not necessarily be aware about us. We are one of the leading research and consulting firms in the energy sector, and our coverage across energy is spread through all the commodities, be it gas, LNG, oil, coal, power and renewables, metals and minings, petrochemicals. This means that we are able to provide an integrated and holistic view for our clients across the energy sector. Specifically with respect to the LNG space, we track the entire value chain, be it the upstream assets that feed into the liquefaction plants, the shipping fleet that is used to trade molecules, the regasification terminals in various import markets, as well as the fundamentals for those markets, and the corporates that are involved in various elements of the value chain. I sit in the gas and LNG consulting team where we provide bespoke advisory to our clients, which typically ranges from business strategy projects into support on project development, as well as due diligence work when M&A transactions are happening in these assets. So we all have been hearing till now that there is a transition happening towards cleaner fuels, and gas LNG will play a critical role towards it. What we have done in this chart is looked at how the global LNG demand will evolve over the next 20 years. As I said, in 2020, the trade was around 370 million tons, and we expect that over the next 20 years, LNG demand will almost double and go close to 750 million tons by 2040. I purposely included the chart beginning from 2015 because what is important to highlight is the growth that the industry has seen from 2015 to 2020. In the last 5 years, absolute LNG trade has grown by over 115 million tons. And just out of curiosity, I checked, how much time did it take for 115 million ton demand to happen prior to 2015? And I went back all the way to 2005. This means that in the last 5 years, LNG trade has grown by as much absolute volume as we did see it growing in 10 years between 2005 to 2010. Clearly, the future, as many of the panelists have rightly pointed out, is brighter for LNG because the transition towards cleaner fuels will mean that the use of LNG in power generation, industrial, transport, and residential and commercial sectors will continue to increase. Asia Pacific will be the key driver of this LNG growth. China and India will obviously be the key contributors, but we also expect growth to happen in the Southeast Asian and South Asian markets. Now, what really drove this massive LNG trade growth during 2015 to 2020 was the FIDs that we saw between 2010 to 2014. This was all projects that happened in Australia, both on the East Coast as well West Coast, as well as the first wave of US LNG export projects like Sabine Pass, Freeport, Cameroon, Cove Point, etc. However, a thing to note is that between 2015 to 2018, very less FIDs have happened. Even in 2018, where you see that massive jump, a major part of it is LNG Canada, which actually took FID towards the end of 2018, which means it's closer to 2019 as such. And that definitely means that LNG supply growth in the next 3 to 4 years is going to be impacted. It takes around 3 to 4 to 5 years for projects to come up and start commissioning exports. And given those FIDs have been missing between 2015 to 2018, that clearly means that supply growth during 2021 to 2024 especially is going to be limited. However, there have been massive FIDs happening in end 2018, in 2019, and that means that all of this greater than 100 million ton of LNG will actually come into the market beginning 2024, 2025. Also, we recently saw Qatar announcing an expansion at their 32 million ton project, which is to take their capacity from 77 to around 110 million tons. And those volumes are also expected in the market beginning 2024, 2025. So if we put all this demand and supply fundamentals on a graph and see how they look, what we can clearly see is that if we take the supply from operational under construction projects, as well as count in the recent Qatari expansion volumes that are to come in and compare them with demand, the market appears well balanced until 2028-29, because supply from these projects will be more or less sufficient to meet a major part of that demand. However, the tightness in the peak months will likely continue, because it's not that easy for liquefaction plants to ramp up and ramp down their volumes as much as the volatility that we see in the summer and the winter demands. So that's one. Also, we could see shutdowns and gas production issues at some of the plants, which means that this production could be slightly lower than what's seen here. But overall, it seems that the market is well balanced until at least 28, 29. And that means that there will be a pressure on LNG supply projects. The markets will continue to be in favor of the buyers. And we are clearly seeing buyers being able to extract better prices and flexible terms when SPA discussions are happening. Prices which were at their peaks, especially after the Fukushima incident, closer to 14.5–15% indexation levels, have clearly gone down. During 2018-19, we did see a jump in the prices because a tightening was expected around 22-23 timeframe. But massive amount of FIDs did happen during that period at slightly higher prices as opposed to what was seen in 2017. But then that massive amount of FIDs that happened in 2019 and now after Qatar expansion again mean that prices have started seeing a downward pressure. Recent SPAs are being discussed in the 10 to 10.5% indexation range. And clearly the question in the minds of the stakeholders is, will we see a single digit oil indexation level coming soon? A lot does depend on the way demand catches up with supply, the way markets develop. But clearly based on the supply demand fundamentals currently, we see less reasons for the prices to spike upwards immediately, because there seems to be adequate supply in the market that can help meet demand. So just to wrap up what I said, gas LNG will play a critical role in this transition towards cleaner fuel and achieving reductions. Supply growth in LNG is probably going to be subdued over the next 3 to 4 years because not many FIDs have happened in that 2015 to 16 timeframe. But supply will increase in the mid years of this decade, given the massive FIDs in 2018 and now the recent 2018-19 and the recent Qatari FID. Overall, supply-demand balance does suggest that the market is well balanced, and that means we expect that the buyers will be able to extract better pricing and flexible terms when it comes to negotiating SPAs. That's probably my 10 minutes, and I'll hand it over back to Dr. Negi to give it to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mangesh. I think you have done very marvelous job. As usual, Wood Mackenzie is one of the good analysts. I've been listening to their webinar on the subject various times, very interesting. One good thing for the audience is that what Mr. Mangesh has said, there will be downward pressure on LNG market prices. So good sign. And I can add on only two things to increase your appetite for LNG, that the total reserve of gas, natural gas conventional, as per 2018 estimate, is almost 7019 TCF. At the present rate, it is good for 50 years to exist, and a lot of exploration are going on. So we have always plus habit. Then add on to this is a shale gas estimates of 2013. Interestingly, it is more than conventional gas, it is 7299 TCM, 2013 recoverable. So, my dear friends, go for using as much as LNG you can. There is no problem up to 2028 as per Mangesh presentation. Thank you, Mangesh. A very nice, I think, initiative and well thought. Now I request Mr. Vivek Chandra, CEO Texas LNG. Very interesting. Now let's see what is the plan of Texas coming up. Over to you, sir.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Vivek Chandra.
Let me change my screen. Okay, can everybody see that? Hopefully you can see my presentation. Give me a second, sorry. Now you should see it. Yes?
Yeah, I think okay. Nice.
Okay. Perfect. I am not as optimistic as you just said, sir. And that always makes it interesting. I think my presentation, which I'll keep in the 10 minutes, will show that we cannot be complacent in our assumption that there will be plentiful LNG available at the prices that we all can afford, at the supplies that we all need. So you'll see, I'll try to make a case for, I think there is a crisis and we need to think about it. So I see a perfect storm, and that's a perfect storm is when a lot of factors come together. We see demand is picking up everywhere in the world. There's not a country in Asia that has a coastline that doesn't want more LNG in the future than it does now, with maybe the exception of Japan or Korea that are already taking so much and they're flat. There's a lot of competition for LNG supplies. And the growth has come back very quickly from the pandemic of last year, the hit of the pandemic. So that shows that this is the fuel that everybody wants. And you already mentioned in your introduction how many new regasification terminals are being proposed in India and elsewhere. So everybody needs the gas. We have also seen that the low prices last year encouraged new customers in India and elsewhere. People finally felt that LNG was competitive with many other fuels. We have also seen volatile prices from the lowest of the lowest to the highest of the highs in an extremely short period of time. Whenever we see prices so volatile, to me that indicates there's a very tight relationship between supply and demand, and it doesn't take much for the balance to be upset very dramatically. So what that really means is that we are on the knife edge between balance and supply and prices. And if the supply was plentiful, we wouldn't see the spikes as fast and as high as we did. So that is an indication that things are very, very tight. And I think that also the market and the Indian market in particular has been very complacent in thinking that they can rely on spot LNG prices because there was plentiful of supply and spot will always be cheap. And I know that, entities in India were burnt when they felt they were burnt when they agreed to very long-term prices at long-term contracts at higher prices. And the last few years, the prices were lower than their contracted prices. But it can work the other way. And we just have to look at Pakistan to see how things can turn dramatically around. The over-reliance on spot prices works as long as there's plentiful LNG supply. When there is not much LNG supply in the future, as other people have pointed out, that not much FIDs are happening for LNG supply, we're not going to be in this very comfortable situation that spot price is always low. And that brings me to the last point where supply is very tight. We have a lot of projects around the world that are running below capacity. We have many projects that are legacy projects that are running permanently below capacity because they have run out of gas reserves. And we have other exporters such as Indonesia and potentially Australia that are going to restrict how much gas can be exported because they need the gas internally for domestic needs. So where is the supply going to come from? We are looking at a lot of uncertainty for new projects. We have seen some projects that have started construction that may not be as low cost or on time as we think they are. But more importantly, we're not seeing a lot of new projects. Many other speakers have talked about how last year effectively we had, no FIDs. We had one project of 3 million tons. We are now 2-3 months into this year. Apart from Qatar, which was always expected, who else is going to FID this year? It remains to be seen. So we see global LNG markets tightening and being undersupplied. And so something has to happen. This is an interesting graph by McKinsey that shows that gas demand will peak in 2037. That's their prediction in their base case. So we are still for the next, 15, 16 years, going to be in a period of rising global gas demand. So we have a long way still on the climbing up the mountain before we come down the mountain. But we do not see, in my view, a rising peak in infrastructure investment. I think we have already seen the peak of infrastructure investment in the past. We haven't not been investing at the same rate of our growth of demand. We have to invest more if we want to sustain the growth in demand. And the only way that's going to happen is buyers and sellers are willing to work together. We have seen projects recently that have been FID, such as Qatar, such as the Shell Canada, that are being sanctioned without a market. So they are being sanctioned by the project sponsors who will then fit them into the market. That may work for a certain type of project with a certain type of sponsor. For many other sponsors, especially most of the US sponsors, it doesn't work because we are project financing the projects. When you project finance a project, you need to have long-term offtake contracts. Buyers have been sitting on their hands. In all of the last 2-3 years, the number of long-term contracts signed by Asian buyers is minimal. Projects that I recently FID'd in the US, such as the Venture Global project, all their buyers were either trading companies or European buyers. Trading companies buy the gas so they can resell at a higher price to end users such as India. Trading companies' business model is based on buying low and selling high. So the buyers, unless they're willing to accept higher prices in the future, will need to contract directly with the sellers. Right now, the most active people who are contracting with sellers are the trading companies. And that means that the buyers are going to will end up carrying more of the price burden. We as sellers have to adapt. We cannot do business the way we used to. We have to be more flexible. We were in the past, were very inflexible. And I can say, having been in the business now almost 35 years, and LNG specifically 25 years, 26 years this year, is that some sellers, such as your neighbors in Qatar, are not known for their flexibility. And we have a lot of experience with Indian buyers and other people who have to deal with the inflexibility of the Qataris. So the Qataris have a lot of gas to sell. They'll aggressively market that gas, but don't expect them to be your buddies and give you good deals in flexibility. We all have to be more efficient because in the past we got away by being not efficient, and now we have to be more efficient. I think the US projects have shown the way of how to be more efficient. The projects that are already in line have been incredibly efficient. The US has delivered more projects, including Michael's project, at an incredible price, at an incredible schedule. And just look at that. The generation before that was all Australian projects, all done by super large companies, all were disasters. All were 30% over budget and 3 years late. The next generation were American projects like Michael's project, who were on time, on budget. So it's not always the big name companies. See, I think as an Indian ethnic person, we tend to like big brand names. It's time to think that the big brand names have not always delivered. And sometimes the new entrepreneurial companies are the ones that have actually the best track record in the last few years. We also, as sellers, have to understand that buyers want diversity. They want diversity in index, they want diversity for supply sources, and they want diversity in terms. We need to give that to them. And very importantly, we need to support green LNG. That is going to be a very important thing. And so just to kind of move along, Texas LNG, we think meets all of these. We are a project under development, 4 million tons, South Texas. FID is hopefully expected next year. It's the market that is going to determine a lot of this stuff. We have received all our permits. Most importantly, like Michael Smith's Freeport project, we will be the only other US LNG project that is electrically driven. That means we do not combust gas in our site to make LNG. Our compressors are electrical motors, are driven by electrical motors, and we buy power off the grid just like Freeport does. That means there is no emissions within our site. We will be one of the lowest emitting LNG plants in the world. We are in South Texas. We are connected to plentiful gas from many different basins, and some of that price is very cheap. And we think we can offer different prices if that's what our customer wants. We avoid a lot of the weather problems that we see in American projects, such as a lot of the hurricanes that tend to be in northern Texas and Louisiana. In this year alone, I think there were 4 or 5 shut-ins in the last 12 months. Because of this, we avoid that because there's no hurricanes come to South Texas. They haven't in 60 years. But most importantly, as I said, we're green by design. We use electrical power for our compressors. We will be one of the lowest carbon dioxide emitting LNG plants in the world. We're only 4 million tons, so we can hopefully sanction the project at a much easier rate than others. We offer diversity of feed gas. We offer off-the-shelf liquefaction technology, air products, very simple, very normal. And we are right on the Gulf, very close to the Gulf, just an hour sailing inside. A lot of the other projects you may be talking to are many, many hours into the Gulf from the open water. So what does the US, just to kind of end with the US project, I know we're running out of time, but the US projects offer something in general that the non-US projects don't. First, we offer pricing that's actually based on our cost. You know, when someone offers you LNG based on oil link pricing, it's not related to the cost of production. It's related to whatever the customer is willing to pay. No one has the cost of production related to the price of oil. But in US, our cost of price is based on the cost of feed gas because we all have to buy the feed gas off the grid. So it's a true cost plus more transparent pricing mechanism. Is driven by true supply demand prices and natural gas as opposed to unrelated commodities such as oil. And it's flexible. The reason American cargoes were canceled last summer was because the contracts allowed them to be canceled, saving the customers lots of money because they didn't have to pay the full price. They could cancel by just paying the liquefaction fee or maybe a small penalty. You couldn't cancel the Qatari cargoes last summer because they would make you pay the full price. That's why American cargoes were canceled, not other cargoes were canceled. People say, in the media has often said, American cargoes were canceled because they're uneconomic. All LNG was uneconomic. American cargoes were canceled because they're the ones that the contractual allowed to be canceled. And thus it was a benefit to the buyers, benefit to the buyers that we could do this. You wouldn't have that flexibility otherwise. So in the end, I think that my closing message is that the buyers and the sellers have to work together. Buyers have had a very good time of buying spot LNG. We have seen that can get yourself into trouble. You need to contract long-term, and you should look at non-large super majors to buy your LNG because super majors haven't always delivered the terms, the timing, the schedule, or the flexibility that you may expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek Chandra. I think very, very nice and lovable presentation. We feel like listening to you more and more. Because what comes from your presentation is the hard experience gathered with a real hard task. I mean, I would request you for some future presentation is very good in your reservoir of the experience. Only thing is one what I want to add on. We were studying the US shale gas success story. One of the story was that they have the private small players to explore rather than big player, and they have that kind of what you call the soft floor practice, a sort of workshop. They immediately start the exploration, or they can stop anytime, depending on the market price and the base price, which now we feel that is shale gas is viable in US for any other purpose is I think $50 per barrel of the crude oil price. That was there. But during this, the nice word put in that 2020 experience, roller coaster. Then came one of the issues that the basin specialized people can really manage such kind of ups and downs. So this again, I think we have to have sometime more elaborate presentation from you. I will request you to kindly help us in future conferences like this. We'll still open for the question answer session. Now, our last speaker of this particular session. Yeah, you want to say something, Mr. Patnagar, Mr. Chandra?
I was just going to say that for speaking of the upstream shale gas, like you mentioned, I'm an upstream guy, I'm a geophysicist. And I think that, the biggest single dramatic thing that's happened in my 35 years career is the American shale gas experience. And that entire experience was not developed or initiated by the Shells or the Exxons. It was developed by Michael Smith's oil company and small companies in West Texas that were willing to do new and different things. And also, I think so much of it is related to the contractual framework which we operate. I used to own an upstream oil company, and dealing with in the very tough production sharing contracts where you have to promise what are you going to do and develop in the next 5 years. You cannot do the quick reaction and the quick decision that you require to do unconventional gas. And so our Indian framework is completely not correct to support conventional gas. And that's why India and other countries have been, I think, abject failures in developing their unconventional gas, because their legal framework is not designed for quick decision making at the field, as opposed to rigid long-term production sharing contracts. So that's a different subject. But you can see I'm quite opinionated, and I tend to say what I think.
I think, Mr. Chandra, very nice.
I have no shame in saying whatever I think.
Harsh words are also like spices.
Exactly.
So we take it with a good taste. Just to
I'm a desi. I can say these things. They're all fellow men, my friend. So, yeah.
I thought I needed to do a chant. Go USA, Henry up.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, nice, very nice.
Okay,
now,
thank you.
Yeah, our last speaker, very experienced person, Mr. Anil Joshi, the president of GSPC LNG. He has also vast experience in the Petron LNG, which is the first mover advantage company in India, which commissioned their plant in 2004. Now he is having the GSPC LNG, another company which is now marketing and gasifying LNG. Mr. Anil Joshi, to you, sir, now.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Garg. I'm audible, and is the sound all right?
No, very nice, very nice. Go ahead.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Garg and Dr. Negi, for inviting me in this session. GSPC LNG has set up India's latest LNG terminal at Mundra. And in fact, this terminal has a good record that within 6 months of our first gas, we could hit 45% capacity, which is the fastest ramp up of any LNG terminal in India since the first LNG terminal of Dahej in 2004, which had hit 50% within its first year. So with this small fact out of the way, I come to the topic of this presentation, the role of LNG in transition to a gas-based economy in India. And yes, I believe natural gas and LNG has a significant role to play in the transition to a gas-based economy in India. And that is why it is part of Government of India's focus to bring natural gas share to 15% by 2030. And we can see that the way the share of LNG, particular in gas, is growing, LNG will continue to play a major role in that. I believe there are 4 challenges if you really look at this transition to a gas-based economy in India. First is, of course, availability of supply. The second is the infrastructure availability. The third is, this third factor is very important in India. And I will give you the example of what happened in 2020 to buttress that fact. The affordability against alternate fuels. And the fourth one are the regulatory and tax reforms, which also play a key part, because taxation also is a significant component in the delivered price to consumers. So the first part, availability of supply, we have, in fact, during the course of today's session also, we saw two very contrary view from two eminent experts. We had the Woodmac view, and then we had the view from Vivek about the LNG availability. But our view still remains that at least till the next 5-6 years, the availability of supply is not that big a challenge because of the new projects which would come up in the liquefaction projects which will come up in the next 5 years. So purely from an Indian perspective, the availability of supply is not an immediate challenge. In the long term, how the situation will evolve, that will have to be seen. But the number 2 and number 3, these are two very critical points. If the share of gas as well as LNG has to grow in India, one is the infrastructure accessibility. Now, on infrastructure accessibility, if you see, there has been a huge focus, mainly driven by the initiatives taken by Government of India, which is, I think we can do without this screen sharing. We can do without the screen sharing. Thank you. So there has been a huge focus by Government of India, which is really, if you see, both on the CGD side, there has been a very aggressive award of licenses. On the pipeline, which has been a huge problem because we have seen at least 2 and 3 LNG terminals which were ready in the country, which could not get to their optimal capacity utilization because of the pipeline bottleneck. So an immense effort is being made to get that out of the way, and both the national at the national level, the large gas PSUs like GAIL as well as the Gujarat PSUs like GSPL and also other players are working with the support of Government of India to ensure that the pipeline infrastructure is developed. On the LNG terminal infrastructure development, we are seeing that while Mundra has come up, there are other LNG terminals which are in the pipeline like Chhara, like Chegar, like and also the Dhamra on the east coast, Total Adani terminal. So they will be ready. So there is a huge push as far as the infrastructure development is concerned to get more LNG within the country. The key point is affordability against alternate fuels. And that is where it's very important. In fact, when our plant started operations last year, February, and in March, the pandemic hit. The pandemic saw severe depression of imported LNG prices. And there was a period in May when there were spot cargoes available at $2.50. And at that point of time, even there was the proportion of power plants using gas as a fuel increased. And we could see in spite of the pandemic situation where the demand had depressed from especially the domestic consumption and the industrial sector, but the gas-based power plant led to supported the throughput of LNG terminals. And during May, June and July, even in the period of stringent lockdown, we could see good level of cargoes coming up. By November, the situation changed. We could see that this year has been quite different in the liquefaction side. And I think experts have spoken about that. Multiple factors, the shipping availability, also the shutdowns in some of the liquefaction plants, and also the cold conditions, all three combined to see that the LNG price touched even $20. The spot prices caused that. And we could see that immediately in those months, there was the power sector, which is a very important sector. There was no LNG being used, RLNG being used in the gas-based power sector. And we could see that there was a drop in the terminal throughputs. So for India, especially if the share of LNG stroke gas has to grow, we'll have to ensure that the affordability of LNG in power sector has to increase. And there has been a thrust on renewables also. And sometimes people say that maybe India will directly jump from coal to renewables. I sometimes believe that the current affordability of renewables, which is really driven by the marginal costing of photovoltaic solar cells being made in China, is perhaps artificial. at some point of time, even the renewable power the cost of generating that will increase, because this is I hope I'm proved wrong, but I believe that this situation, which gives a good push to renewables because of this factor, will not remain at all time. And therefore, gas will remain an important factor in power generation in India, especially LNG-based jet, because the domestic gas, in spite of the efforts being made by the domestic companies, and also the supply is limited. And of course, Vivek made an interesting point about the policy framework, which in his belief is not in favor for an unconventional gas. That is, of course, another topic. So we see that if in power sector, if we can push up gas use, that would help in a long way to increase the share of LNG in the country. The other area where efforts are going on in a very good direction is the small scale LNG. In that, India has taken good steps, whether it is because instead of the traditional models, the retail LNG, the LNG by roads, or even to stranded consumers, there has been a push, transport via road tankers. And then there is another segment open, is coastal transportation, and use even in that sector, even as a marine fuel. And that could push up the share of LNG, for which very good efforts are being made in all direction. So that is a good part we are seeing. The LNG, CNG, and the CNG concept is all working fine. Interestingly, we saw a news item which happened yesterday, which shows the emphasis of how far we have moved, the oil and gas industry has moved. We saw that Reliance purchasing its first ever carbon neutral cargo. So from the day of dirty oil, when I remember there was even a Hollywood movie made in 2009 based with the same title, based upon the oil exploration in the Alberta tar sands of Canada, to today, when we are having carbon neutral oil cargoes, we have moved a long way. And that is a very interesting development. And the same thing is happening, that there is a growing demand for green LNG, which is carbon neutral. And efforts are being made that on the production side, we should reduce the carbon dioxide emission. Even the power source can be based upon renewables or less polluting source, and don't use that. And to what extent, if you cannot remove carbon emission, purchasing carbon credits, or by promoting the reduction of greenhouse gas interpretations. And we have seen recently that even the major players like Shell, Total, and JERA, they have 9 carbon neutral LNG cargoes in the previous year. That is a huge number. And similarly, Pavilion Energy signed a deal with Qatar Petroleum in November only for, again, a carbon neutral LNG supply. So what we are seeing with QP also setting up a target to reduce the GHG emissions. So there is a focus even by the LNG industry to reduce the carbon emissions. And we could hear our fellow speakers in this session, both from Freeport as well as Texas LNG, who emphasized the efforts which they are taking in reducing. So we believe with this LNG, even when it is produced, will have a significant greener component and will help in moving towards the transition toward a more cleaner and a gas-based economy, which is the aim of Government of India. I believe we are completing the time for this session. So 11 o'clock already. So at this point, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Joshi. I think this carbon neutral LNG, you mean the production of LNG was carbon neutral?
Yes.
As this Texas friend has told us, no?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's a new word coming up, very nice. Carbon neutral LNG. Fine. I think,
because, sorry. Because what they do, that the emissions, they are then, whatever emissions are there, they are put back by using carbon capture. And the power used for the prime movers, because there is a liquefaction is a highly power intensive process. So that power, if it is coming for renewables sources, then it significantly reduces the carbon footprint in the liquefaction part of the chain, which is the most power intensive.
Yeah, no, quite good, quite good. I think I would now give only one small viewpoint. Indian appetite for LNG, how it has penetrated various sectors. Now you see the fertilizer industry is now using 71% of its feedstock LNG in place of other natural gas. 71% penetration in fertilizer. Power industry is 43 only as of now, because we have coal-based power plant available, and there are solar, which has come very, very low tariff. I think 1.99 rupees per unit was the last bid. And CGD has gone 48.5% penetration of LNG. In spite of the fact that there is a low price APM gas available to them for their PNG and CNG uses. Refineries 83.5%. Petrochemical 95.8%. Another industry, smaller one, 50%. A caution to Mr. Joshi, in Gujarat, I have seen even after almost 2,000 plus kilometer of state pipeline, there are industries which are seeking LNG by tanker. So these are the other industries which are using 50% penetration. This is one of the very great thing. Now the session is open to question answer. Host, do you have some questions from the audience?
Dr. Negi, I don't think there is any question, but
very nice.
Experts are sitting so they can interact and get best out of the panel.
Yeah. I think as a chairperson of the session, I had the privilege to ask a question. Mr. Mike Smith, question. Mike Smith, you are online?
I'm here.
Yeah. So you have any EPA LNG capacity upstream?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. I couldn't hear it.
Have you any asset in the upstream that be gas supply to your plant?
No, we do not. We believe that the gas markets in the United States are so deep, so robust, and so plentiful with the amount of pipelines we're connected to. There's no reason to make that kind of capital investment.
So then normal pricing formula, it is a buyer specific, or you have some standard Henry Hub plus something like that?
Plus something plus something.
What I mean by something, Henry Hub.
We have multiple. We're in a unique position. We have multiple models. One is a tolling model where our customers bring us the gas. We get a fee, and then we have a SPA model where we will get the gas, and it will be they will pay a Henry Hub plus a percentage for fuel transport. The typical ranges of my competitors you'll see is 115 times Henry Hub. I'm not saying whether that's what we do or not, but that's what a lot of people do. And then there's an adder on top of that. And we're happy to do both those, or we'll even do DS and deliver. We have not done that yet, but we would be willing to do that.
Very good. And actually, what happened? Something. What I mean, India sourced
kidding around.
US plus 15% margins, plus liquefaction cost, plus transportation. So, surprisingly, that price now today come very close to TTJ price now today in the market. And India is more to TTJ's market conditions rather than JKM market. Although there are a lot of bidding going on with JKM plus some, cents or minus some cents. This also is going on, but okay, I think this is one of the very good idea that you have flexible solution for the pricing. Very good.
Well, we believe in working with our customers and tailoring the formula to what's best for them. We're a private company. We're the only private company in the industry with liquefaction capacity. We have a lot of flexibility. And I didn't have that kind of flexibility when we're trying to build the original base load of 15 million tons. But now that we're dealing with excess and train 4 volumes, we have a lot of flexibility for going forward.
Yeah, Dinesh, what happened actually, this is a platform provided by Energy and Environmental Forum, that some relationship is created. I have my experience of sourcing LNG for India. 3 factors I remember still. One of them was the transparency. When you have, in the whole your deed or your actions are transparent, it helps buyer and seller both. Second, the relationship between the two, buyer and seller. Long term, it is not necessary that deal clicks or doesn't click. They have the relationship. Third, if there is a deal, it has to be win-win on either side, because you cannot have some high price and then it will not go. I could remember when we were facing problem in 2004 absorbing Qatari LNG, which was at that time costing almost $5 per MMBTU in Indian market, FOB delivered. Sorry, SIT. Then since the Indian market could not absorb, it was a relationship between Qataris and Indians that the whole price were reduced to $2.5 per MMBTU. It never happens in the contract. So my point is the flexibility of pricing, flexibility of destination may be helpful in long run.
Can I say a few words here, Mr. Negi, Dr. Negi?
Yeah.
So yes, I think that the flexibility is extremely important, and that's something that I think the American producers have a lot of leeway in granting that, because most of us, like Michael said, are not connected to the upstream. There's also a lot more transparency. I think your point that you made about transparency is extremely critical. I would venture to say, when you ask your sellers from other countries, please break down your cost upstream, midstream, downstream. They will give you no transparency of any sort.
Yeah.
See? And also, when they price it on a percentage of oil, I don't understand what transparency means. I could price it on the percentage of the kilo of bananas, for all that matters. There's no transparency, because there is no cost basis. I can't look at an auditable cost linked to oil in Qatar. It's whatever they think you can bear. So I think what the American producers can do is actually show you, look, we have to buy the gas from the hub. This is a very transparent, very liquid, very open price. I buy it for X. It's going to cost me X to move it to my plant. It's going to cost me X to liquefy it, X to buy the electricity, and this is the FOB price. And you add X, and that's your delivered price. So what we offer, and very similar, Michael, but we are actually getting away from the 115% even. But we think that's even one more level of opaqueness that doesn't achieve anything. For me, my ideal customer is a plus cost plus model.
Very good.
Let's agree, open book. Here's my cost. Here's my profit margin. Here's my cost of equity, etc., etc. Here is what I can charge you. And now you know exactly what it is. It's much more transparent. So I think that is something that even we're trying to get away from the 115% concept, because that doesn't make any sense to me. So.
Mr. Garg has recorded the entire speech. So you are on record. We will be coming up with the team for sourcing LNG.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Welcome to take the call anytime.
Yes, sir.
I have
one more question to Mr. Vivek Chandra. Vivek, I am still very not sure as to what should be the blend actually, long term versus the spot. Yeah. Originally, when we started in 2004 to 2008, even it was 80-20. That means long term we depended more, so that the commitment in the downstream industries is fruitful. People are believing. Now in 2013-14, we saw that spot cargo becoming cheaper and the long term was very costly. So what should the big sector? I was suggesting people to go for 20 long term, 80 spot. But your presentation is something different actually. Can you suggest a good blend actually?
I think that it all depends on who the consumer is.
Yeah,
exactly.
How much
flexibility the consumer has to pass on the cost. If you are an electrical power generator, you do not have, as far as I know, a lot of flexibility in what you sell your electron molecule, your per kilowatt hour, per megawatt hour price. So you want to reduce your risk exposure as much as you can. I can put on my camera, I guess. So you want to reduce your risk exposure as much as you can. In that case, you want to lock in and have some visibility on your long-term price. If you are a city gas company, you do not have a lot of flexibility in changing your retail tariff. But if you are an industry or petrochemical, potentially you have more flexibility on the charge of the products. So I think it really depends on who the customer is. And I think it's not only long and short, it also should be the mix of different types of terms. And maybe you want some oil link contracts. Maybe you want some Henry Hub. Maybe you want some JKM. Maybe, as we've always seen in our own personal lives, if you diversify our investments, we may not hit the highs, but we won't get the lows either. Now, statistically, we can see that if you bought from America over the last 10 years, 20 years even, most of the time you're in the money. That means most of the time you did a good deal. Sometimes you're out of the money. Last summer, we were out of the money. American gas was more expensive than local gas in most markets. But on the long term, you're in the money. So that tells you that it helps to have a mix of a few things. So overall, you stay in the money for longer periods of time. It's all a question of risk mitigation. But I think it only
good.
Customer that it determines that ratio.
Good advice. Yeah. I think we are noting these are all practical suggestions. Good for implementation. My dear friend Srivastava Saab, one more question for you, sir.
Yeah.
Yesterday in the inaugural session,
yes,
Secretary Petroleum said the indigenous gas will be 50% extra for last 2-3 years coming up.
Yeah.
So do you? I mean, it is not. Actually, I'm not asking contradictor to say something, but what would be the source actually?
I think there is some discoveries are there in the East Coast. I think ONGC also has some discoveries, and Reliance also has discovery. I really don't have the track of the current discoveries based on which he would have made. Probably DGH will be able to give a better light on that.
I think we need to do some exercise.
Yes.
We will discuss you out of this conference.
Yeah.
You wanted to add on something, sir? Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question from Mr. Vivek Chandra. I've been, DGH. Of course, that time when I was there, the shale gas was not in the landscape. Looking at the kind of mineral rights which you have in USA, most of the time with the landowner and sometimes with the federal government, where unlike in India, barring maybe Nagaland, all the mineral rights belongs to the government by the government. What would be your suggestion to harness and expedite the? You said the policies are not very conducive for Indian context of shale gas. What will be your suggestion if you can just give one or two suggestions, because I can pass on to the government on the sessions.
Absolutely. Look, I think that the mineral rights are one aspect of it, and that cannot be changed. It's in the constitution, it's in the blood. So, we have to accept the way things are. But we have examples in other countries that have the mineral rights owned by the government, but yet are very successful unconventional gas. And Australia is a great example of that. You see? And in Australia, we have all the mineral rights owned by the government, but yet there's a lot of exploration efforts, a lot of private companies, a lot of small companies are coming up. A lot of exploration is done by small companies that make the discoveries and then sell to the big companies. It's a very thriving market here, even though it's a high cost market. And the reason it works is because I think the basic premise is to pick up a contract in most regimes with a production sharing contract, you have to promise at the time of getting the contract what your work program is going to be. Now, I give you a personal example. I had an exploration company and picked up a few blocks in Indonesia. So it was coal bed methane. It was physically impossible for me to figure out before I drill my pilot wells, how many wells I will need to make the production, how deep these wells will be, and how much I'm going to spend per well. But only on that basis will I win the production sharing contract. So I make all these assumptions that are based out of thin air. When we all know that literally I'm drilling 500-meter wells, these are very, very quick. I need to be at the well site deciding, let's pilot this one, let's perforate this one, let's drill another one half a kilometer away. We have to make decisions on the spot. When you have a production sharing contract, and you have a very mandated work regime that doesn't work. And that's my biggest problem.
Okay, nice. One small question for Mr. Suki. Mr. Suki, are you online?
I'm here.
Yeah. Now, same thing which I said in your at the end of your presentation. Are you going to augment the LNG, that equipment manufacturing facilities in India, like at VRB or some other location?
In terms of the manufacturing capabilities?
Yeah. Yes, there's a lot of demand actually.
Absolutely. We are in the process of moving, essentially trying to integrate all of the manufacturing facilities to be able to produce key products in the locations where the demand is located. So absolutely, we are in the process of doing that at VRB in India.
Yeah.
And they're already...
The kind of, Mr. Joshi has, spelled out the small scale LNG and virtual pipeline transportation by tanker. This will be a very, very highly progressing requirement in India, because the government of India has already authorized to go for more than 1,000 filling stations along the highways.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also the city gas companies, which have been given authorization in last 9th and 10th round, are very widely spread. Actually, they are covering almost 50% of India's area. So everywhere the pipeline has not yet reached. So this is the best option. People are proposing that particular option. So this is one of the weak point, that they don't get the equipment on time.
No, absolutely. That's one of our priorities, is to transfer that kind of expertise from the European and the U.S. facilities to the local manufacturing offices and locations that we have.
Yeah, I think any other question from any side, any participants or the speaker?
Only I have just one suggestion. I think in the Indian context, I think we have mentioned that we have so much of requirement of CDG, and almost 30% GAs have no pipeline connectivity. I think we can consider this transportation of LNG by rail, which is there in Japan, which is there in America, which is there in China. The moment we load LNG on rail, then it can reach entire country much faster, much wider, and maybe much cheaper than even the truck.
I think it can be considered, but the siding facilities, unloading facilities have to be developed along with this particular facility.
Yeah,
could be done.
50% that we have, the railway network is anyway there. So 50% battle is won. There's only the railway siding on the major. Maybe the last mile connectivity can be with the trucks, but long distances it can be transported by rails.
Okay, yes, it is possible, because you can have the same analogy of transportation of LPG by rail earlier.
Exactly.
You have to have receiving terminal, then you can have a storage. ISO container like Chart and other people are making now in India also. There are 3 more companies which are making such kind of equipments. They are highly booked demand actually. They have almost a year booking.
Yes, exactly.
Possible. This is a good thing.
Okay.
Any other question from any side?
Well, Dr. Nagy, it's one thing I'd like to bring up. We saw 2 different presentations regarding whether the LNG market is going to be balanced till late in the decade, and one that showed tightening. And I'm a big fan of Wood-Mac, and I very impressed with the slide showing the growth in demand and how all the new construction could meet that demand through 28. The only thing is, 18 years in the LNG business, only saw a couple of plants out of anything that has been built that's ever been on time. These are mega plants, and those lines are so close to each other. You just move out those big mega plants out a little from the projected completion dates, and you have really a tight, undersupplied market, and that would be very, very scary. So and Qatar to be done in 25 for what they just announced. That's not their history of their prior trains. I was partners with ConocoPhillips when they were doing QP3, and that was 6-7 years to get that thing done. And there's going to be a long lag time between trains. So I was very encouraged to see Woodmac's numbers when I saw that, because if that's balanced based on all those things being on time, wow, we're going to have a real shortage for quite a few years.
I think you're right, sir. Mangesh, do you like to comment on this?
No, I think, Michael, it's a very valid point, because what we are seeing is that the COVID impact itself is going to be critical on many of these liquefaction plants, because the last 1 year has meant that activity has had to stop on many of these projects. So take, for example, Tangguh LNG, the next phase which is being developed. I mean, it had to postpone its commissioning by almost a year because limited activities were possible last year. So clearly, in the 2024-2025 period, we may see that some of these projects may not commission as is being anticipated right now. But for us, it's just about keeping a watch on how these projects are developing. I'll say that some of those timelines we have factored in as and when information is available. But obviously, as we go through the years, we will need to see the progress on this project. And that could mean that there could be delays to the timelines than what was shown.
Excellent.
Just to add to that, just to add that we have seen a couple of American projects that are still, that have been on the drawing board, that are very large. They're all, 15, 20, 25 million tons, and they've been repeatedly delayed, like ours has been, but ours is only 4 million tons. So, ours doesn't make that big difference in the picture. So even in places like America, where we may not have the COVID impacts, it's the market that determines the speed. And so that is what the market, in my view, as I said before, has not been proactive enough. And that often determines the length of delay and things happen. So, Woodmac would even have said, they have expected some of these American projects to have come online or to start at FID 2-3 years ago. And now they keep on slipping. And I think Michael's point is exactly, and that's exactly what I just said in my presentation, is the volatility has shown that the supply and demand is too tight. And so it doesn't take much for everything to be blown out. That's it.
Okay. I think my one suggestion and request, this was a very lively and interesting session. Lot of knowledge input came from the reservoirs, various reservoirs representing various kind of experience. In case any problem or any clarification sought by any of the participants, kindly do reply and respond my request, because this is a changing scenario and it is a synergy which each fellow can help others. So my request in the concluding will be that we reply to the response which comes from any fellow panelist in future. And I'm very glad to really hear this kind of expertise available to this particular session. And thank all for their sharing the experience and presenting, and also the following the time. Actually, we have managed the whole thing within the time. Thank you very much once more. Technical team, there will be prospective long-term buyer available in CBM in future. There are a lot of issues coming up. Host, anything you want to have instruction of the conference host?
There is no instruction, sir. Dr. Negi, I have to thank you for ably chairing the session of these luminaries in the LNG sector. They are the stars and moon in the LNG scenario. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time and valuable input. Thank you very much for all.
Okay. Thank you for choosing this kind of panelist.
Very much. Appreciate it.
Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Enjoying. Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Aishwarya?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is the time for the most awaited part of the ceremony, that is the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Awards 2021 ceremony. And as the saying goes that don't work for recognition, but do work worthy of recognition.
Aishwarya, just after 2 minutes, you have to start.
Can you hear me?
Aishwarya, you have to start within next 2 minutes.
Sure, sir.
Yeah,
Sure, sir.
please.
So we'll be announcing the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Awards 2021. So
Yeah, you are announcing beforehand.
no, sir.
Yeah, so it's okay. So yeah, it's first address will be by Dr. V.K. Garg.
Yes,
Then Mr. Anil Rajdan will speak.
Yes,
Then award will be announced by Shubham to Mike Smith, like that.
Yes.
And then global awards in various categories will be announced.
Okay.
So we are waiting for Mr. Rajdan to join.
Sure, sir.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Rajdan will join within a minute. So, sir, welcome.
Hello. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Can we start, sir?
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Please do.
Aishwarya, you can start now.
Sure, sir. Starting soon. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is the time for one of the most awaited events of the day, and that is the Energy and Environment 2021 ceremony. And I was saying earlier that as the saying goes, that don't work the recognition, but do work for the recognition. So these are what these awards are for. That is, they recognize the work of those who have recognition. As Walt Disney once said, that all our dreams can come true if we have the courage to. And these are the organizations, these are the people who have worked really hard in their respective fields, and they are the ones that are celebrated today in this award ceremony. So let me first call on this virtual stage former CMD, Power Finance Corporation Limited, for the welcome address. Dr.
Dr. Garg, please.
So you need to unmute yourself.
Dr. Garg, can you unmute? Dr. Garg, VK Garg Saab, can you unmute? Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, Honorable Justice Swadhantra Kumarji, former judge of the Supreme Court of India and a champion of justice and clean and healthy environment and clean air for the healthy society. President, Energy and Environment Foundation, Shri Anil Rajdan, dignitaries, experts, scientists and academicians, experts from private and public sector, young entrepreneurs, students, awardees, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the EEF Energy and Environment Foundation Global Awards 2021 award ceremony. So these awards are given by the foundation for recognition, to recognize and honor outstanding organizations that are taking responsibility for defining a commercial, future by adding value through excellence in fire safety, in security and management, CSR, Clean India, innovation in technology, bio-waste, life cycle, stewardship, strategic sustainability, and conducting fair business in a disciplined manner that delivers a shared future for all stakeholders through commitments, dedication, with the goal of creating an environment of safety first before any action. Sir, today is the second day of the PetroCoal Congress, 11th PetroCoal Congress 2021 and the Future Energy Expo 2021. Over the number of sessions yesterday, the important issues that were discussed was digitization of the fuel sector and the implications of digital transformation. Then looking for a clean and future fuel, the natural gas and ethanol as a fuel for the future was discussed and deliberated. Then coming to the coal, one of the main themes of the conference, coal, its various forms and the greening coal to harness and tame CO2 to reduce the carbon footprint of development and reduce the greenhouse gases to control or to reduce the global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, the best alternative, and the worst being 2 degrees centigrade by 2050. Besides this, aviation biofuels were discussed, LNG and biogas were also deliberated, and the major thrust was on hydrogen, that is green hydrogen and hydrogen as a fuel for the future and its potential for commercialization and use in various uses where energy is required in a convenient, storable, transportable, usable, and multi-use purposes where it can replace the present oil and gas. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's look forward to the award ceremony. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Garg, for the welcome address. And I would invite on the virtual platform Mr. Anil Razdan, former Secretary Power, Government of India, and Energy Foundation, to please deliver the address. Over to you, Mr. Razdan.
Thank you, Aishwarya. A very warm welcome and felicitations to Justice Swatantra Kumar, who's been, besides being the Supreme Court judge, has been a leading light of the National Green Tribunal, and his landmark judgments still stand out as beacons for future environmental laws. Welcome all delegates, award winners, and all distinguished participants. We're meeting today again discussing two major sectors of the economy. In a way, very crucial to the development of the Indian economy, as well as transportation and virtually every facet of working life. One is the petroleum sector, encompassing the gas sector, and the other is the coal sector. We have seen a lot of global debate on climate change, which at long last has been recognized both scientifically and politically, because you need both these approvals before society can also pitch in I think the third stage has come where society has begun to take action. Now, what does it entail? In my view, fossil fuels have served mankind through the last century and a half most significantly. In fact, the highest productivity countries, the countries with the highest prosperity also, have been countries which have made the best use of these available natural resources. However, any resource brings with it some degree of liability. And a climate change is the threat that has engulfed the planet for a while. This was immediately preceding the scare of COVID. So climate change in the form of affecting human lives, affecting land masses, just as the recent disaster in the Himalayas has reminded us. And I think it's universal that a first, I think, step to recovery from a problem is recognition of the problem. And I think it is most appropriate that the energy industry, particularly the so-called fossil fuel industry, recognizes that there is a problem. There is no gainsaying that, as in the medical science, unless a patient recognizes that there is a problem, our disease, the cure cannot be easily found. And if the person concerned cooperates in that cure, the cure will be much faster. Now that, I think, is a situation we have landed today. I worked in the nuclear sector also, that you have to recognize first there is a problem. The problem has been, I think, adequately addressed, recognized in various conferences, including the present one yesterday. Proceedings are quite evidence of that. And people have started working towards corrective solutions. Now, corrective solutions, even out of fossil fuels, one corrective solution. Now, LNG trucks have been operationalized in countries like China in a very big way. In India also, for almost 2 years now, studies have shown that if we were to use our waterways, which unfortunately went into disuse for almost a century, and use this inland waterway transportation through LNG barges, I think our pollution would be substantially controlled to that extent, particularly the road dust and environmental pollution that is created along our major highways, which I at least have occasion to traverse at least every week, traveling from the national capital of Gurgaon to my farms deep in Haryana. The other issue is long distance trucks. If we can replace these trucks, which are running at the moment on diesel, again with LNG trucks, and in due course of time, even ships can move on to LNG ships. And I think the target areas would be this very substantial number of LNG terminals which are coming up along the coastline. So the trunk routes emanating from those coastlines to the hinterland, those routes can again be transformed into LNG routes for heavy vehicles. For this purpose, I think our petroleum companies will need to be proactive. And luckily, I'm just giving an example of India. This is a global event, and China has moved far ahead in that direction. And we need to catch up with these kinds of good ideas. Because before we get on to hydrogen as a fuel, which we did discuss in this conference, and its safe use, we would need to have some bridge fuels which are cleaner and better. And I think LNG, certainly now with the availability of more terminals, in fact, some of those terminals are highly underutilized at the moment, it would be an excellent example. Now, talking of hydrogen as a fuel, yes, we need to spend much more on research and development and deployment, something which our country, particularly as a developing country, has been found wanting, both in terms of industry and I would say in terms of the government expenditure also. There are traditional departments like the Department of Atomic Energy and Space, which were research and development oriented departments, and they've shown the ability that a developing country can compete with the best in the world if it spends appropriately. Unfortunately, in other sectors, we have not spent adequately, and our figures compare very poorly with what Israel has spent, Germany spends, Japan spends, and USA and other developed countries. In fact, that is the significant difference, I would say, between a developed country and a developing country. That is where the transition lies, to recognize research and development and deploy it in industry. For this purpose, I think to deploy new industries, this is a message for all developing countries, we need cheaper credit, because credit in developing countries is particularly expensive. And unless you are able to provide credit at about 4% to 5%, there will not be enough investment that's available in these areas. These are a few thoughts that I wanted to put across to this very distinguished audience. There have been award winners. The foundation has tried to recognize people who've made outstanding contributions in their respective fields. And this conference has brought together people globally on global issues and for the betterment of mankind. And what better person we could have to give the awards and a message today than Justice Swatantra Kumar, who carries the wisdom of justice and the just wisdom also of the future of mankind. Welcome, Judge Saab.
Shubham.
Thank you so much, Mr. Razdan, for the address. And now I would call upon Mr. Shubham to announce the Global Excellence Awards 2021 in the LNG sector.
So the Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in LNG has been given to Mr. Michael Smith. Mr. Michael Smith founded Freeport LNG Development LP in 2002. He is the company's chairman, CEO. Freeport LNG owns and operates the 7th largest LNG export terminal in the world and the 2nd largest in the United States. Mr. Smith is a visionary leader. Mr. Smith is responsible for development of LNG liquefaction train, which is expected to start in 2024. The Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes his excellent contribution in the LNG sector and confer him with Energy and Environment Foundation Global Excellence Award 2021 in LNG sector. Mr. Smith, please give a brief vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate this honor, especially given all the other recipients before me. I would like to say that the honor to be awarded today, I think has to do with the fact that the Freeport was one of the leaders and second company in the United States to pursue liquefaction, and we've been able to eliminate the destination restrictions that have hampered the industry for so many years. And with the elimination of the destination restrictions, created a spot market that went from only 5% of all LNG sales to over 50% over the past year. So I would like to say that that I am hopeful that that our company is able to do more business with the country of India. I thank you very much for this award. In addition to being the second largest in the United States, I would be remiss not to tell you that we are the only LNG facility that's driven by electric generation drive motors. So we produce less than 90% of the carbon emissions that all LNG facilities around the world produce, which I hope would be something that is very attractive to Prime Minister Modi, who is very wisely trying to reduce carbon emissions. And with that, thank you very much for this award. It's a great honor to get it.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, Mr. Smith. And
Yeah.
it is now time for the EF 2021. And of course, these awards provide an opportunity for all industry leaders to be recognized. And in fact, one of the key strengths of this place is that the recognition comes from respected voice within the game. So the Energy and Environment Foundation awarded to selected organizations by an eminent jury. So it is now time for me to announce the awards. First, we have our EF Global Safety Awards, and the first award is being bestowed upon the Institute of Petroleum Safety, Health and Environment Management, Goa. And I would invite on stage Mr. Atul Garg, Executive Director, to please receive the award and give a brief acceptance speech. Congratulations, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Ashwarya. Thank you, the jury. I, Atul Garg, Executive Director, ONGC, IPSHM, Institute of Petroleum Safety, Health and Environment Management, Goa. We are honored that the Global Safety Awards have been bestowed upon to ONGC IPSHM unit. During the pandemic, we have been able to maintain our operations in offshore and onshore in a very safe manner. And we switched over immediately from physical trainings to online trainings with all sorts of artificial intelligence, with sort of smart classrooms and online trainings. We show all the videos so that our management also recognized the safety concern expressed by us. And I thank all the jury members, those who have selected ONGC for this coveted award. IPSHM is a carbon neutral institute also. In environment also, we are doing a lot of many research work also. We have a vermicomposting, we have a rainwater harvesting, we have a drip irrigation, we have a biomass plant also. All those things we have been able to carry on with the support of our management. I thank the jury members. I thank my management. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much and congratulations, Mr. Garg, for the award. These awards are all an applause of discipline, and the reward for work well done is also the opportunity to more work and better work. So I would now next announce the award, the EEF Global Safety Award, and it is being bestowed upon Reliance Industries Limited. And I would invite Mr. Santvardhan Bohra, HSEF Chief, Gasification Complex, to please come and receive the award. Mr. Bohra, congratulations.
Aishwarya, announce next.
Yeah. All right. So the EEF Global Safety Award is also being bestowed upon L&T Indira Gandhi Bhavan, and we have with us Mr. Swatantra Kumar Jain, Project Manager. Congratulations, Mr. Jain. The award is being bestowed upon L&T Construction. I would request you to give a brief acceptance speech.
Thank you, Aishwarya ji, and jury members, respected dignitaries, officers of Energy and Environment Foundation, and women connected in this August gathering from MS team. Indeed, it is a proud moment for us as organization and in particular as an individual. On this occasion, I extend my sincere thanks to Energy and Environment Foundation to select us for Global Safety Award. It is an even greater honor to be placed in distinguished platinum category of award. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Anil K. Garg, President, and other distinguished dignitaries of this foundation and delegates of the World PetroCoal Congress. It is a huge honor for me to receive this award on behalf of L&T Construction B&F IC. I am deeply honored for this recognition for establishing an international benchmark in safety practices and well-being of our workmen. In fact, this award is honor to all our workforce and organization, and with this, we will be further to be motivated to excel it to new heights. Thanks once again on behalf of Indira Gandhi Bhavan project and L&T Construction as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations once again, Mr. Jain. And next, Global Awards, and the award is being conferred upon Andritz Hydro Private Limited. And I'd invite on stage this virtual platform, Mehan Berger, Managing Director and COO, I beg your pardon, yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Sir. Thank you very much, honorable ministers, honored guests. At Andritz, the employees are the main asset for our business. Safety and health of our employees is the top priority in Andritz. During these pandemic times, everyone faces an additional challenge in the health, safety, and also environmental tasks. Zero accident, as well as strong procedures to avoid corona infection within our premises is the target and the need of the hour. This measure protects not only our employees, also protects their families. I am very proud and thankful that Andritz have been awarded with this Global Safety Award in Gold. I also appreciate very much that Energy and Environment Foundation gives a great platform to companies to showcase their effort and success in health, safety, and environment initiatives. Such award boosts the motivation of our employees to further drive the implementation of measures for a safe and healthy workplace. Thank you very much for this André.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations, Mr. Kal, once again. And as I said, that the genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. These awards are celebrating both the inspiration part of the geniuses that we have with us amongst us. So next, the award is being bestowed upon Phoenix Palladium. And let me invite on this virtual platform, Mr. Vikram Pai, General Manager Operations, to please come and receive the award and say a few words. Congratulations, Mr. Pai. Do we have Mr. Pai with us?
Aishwarya, next, please.
Yeah, hi, Vikram is not here. I'm Satish Nikam. I'm a safety manager of Palladium.
Sure.
Okay.
So we are really honored team of Phoenix Safety. This is a quite achievement to have an award from a Energy Environmental Foundation. I would like to thank Dr. Garg and the entire team of Energy and Environmental Foundation for this award. This will motivate us and all our team for doing better in health and safety and fire and safety. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations once again. Okay, I've been told to announce the award for the Reliance. So the EF Global Safety Award is also being bestowed upon Reliance Industries Limited, and we have with us Mr. Vora, EF. Congratulations, Mr. Vora.
Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon to all of you. I am James, classification in charge, talking on behalf of Mr. Ora. In the first place, let me thank Mr. Anil Razdan, Mr. V.K. Garg, and Mr. Anil Garg for organizing this in a good way, especially during this pandemic situation. Just let me first thank you very much for the juries and every one of you and Madam Aishwarya for selecting us for this particular award. And we are very happy today. It is in line with our chairman's statement that to be the world's safest and the most reliable, the most efficient manufacturing site in the world. So we are very happy to say that we are in that aspect. We have been selected as on the safety front. We are very, very happy and thank you very much for that. In addition to that, we have a tool in hand to see the vision statement. Our chairman has endorsed us with further tool in our hand that safety overrides all the production targets. So where the world is chasing their safety of production, our chairman says our safety overrides all the production target. So thank you very much for organizing us in this category. And I'm thankful to the organization as well as Madam Aishwarya. Thank you very much once again. Thanks to all of you.
Congratulations and thank you so much, Mr. James. And now we announce the next award, the EF Global Safety Award. And Mr. Chandra Kishore Thakur, CEO, Selling and Solar Limited, International and Domestic, EPIC. Do we have Mr. Kishore with us? Congratulations.
I am Suresh Suresh. Hello. Good morning.
We can hear you. Please continue, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, on behalf of Mr. Chandra Kishore Thakur, I am representing from Stelling and Wilson. I'm representing from Stellian Wilson Solar Limited. On behalf of Mr. Chandrakishore Thakur, our COO, I am saying my thanks note to the jury members. We are very happy to receive this Global Safety Award organized by Energy and Environment Foundation. And we are thankful to the honorable jury members, Mr. Garg and Mr. VK Garg, Mr. Anil Garg and Aishwarya Madam for selecting us for this prestigious award. And we are thankful to the Energy and Environment Foundation for this. The jury members have thoroughly scrutinized our unique selling proposition for this award that consists of 15 HSE elements and 45 unique HSE practices that we follow at our EPC operations. This award increases our responsibility as a market leader and helps us to sustain our #1 position in EPC solar projects. We thank the Energy and Environment Foundation, the jury members, particularly Mr. Anil Garg and Mr. VK Garg and Aishwarya Madam for selecting us. And we continue to strive for keeping our #1 position in EPC solar projects. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations once again. And earlier, like you can get that because of this excellent work. So these awards are nothing but the recognition of these organizations. And now we announce the EF Global CSR Awards. And this award is being bestowed on the Infrastructure Limited. And we have with us Mr. Ashok Panjwani.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Ashok Panjwani. Am I audible?
Yes,
sir. All the dignitaries and, on behalf of BIL, I'm thankful to all of you, organizers, and it's a biggest honor for us to get this award under Platinum category. BIL Infrastructure Limited is a company which works with industries as a common facility to take care of hazardous waste, both solid and liquid. And we have been taking care of almost 5,000 industries all across the country now to see that the waste is safely disposed of. Beside this, our focus has been always on innovations, research, and try to do something new. We are focused now more on plastic waste and e-waste beside the industrial waste. And we have been working with academic institutes and the other partners to improve. As far as CSR is concerned, our management right from the day one is focused on this. We have been working with the NGOs for development of Women Empowerment Center. We are more than 1,000 ladies have been trained. Not only trained, we see that they earn money, and most of them are earning money, anything between 5,000 to 10,000 per month to support their families. Being an environment company, we have adopted 2 villages where we are safely disposing of their domestic solid waste and recycling 100%. This is an example which we think that all villages can adopt, and then it can become a real model for taking care of domestic solid waste in the villages, and then later on can be done in cities. So thank you very much for your this honor, and sincerely appreciate and thank from all our directors and the employees and the staff and workers for this honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Mr. Panjwani, the Global Bio Innovation and Technology Award. And this year, the award has been bestowed on congratulations to you and your organization. If you could give a short brief speech.
Aishwarya next.
Madam, if Dalwadi is not
Next, please.
Sure. Let me next announce joining us on this platform. Do we have Dr. Sarkar joining us?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning. Hope I'm audible. Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, I extend my sincere regards to Energy and Environment Foundation and the organizing team members, knowledgeable people there in the dignitaries, and for their untiring efforts towards the better and making the planet greener. And also I thank the leadership team of WNS whose intent, guidance, and support fills the team with enthusiasm to work towards the continual improvement. We in WNS is a BPM management, that is business process management company, which has least environmental interactions as in comparison to industries like manufacturing, packaging, oil and gas, etc. And yet the organization has taken sincere efforts towards environment protection and reducing the impact of its activities on the environment. They have a dedicated team of EHS function. They have technically sound people in energy management. And WNS operates from different geographical locations globally. And it is one of the few industries sectors who have made at least a concrete efforts in terms of their environment management system and occupational health and safety management system. In general, it is presumed that environment management system and everything relates more to manufacturing and other industries. But with the growth of the IT and IT's industry sector, I feel that the demand to implement global standards and need to implement good practices is taking a shift nowadays. I am glad that the Energy and Environment Foundation recognizes such efforts. And even in the tough times of COVID scenario, they have motivated, and this actually works as a glucose for industries who are basically making untiring efforts and help. Basically, I would again thank the Energy and Foundation EEF, which help industries towards better performance. Thanks a lot to all the people here in the dais and the dignitaries.
Thank you so much and congratulations to you, sir. And I think that we are joined by Mr. Sakati. Technology.
So, hello everyone and good morning. First of all, thank you for this recognition given to Sudarshan Chemical Industries Limited from the Energy and Environment Foundation towards the Global Clean India Award 2021. So, Sudarshan is a leading color and effect pigment manufacturing with an experience of 60 years. And at Sudarshan, we are having higher purpose of growing together by spiritually fulfilled, socially just, environmentally sustainable. This drives way we grow and run our business basically. So we'd like to give a special thanks to jury members who has given us really opportunity to showcase our project. And in basically CSR, we are highlighting on various initiatives. And one of our major initiative is environment, where we are focusing on the waste management. And we are contributing towards making the clean India. And our other initiatives in the area of women empowerment, education, we are working for basically tribal community, where we do have a lot of interventions. So we are really thankful for this honor, and special thanks to Mr. Anil Garg and his team. And it's a really huge honor for us to receive this award, and grateful to the recipient of this award. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This was Sudarshan Chemical Industries and the award being bestowed on him. It's the EF Global Clean India Award. Congratulations, ma'am. And I'd like to announce the EF Global Bio Innovation and Technology Award once again. And it has been bestowed All right, so that was EF Global Clean India Award.
Yes, I am BD Dalwadi. Hello. Yes, I am BD Dalwadi speaking. My voice is clear. It is audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So this, I am CEO of Enviro Technology Limited, and we are working for this effluent treatment plant, and the common effluent treatment plant mainly for small scale industries, and we are giving the services about 300 industries, small scale industries, for their chemical effluent generated from their processes, and that is different type of dyes, pigments, chemicals, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, all type of effluents are coming, and that we are treating, and we are always working for the innovative processes and modification and modify the processes in the latest technology. Initially, we have started our process with conventional process, but after that, we have introduced one special treatment, chemical treatment of ammonical nitrogen. This is MAP process. So we are converting ammonical nitrogen into this ammonium phosphate, and which is separated out, and ammonia can be treated. Now we have whole the conventional process is innovated, and combination of ASP. I mean this conventional process and
Sir, interruption. This is an acceptance speech for 1 minute only.
Yeah. I am completing in this immediately. And these things we have converted this combination of different technologies and innovated. And I am very much thankful to Energy and Environment Foundation for the Global Innovation Technology Award 2021. And we are consistently getting and awarding by these juries, and this special thanks to Dr. Anil Kumar Garg. And actually, we were eager to present in a physical, but in the COVID system, it could not possible. Thank you for arranging a visual program. And again, I am thankful on behalf of our management, our staff, and all our engineers for working in the innovative process. And again, special thanks to Dr. Anil Garg. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations, sir, to all your bodies, to all the winners. As I said, that everyone can rise above their circumstance and achieve success is dedicated to and passionate about what they do. So, here is our congratulations to all the winners. And ladies and gentlemen, it is our great privilege today of having been joined in the conference by Honorable Justice Susan Kumar, former Judge Senior of India and former Chairperson, National Green Tribunal.
Yes. Firstly, good afternoon to all of you. Well, at the very outset, I would like to convey my sincere sense of gratitude to Mr. Garg of the Energy and Environmental Foundation, Mr. Rajdhan is, besides being a bureaucrat for all his life, has been a very eminent person in the field of environment, and his association with this foundation is of a very high order. Well, I would think that the topic that the foundation has picked up for discussion over which you had this summit, sustainable future fuel for global climate change and challenges. Well, if we look into the principle of sustainable development, it is a principle of universal application. It applies to environmental jurisprudence across the board. Whether we talk of climate change, whether we talk of development, whether we talk of the water, whether we talk of energy or any facet of our living, these are the very fundamental principle of sustainable development. You just heard some of the comments with relation to the need of the present society. We all know and very well that after a few years, fossil fuel reserves will be exhausted as the consumption is increasing rapidly. Due to increasing consumption of fossil fuels for transportation and other activities, we have caused an irreversible damage to the environment, as we can see around us the impact of global warming or climate change. The times have come when we need to look towards an alternative of fossil fuel. Not only we need to resolve this at a national level, but we need to resolve this issue at a global level, because environment is primarily a global subject, because neither the water nor the air nor the natural disasters nor the geographical limitations that have been created by us, the humanity, all over the globe. So taking that, and as you see today, the climate change has worsened at the hands of the human society, for countries, and many scientific efforts have been made since the first political acknowledgement in order to avoid ongoing and potential impacts of climate change. Mitigation technologies have been developed in order to adapt to the issue. Each invention belongs to one of the four specific groups of efforts. It is very important that we adopt a holistic approach in relation to finding alternatives to the fossil fuel. Because fossil fuel, as you all know, is a direct source for change on the emissions of green gases and consequently the climate change. Hydrogen and fuel cells are now widely regarded as one of the key energy solutions for 21st century. These technologies will contribute significantly to a reduction in the environmental impact, enhanced energy security, and creation of new energy industries. Biogas or renewable gas is a source of renewable energy produced from the cremation of organic waste. It is a renewable supplement for natural gas and can be used for electricity and heat production. The increasing use of natural gas in transportation is contributing to the significant long-term cost saving, while greatly improving an air quality. As a transportation fuel, natural gas can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 20% when compared with gasoline. Most importantly, natural gas offers great improvement in air quality. The term of biomass encompasses a wide spectrum of plant materials and the range from agriculture and forestry waste to municipal waste to corporation to crops growing specifically to make biofuels such as biomethane and biodiesel. These are some of the options which are available to us today so that we can cause protection of our environment. When we use the biomethane instead of gasoline, we help in reducing atmospheric CO2 in 3 ways. We avoid the emissions associated with gasoline. We allow the CO2 content of the fossil fuel to remain in storage. We provide a mechanism for CO2 absorption by growing new biomass for fuels. Because of their compatibility with natural carbon cycle, biofuels offer and most beneficially alternative for reducing greenhouse gases from transportation sector. Besides this, we have to think about green technology today. Mere improvements at a very static level may not provide an appropriate solution. Therefore, we need to have green technology which signifies any kind of environment-friendly or clean technology that would come. And these scientific advances improve technological innovations for climate change mitigation can be, amongst others, energy efficiency improvements, nuclear energy, carbon capture storage are few of the subjects which need to be examined. Today, when we talk of energy, practically the renewable or the alternative green sources of energy, whether we talk of solar energy, whether we talk of nuclear energy, whether we talk of hydro, as opposed to coal. But today the controversy and issues all over the world are being matter of great debate, particularly in relation to developing countries. It is said that the solar energy, the waste you are going to generate after a few years out of the plates, wonder we will have absolute foolproof mechanism to deal with that waste which will be generated as a result of production of solar energy because of the life of the plates and the content of the plates. Secondly, we look at hydro projects. Now, hydro project itself, if you go and see, now let's have a look at Uttarakhand just now, what we faced. We have to be very, very careful. That's why at the beginning of my talk, I said that sustainable development and doctrine of precautionary principle are the essence for any kind of development in any field of human life. But if we ignore these 2 principles, the cost that we will pay for it would be very heavy and probably most of the time unmanageable. They say that nuclear energy can lead to some accidents, but that's, of course, is an exception. So everything has nots and favors and against. So we have to balance out that, keeping in view human existence and the necessity for which they must exist, what will be the best course that we need to adopt. The most important measures that even the government can take for implementation of energy conservation is pricing policy, regulation and legislation, publicity campaigns, financial and fiscal initiative schemes. But the main concern of the industry switching to hydrogen economy may be given as follows. The top managers resist investing in new technology. Some managers think that the investigating largely into the new technology might lead to higher selling price of their product. Others may have lack of knowledge. But besides all this, as the heading of the topic shows, we need to look to the challenges that we are facing. The scientific and technical challenges for hydrogen economy may be given lowering the cost of hydrogen production, development of CO2-free route for the mass production of sustainable hydrogen at a competitive cost, development of a safe and efficient national infrastructure for hydrogen delivery and distribution. Now, this is one aspect. What we need to really look at is, as Mr. Rajan also mentioned, that we have to look for a holistic view and a progressive attitude which is not opposed to the well-known canons of environmental protection. Even if you are able to create sources of renewable or bioenergy, you have to take precautions that you do not generate another problem which itself may become an issue. Now, handling out the heavy vehicle trucks, this has been a very major issue in our country. And we are not conscious, the transportation sector, the building sector, they have to adopt a very, very cautious. I think what I put it very simply is that you have to have a mind of consciousness of environment. If you are not mentally conscious of environment, I think any development may not prove really useful to the society at large. Well, I really congratulate once again Mr. Garg, the foundation, and Mr. Adnan, and everybody present, and congratulate the winners of the awards under different categories. This shows the distinguished and outstanding work that they have done in their respective fields. I wish them all the well, and I hope that you will contribute to the society and the nation and not leave it merely a cost-effecting or profit-making mechanism. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Honorable Justice. Thank you. We have had this marvelous opportunity to listen to you and your suggestions and advices on green technologies.
Aishwarya, your voice is cutting. So I will just give a brief giving speech without an introduction. I have to thank you, Your Lordship, for sparing this time, though it is late for a few minutes. You have to go. And I have to thank all the award winners for their excellent work, and that was recognized. I have to thank Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Ministry of Coal, Niti Aayog for their support. I have to thank sponsors, Coal India, Oil India, GAIL, EIL, US Green Council, then Karamchand Thapar brothers, and Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay University. Award winners Shubham Garg, Aishwarya, and Ragni Garg. I have to thank Mr. Anil Rajdan, who is a pioneer and visionary, and Mr. Dr. V.K. Garg, who has formulated all the program. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Now this function is over and we see you sometime in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody, and well done, Dr. Garg and the team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Puneet, Aishwarya, and all the backroom workers without whom we could not have made a good program. The participation has been excellent, and I think we look forward to the next event with a greater reach. Thank you very much and best of luck to all of you and have a good year.
राजदान साहब, बुके देने का टाइम तो नहीं है, लेकिन रागनी घर को कर दीजिए ताकि घर में खुशी रहे.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. रागनी घर को आप खुश रखिए, बाकी हम लोग आप बाकी मैनेज कर लेंगे.
ठीक है सर. थैंक यू.
और पुनीत को शाबाश दे देना. He is a silent worker.
And Shubham also.
Shubham also, बिल्कुल. Shubham तो long distance worker है ना. He is माँ से दूर है, तो निडर काम कर रहा है.
Thank you, Uncle.
Okay, Shubham. Okay, all the best. And Dr. V.K. Garg, sir, thank you very much. A very old colleague and friend. Right, sir. Sign out. Garg साहब,
इस अलमारी के साथ ही कहीं चिपका हो क्या कुछ भी हो है ना
सर.
आपने स्वतंत्र कुमार जी को एक फॉर्मल लेटर ऑफ थैंक्स भेज देंगे.
ठीक है सर. ठीक है सर.
हमारी हौसला अफजाई करी हुई है इन्होंने 2-3 फंक्शन पे.
ठीक है सर.
Thank you and well done again. Thank you.
Yes, ड्राफ्ट करके भेजता हूँ, आप उसे ठीक कर दीजिएगा.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
अरे बात सुनो वहाँ तो ऊपर फिर वो कबूतर एक घर पर आ रहा है अरे बुलाया वो तो रोक है जगह खोलूं कर दो और आ गई Oh, I think that is. चला शुशु कराओ उठो शुशु उठो उठो बेबी शुशु बाबू उठो शुशु कराओ चलो 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 उठो उठो बेबी चलो आजा 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 उठो
security. I wish this event should come up to the new heights and given all the new idea to the energy sector of this country.
This Congress is to really bring about the best experiences that are being harnessed across the world for energy technologies, particularly for the petroleum, gas and coal sectors, to look at efficiencies, to look at some of the environmental issues, how they can be tackled, bring minds together and give some pertinent recommendations to governments so that particularly in a developing country, what we need to do on energy issues, how to promote entrepreneurship and how to make best use of the recent fall in energy prices.
I think we had a very good discussion this morning on some of the opportunities and challenges in the PetroCoal Congress. And I think what it says to you is that I think there's a greater need for bringing all of these different sectors together. And I think that's one of the things that comes out very strongly, which is not there in most of the other conferences or workshops that you go to. So I think this is a good beginning.
Sure, I think the last 2 days had been very informative. Especially it touched upon many aspects of the coal industry and the petrochemical industry and also the petroleum product industry. So other than informative, it was a good platform to meet many distinguished personalities from this industry. And our presentation on coal gasification and the petcoke gasification had been very well accepted. And I think on and on, it's a very good place to be in terms of energy and the chemicals industry. Thank you.
I'm very honored to have been invited to participate in this conference. I think, as we've heard from many speakers this morning, energy issues are truly a global issue, and so they're not restricted to any particular country. And of course, major countries like India and China and the United States play an outsized role in understanding the resource potential and also on the demand side of energy resources. So it's important for a conference such as this to bring together people from various countries of the world and other energy sectors such as the coal, petroleum, and gas industries, where we can have this conversation about what are the challenges, the common challenges, and the particular challenges of specific countries or specific energy sectors, and what kind of new technologies we can work on to develop or ideas that we can share with each other. And so really so far it's been a very successful conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the speakers throughout the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
This is the way the organizers claim that this is probably a unique conference where the energy is discussed in holistic manner, right from the fossil fuels, the coal and all other aspects. There are not many conferences which discuss, and Another thing which is very interesting is that a big participation of the students, because one of the most important factor which is going to affect, make or mar this industry is the big crew change which is taking place, and unless until it is supplemented by new workforce which is skilled in today's operation, this will not be effective. So from that viewpoint, I really compliment the organizers for this conference.
I think it's tackling a very important issue, the intersection of petroleum, coal, and natural gas. I think the discussions so far have been informative and helping us to gain a better understanding of where India faces challenges going forward in this area.
I think the Congress has done a pretty good job trying to create a synergy between like a petrol and coal. They are both fossil energies. And I think as India is progressing as one of the biggest booming country in the world, this is something, a critical issue we will have to manage as early as possible. And I think this conference did a great job.
Seems like it's going quite well. Unfortunately, I was not here yesterday, but today seems like a lot of interesting talks as well as a pretty good discussion, as we just saw on the coal gasification session.
It's been a fantastic conference so far. As I said in my speech, conferences like this, as India looks to grow its energy diversity, conferences such as this are a necessary process to ensure that the development and the growth is done in such a way that it's meaningful and beneficial for the country and everybody. So it's been a very, very good, knowledgeable, informational process so far. I'm very, very excited and happy to have been invited to join.
This is not the first PetroCoal I have attended, and every time I have attended, I have found that the interest and the technical content seems to be improving day by day. We are getting much more input from international speakers, international experts, and even great knowledge is being gathered by the Indian experts in this conference. It is an event that should be continued, and we hope that the declarations that we make and the conclusions that we draw we are able to send it across to government, and the government can persuade or request them to give due attention, because the conclusions I have seen drawn in at least this conference are very vital for the growth of the sector, both petrol and for the petroleum sector as well as the coal sector. And most importantly, I think there is a terrific realization in terms of the environment issues and the fact that the way the countries have proceeded and the way the countries have solved their problems involve innovation, and that point has been overstressed, and it should ring a bell somewhere.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be here at this conference. The morning session was a fascinating introduction to resources in India and how they fit in globally. Very interesting set of projections going forward, which showed just how important the Indian economy and its growth will be to the world's energy picture and to climate and environment as we go forward. Lots of great opportunities that have come up already in the conference, bringing together synergies among the different sectors in the oil, gas, and coal industries. And I look forward to talking later on in the conference about how some of the new technologies in these areas can also be an important part of making this a very exciting energy future here in India and in the rest of the world. So, very exciting conference so far, and I look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I think this Congress comes timely for India, and I'm very grateful to the organizer to have invited our organization, which is the Energy Charter Secretariat located in Europe, in Brussels. We have invited India to be part of our organization, and I will take the opportunity to meet officials in the margin of this conference. And what I heard this morning is fitting exactly with what we aim to do for the energy sector. I have been learning about potential investment, a lot of investment. I've been learning about infrastructure. I've been learning about needs for all this investment for a country like India, who has urged potential demand in energy due to the size of and the dynamism of this country. So it's timely because all these challenges are being faced by most of the countries. But in India, the magnitude of the situation in India is very important. This is the reason why I really encourage the government of India to consider to join our organization, which is an organization where we have now 65 countries, and we hope at the end of this year to have nearly 85 countries, including, of course, India, which is a major player in not only in the energy sector, but in the economic world. Thank you very much. And congratulations for the organizer of this perfect conference. Thank you.
So the Indian economy is on the cusp of growing substantially. Energy is going to be one of the most important elements which will determine the success of our growth. From that context, bringing the stakeholders' views on the table and taking them to the policymakers, decision makers is extremely important. So I think conference and the convention at this particular time of the year, and when energy policies are being molded for a long-term impact, my view is that the deliberations which are currently going on will have a serious and a very good impact on the policy making. Thank you.
It's a very good forum, having all the geoscientific community and the great personalities of this geoscientific world, and particularly the varied subjects were being covered in this particular Petro Congress, right from the exploration to the most advanced coal gasification aspects, and even the interaction of the personnel from ministry, also very good sign, and they can take the message to our beloved Prime Minister Modi ji, and it's a very good forum for all these aspects. Very nice. Thank you.
You know, my dear friend, this conference actually tells me this is a forum which is the only forum where coal, petroleum and gas are discussed. It is excellently being organized and doing very well.
I have been privileged to be an awardee for Global Excellence Award, and I must thank the organizers, especially Dr. Anil Garg, who had been my colleague for over the last 30 years, and his wife, who have supported Dr. Garg in raising this platform of PetroCoal Congress. And I'm impressed by his initiative of involving young students and engineering graduates to work for organizing this event. And I have all praise for the young students, boys and girls, who have been highly motivated and excited to see that the event is a success. Thank you.
You know, this conference is mainly related to World PetroCoal Congress. It consists of both hydrocarbons like oil, gas, and also coal. So this is almost like a unique conference in India, such a conference being held in Delhi. And then I'm, as a part of JERMI, my institute, Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute, we are promoting a lot of skilled manpower.
It's a very important conference because the major sector of the energy is come from the petrol and the coal, and India has to do a lot. India is doing, but still India has achieved very lot because, and especially for the development of the coal and the hydrocarbon sector, the skill development is very important. And I think we, being a chancellor of the NIMS University, this university, I am having some talk tomorrow. So a lot of skill development is needed as far as exploration is concerned, as far as finding out the project is concerned, as far as pipeline is concerned, refinery is concerned. So a lot of things are required, and then though by making the skill and modifying the skill, I think we can achieve a lot. And now India is the 10th country in the world in this program, and I think with this skill development in this sector, India may be second, third, fourth, fifth. And I think is all we should wish for this, that our skill development program should succeed. And NIMS University, I will tell you tomorrow, the NIMS University is doing a lot of work in skill development of the oil and petro gas and the coal sector. Thank you very much.
Very well organized, very well done, and quite number of words have been covered, and people from different countries have come. The good sharing of the thoughts and technologies, and it's really beneficial. It's really beneficial, Congress.
I must compliment the organizers for making this opportunity available to vast sections of society, which not only includes the industry experts, but I find many students, and which is a very important aspect for them to know about energy, its future, and what role they can play. So it's going to significantly contribute to the future of energy. I find that the content of the entire program for 3 days was very well thought of. All aspects of various forms of energy that have been discussed, which not only includes petroleum, but it includes nuclear, it includes renewable energies, natural gas. And I'm sure the deliberations that have taken place and many learned speakers who have come from different parts of the industry, their suggestions, their recommendations will be very valuable. And I would suggest that a very concise and precise recommendations should be given to the government for their consideration, and as well as to the industry. What industry should do, what government should do. I wish this organization a great success, and I hope they will continue organizing this conference every year.
The Congress has been very successful because the objective which was laid down, it has been quite covered. And I hope that the things which have been given out, that must finally be accepted and done.
Today I attend 5th PetroCoal Congress. This is a good event. This is creating awareness within the country regarding the energy security. I wish this event should come up to the new heights and given all the new idea to the energy sector of this country.
This Congress is to really bring about the best experiences that are being harnessed across the world for energy technologies, particularly for the petroleum, gas and coal sectors, to look at efficiencies, to look at some of the environmental issues, how they can be tackled, bring minds together and give some pertinent recommendations to governments, so that particularly in a developing country, what we need to do on energy issues, how to promote entrepreneurship, and how to make best use of the recent fall in energy prices.
I think we had a very good discussion this morning on some of the opportunities and challenges in the PetroCoal Congress. And I think what it says to you is that I think there's a greater need for bringing all of these different sectors together. And I think that's one of the things that comes out very strongly, which is not there in most of the other conferences or workshops that you go to. So I think this is a good beginning.
Sure, I think the last 2 days had been very informative. Especially it touched upon many aspects of the coal industry and the petrochemical industry and also the petroleum product industry. So other than informative, it was a good platform to meet many distinguished personalities from this industry. And our presentation on coal gasification and the petcoke gasification had been very well accepted. And I think on and on it's a very good place to be in terms of energy and the chemicals industry. Thank you.
I'm very honored to have been invited to participate in this conference. I think, as we've heard from many speakers this morning, energy issues are truly a global issue, and so they're not restricted to any particular country. And of course, major countries like India and China and the United States play an outsized role in understanding the resource potential and also on the demand side of energy resources. So it's important for a conference such as this to bring together people from various countries of the world and other energy sectors such as the coal, petroleum, and gas industries, where we can have this conversation about what are the challenges, the common challenges, and the particular challenges of specific countries or specific energy sectors, and what kind of new technologies we can work on to develop, or ideas that we can share with each other. And so really so far it's been a very successful conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the speakers throughout the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
This is the way the organizers claim that this is probably a unique conference where the energy is discussed in holistic manner, right from the fossil fuels, the coal, and all other aspects. There are not many conferences which discuss, and another thing which is very interesting is that a big participation of the students, because one of the most important factors which is going to affect, make or mar this industry is the big crew change which is taking place, and unless until it is supplemented by new workforce which is skilled in today's operation, this will not be effective. So from that viewpoint, I really compliment the organizers for this conference.
I think it's tackling a very important issue, the intersection of petroleum, coal, and natural gas. I think the discussions so far have been informative and helping us to gain a better understanding of where India faces challenges going forward in this area.
I think the Congress has done a pretty good job trying to create a synergy between like a petrol and coal. They are both fossil energies. And I think as India is progressing as one of the biggest booming country in the world, this is something, a critical issue we will have to manage as early as possible. And I think this conference did a great job.
Seems like it's going quite well. Unfortunately, I was not here yesterday, but today seems like a lot of interesting talks as well as a pretty good discussion, as we just saw on the coal gasification session.
It's been a fantastic conference so far. As I said in my speech, conferences like this, as India looks to grow its energy diversity, conferences such as this are a necessary process to ensure that the development and the growth is done in such a way that it's meaningful and beneficial for the country and everybody. So it's been a very, very good, knowledgeable, informational process so far. I'm very, very excited and happy to have been invited to join.
This is not the first PetroCoal I have attended, and every time I have attended, I have found that the interest and the technical content seems to be improving day by day. We are getting much more input from international speakers, international experts, and even great knowledge is being gathered by the Indian experts in this conference. It is an event that should be continued, and we hope that the declarations that we make and the conclusions that we draw we are able to send it across to government, and the government can persuade or request them to give due attention, because the conclusions I have seen drawn in at least this conference are very vital for the growth of the sector, both petrol and for the petroleum sector as well as the coal sector. And most importantly, I think there is a terrific realization in terms of the environment issues and the fact that the way the countries have proceeded and the way the countries have solved their problems involve innovation, and that point has been overstressed, and it should ring a bell somewhere.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be here at this conference. The morning session was a fascinating introduction to resources in India and how they fit in globally. Very interesting set of projections going forward, which showed just how important the Indian economy and its growth will be to the world's energy picture and to climate and environment as we go forward. Lots of great opportunities that have come up already in the conference, bringing together synergies among the different sectors in the oil, gas, and coal industries. And I look forward to talking later on in the conference about how some of the new technologies in these areas can also be an important part of making this a very exciting energy future here in India and in the rest of the world. So, very exciting conference so far, and I look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I think this Congress comes timely for India, and I'm very grateful to the organizer to have invited our organization, which is the Energy Charter Secretariat located in Europe, in Brussels. We have invited India to be part of our organization, and I will take the opportunity to meet officials in the margin of this conference. And what I heard this morning is fitting exactly with what we aim to do for the energy sector. I have been learning about potential investment, a lot of investment. I've been learning about infrastructure. I've been learning about needs for all this investment for a country like India, who has urged potential demand in energy due to the size of and the dynamism of this country. So it's timely because all these challenges are being faced by most of the countries. But in India, the magnitude of the situation in India is very important. This is the reason why I really encourage the government of India to consider to join our organization, which is an organization where we have now 65 countries, and we hope at the end of this year to have nearly 85 countries, including, of course, India, which is a major player in not only in the energy sector, but in the economic world. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the organizer of this perfect conference. Thank you.
So the Indian economy is on the cusp of growing substantially. Energy is going to be one of the most important elements which will determine the success of our growth. From that context, bringing the stakeholders' views on the table and taking them to the policymakers, decision makers is extremely important. So I think conference and the convention at this particular time of the year, and when energy policies are being molded for a long-term impact, my view is that the deliberations which are currently going on will have a serious and a very good impact on the policy making. Thank you.
It is a very good forum, having all the geoscientific community and the great personalities of this geoscientific world, and particularly the varied subjects were being covered in this particular Petro Congress, right from the exploration to the most advanced coal gasification aspects, and even the interaction of the personnel from ministry, also very good sign, and they can take the message to our beloved Prime Minister Modi ji, and it's a very good forum for all these aspects. Very nice. Thank you.
You know, my dear friend, this conference actually tells me this is a forum which is the only forum where coal, petroleum and gas are discussed. It is excellently being organized and doing very well.
I have been privileged to be an awardee for Global Excellence Award, and I must thank the organizers, especially Dr. Anil Garg, who had been my colleague for over the last 30 years, and his wife, who have supported Dr. Garg in raising this platform of PetroCoal Congress. And I'm impressed by his initiative of involving young students and engineering graduates to work for organizing this event, and I have all praise for the young students, boys and girls, who have been highly motivated and excited to see that the event is a success. Thank you.
This conference is mainly related to World PetroCoal Congress. It consists of both hydrocarbons like oil, gas, and also coal. So this is almost like a unique conference in India, with such a conference being held in Delhi. And then I'm as a part of JERMI, my institute, Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute. We are promoting a lot of skilled manpower.
It's a very important conference because the major sector of the energy is come from the petrol and the coal, and India has to do a lot. India is doing, but still India has achieved very lot because, and especially for the development of the coal and the hydrocarbon sector, the skill development is very important. And I think we, being a chancellor of the NIMS University, this university, I am making some talk tomorrow. So a lot of skill development is needed as far as exploration is concerned, as far as finding out the project is concerned, as far as pipeline is concerned, refinery is concerned. So a lot of things are required, and then though by making the skill and modifying the skill, I think we can achieve a lot. And now India is the 10th country in the world in this program, and I think with this skill development in this sector, India may be second, third, fourth, fifth, and I think is all we should wish for this, that our skill development program should succeed. And NIMS University, I will tell you tomorrow, the NIMS University is doing a lot of work in the skill development of the oil and petro gas and the coal sector. Thank you very much.
Very well organized, very well done, and quite numerous words have been covered, and people from different countries have come. The good sharing of the thoughts and technologies, and it's really beneficial. It's really beneficial Congress.
I must compliment the organizers for making this opportunity available to vast sections of society, which not only includes the industry experts, but I find lot many students, and which is a very important aspect for them to know about energy, its future, and what role they can play. So it's going to significantly contribute to the future of energy. I find that the content of the entire program for 3 days was very well thought of. All aspects of various forms of energy that have been discussed, which not only includes petroleum, but it includes nuclear, it includes renewable energies, natural gas. And I'm sure the deliberations that have taken place and many learned speakers who have come from different parts of the industry, their suggestions, their recommendations will be very valuable. And I would suggest that a very concise and precise recommendations should be given to the government for their consideration, and as well as to the industry. What industry should do, what government should do. I wish this organization a great success, and I hope they will continue organizing this conference every year.
The Congress has been very successful because the objective which was laid down, it has been quite covered. And I hope that the things which have been given out, that must finally be accepted and done.
Today I attend 5th PetroCoal Congress, This is a good event. This is creating awareness within the country regarding the energy security. I wish this event should come up to the new heights and given all the new idea to the energy sector of this country.
This Congress is to really bring about the best experiences that are being harnessed across the world for energy technologies, particularly for the petroleum, gas and coal sectors, to look at efficiencies, to look at some of the environmental issues, how they can be tackled, bring minds together and give some pertinent recommendations to governments so that particularly in a developing country, what we need to do on energy issues, how to promote entrepreneurship and how to make best use of the recent fall in energy prices.
I think we had a very good discussion this morning on some of the opportunities and challenges in the PetroCoal Congress. And I think what it says to you is that I think there's a greater need for bringing all of these different sectors together. And I think that's one of the things that comes out very strongly, which is not there in most of the other conferences or workshops that you go to. So I think this is a good beginning.
Sure, I think the last 2 days had been very informative. Especially it touched upon many aspects of the coal industry and the petrochemical industry and also the petroleum product industry. So other than informative, it was a good platform to meet many distinguished personalities from this industry. And our presentation on coal gasification and the petcoke gasification had been very well accepted. And I think on and on it's a very good place to be in terms of energy and the chemicals industry. Thank you.
I'm very honored to have been invited to participate in this conference. I think, as we've heard from many speakers this morning, energy issues are truly a global issue, and so they're not restricted to any particular country. And of course, major countries like India and China and the United States play an outsized role in understanding the resource potential and also on the demand side of energy resources. So it's important for a conference such as this to bring together people from various countries of the world and other energy sectors such as the coal, petroleum, and gas industries, where we can have this conversation about what are the challenges, the common challenges, and the particular challenges of specific countries or specific energy sectors, and what kind of new technologies we can work on to develop or ideas that we can share with each other. And so really so far it's been a very successful conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the speakers throughout the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
This is the way the organizers claim that this is probably a unique conference where the energy is discussed in holistic manner, right from the fossil fuels, the coal, and all other aspects. There are not many conferences which discuss, and another thing which is very interesting is that a big participation of the students, because one of the most important factor which is going to affect, make or mar this industry is the big crew change which is taking place, and unless until it is supplemented by new workforce which is skilled in today's operation, this will not be effective. So from that viewpoint, I really compliment the organizers for this conference.
I think it's tackling a very important issue, the intersection of petroleum, coal, and natural gas. I think the discussions so far have been informative and helping us to gain a better understanding of where India faces challenges going forward in this area.
I think the Congress has done a pretty good job trying to create a synergy between like a petrol and coal. They are both fossil energies. And I think as India is progressing as one of the biggest booming country in the world, this is something, a critical issue we will have to manage as early as possible. And I think this conference did a great job.
Seems like it's going quite well. Unfortunately, I was not here yesterday, but today seems like a lot of interesting talks as well as a pretty good discussion, as we just saw on the coal gasification session.
It's been a fantastic conference so far. As I said in my speech, conferences like this, as India looks to grow its energy diversity. Conferences such as this are a necessary process to ensure that the development and the growth is done in such a way that it's meaningful and beneficial for the country and everybody. So it's been a very, very good, knowledgeable, informational process so far. I'm very, very excited and happy to have been invited to join.
This is not the first PetroCoal I have attended, and every time I have attended, I found that the interest and the technical content seems to be improving day by day. We are getting much more input from international speakers, international experts, and even great knowledge is being gathered by the Indian experts in this conference. It is an event that should be continued, and we hope that the declarations that we make and the conclusions that we draw we are able to send it across to government, and the government can persuade or request them to give due attention, because the conclusions I have seen drawn in at least this conference are very vital for the growth of the sector, both petrol and for the petroleum sector as well as the coal sector. And most importantly, I think there is a terrific realization in terms of the environment issues and the fact that the way the countries have proceeded and the way the countries have solved their problems involve innovation, and that point has been overstressed, and it should ring a bell somewhere.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be here at this conference. The morning session was a fascinating introduction to resources in India and how they fit in globally. Very interesting set of projections going forward, which showed just how important the Indian economy and its growth will be to the world's energy picture and to climate and environment as we go forward. Lots of great opportunities that have come up already in the conference, bringing together synergies among the different sectors in the oil, gas, and coal industries. And I look forward to talking later on in the conference about how some of the new technologies in these areas can also be an important part of making this a very exciting energy future here in India and in the rest of the world. So, very exciting conference so far, and I look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I think this Congress comes timely for India, and I'm very grateful to the organizer to have invited our organization, which is the Energy Charter Secretariat located in Europe, in Brussels. We have invited India to be part of our organization, and I will take the opportunity to meet officials in the margin of this conference. And what I heard this morning is fitting exactly with what we aim to do for the energy sector. I have been learning about potential investment, a lot of investment. I've been learning about infrastructure. I've been learning about needs for all this investment for a country like India, who has urged potential demand in energy due to the size of and the dynamism of this country. So it's timely because all these challenges are being faced by most of the countries. But in India, the magnitude of the situation in India is very important. This is the reason why I really encourage the government of India to consider to join our organization, which is an organization where we have now 65 countries, and we hope at the end of this year to have nearly 85 countries, including, of course, India, which is a major player in not only in the energy sector, but in the economic world. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the organizer of this perfect conference. Thank you.
So the Indian economy is on the cusp of growing substantially. Energy is going to be one of the most important elements which will determine the success of our growth. From that context, bringing the stakeholders' views on the table and taking them to the policymakers, decision makers is extremely important. So I think conference and the convention at this particular time of the year, and when energy policies are being molded for a long-term impact. My view is that the deliberations which are currently going on will have a serious and a very good impact on the policy making. Thank you.
It is a very good forum, having all the geoscientific community and the great personalities of this geoscientific world, and particularly the varied subjects were being covered in this particular Petro Congress, right from the exploration to the most advanced coal gasification aspects, and even the interaction of the personnel from ministry also very good sign, and they can take the message to our beloved Prime Minister Modi ji, and it's a very good forum for all these aspects. Very nice. Thank you.
You know, my dear friend, this conference actually tells me this is a forum which is the only forum where coal, petroleum and gas are discussed. It is excellently being organized and doing very well.
I have been privileged to be an awardee for Global Excellence Award, and I must thank the organizers, especially Dr. Anil Garg, who had been my colleague for over the last 30 years, and his wife, who have supported Dr. Garg in raising this platform of PetroCoal Congress. And I'm impressed by his initiative of involving young students and engineering graduates to work for organizing this event. And I have all praise for the young students, boys and girls, who have been highly motivated and excited to see that the event is a success. Thank you.
You know, this conference is mainly related to World PetroCoal Congress. It consists of both hydrocarbons like oil, gas, and also coal. So this is almost like a unique conference in India, with such a conference being held in Delhi. And then I'm, as a part of JERMI, my institute, Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute, we are promoting a lot of skilled manpower.
It's a very important conference because the major sector of the energy is come from the petrol and the coal, and India has to do a lot. India is doing, but still India has achieved very lot because, and especially for the development of the coal and the hydrocarbon sector, the skill development is very important. And I think we, being a chancellor of the NIMS University, this university, I am having some talk tomorrow. So a lot of skill development is needed as far as exploration is concerned, as far as finding out the project is concerned, as far as pipeline is concerned, refinery is concerned. So a lot of things are required. And then though by making the skill and modifying the skill, I think we can achieve a lot. And now India is the 10th country in the world in this program. And I think with this skill development in this sector, India may be second, third, fourth, fifth. And I think is all we should wish for this, that our skill development program should succeed. And NIMS University, I will tell you tomorrow, the NIMS University is doing a lot of work in the skill development of the oil and petro gas and the coal sector. Thank you very much.
Very well organized, very well done, and quite number of aspects have been covered, and people from different countries have come. The good sharing of the thoughts and technologies, and it's really beneficial. It's really beneficial Congress.
I must compliment the organizers for making this opportunity available to vast sections of society, which not only includes the industry experts, but I find lot many students, and which is a very important aspect for them to know about energy, its future, and what role they can play. So it's going to significantly contribute to the future of energy. I find that the content of the entire program for 3 days was very well thought of. all aspects of various forms of energy that have been discussed, which not only includes petroleum, but it includes nuclear, it includes renewable energies, natural gas. And I'm sure the deliberations that have taken place and many learned speakers who have come from different parts of the industry, their suggestions, their recommendations will be very valuable. And I would suggest that a very concise and precise recommendations should be given to the government for their consideration, and as well as to the industry. What industry should do, what government should do. I wish this organization a great success, and I hope they will continue organizing this conference every year.
The Congress has been very successful because the objective which was laid down, it has been quite covered. And I hope that the things which have been given out, that must finally be accepted and done.
Today I attend 5th PetroCoal Congress. This is a good event. This is creating awareness within the country regarding the energy security. I wish this event should come up to the new heights and given all the new idea to the energy sector of this country.
This Congress is to really bring about the best experiences that are being harnessed across the world for energy technologies, particularly for the petroleum, gas and coal sectors, to look at efficiencies, to look at some of the environmental issues, how they can be tackled, bring minds together and give some pertinent recommendations to governments, so that particularly in a developing country, what we need to do on energy issues, how to promote entrepreneurship, and how to make best use of the recent fall in energy prices.
I think we had a very good discussion this morning on some of the opportunities and challenges in the PetroCoal Congress. And I think what it says to you is that I think there's a greater need for bringing all of these different sectors together. And I think that's one of the things that comes out very strongly, which is not there in most of the other conferences or workshops that you go to. So I think this is a good beginning.
Sure, I think the last 2 days had been very informative. Especially it touched upon many aspects of the coal industry and the petrochemical industry and also the petroleum product industry. So other than informative, it was a good platform to meet many distinguished personalities from this industry. And our presentation on coal gasification and the petcoke gasification had been very well accepted. And I think on and on, it's a very good place to be in terms of energy and the chemicals industry. Thank you.
I'm very honored to have been invited to participate in this conference. I think, as we've heard from many speakers this morning, energy issues are truly a global issue, and so they're not restricted to any particular country. And of course, major countries like India and China and the United States play an outsized role in understanding the resource potential and also on the demand side of energy resources. So it's important for a conference such as this to bring together people from various countries of the world and other energy sectors, such as the coal, petroleum, and gas industries, where we can have this conversation about what are the challenges, the common challenges, and the particular challenges of specific countries or specific energy sectors, and what kind of new technologies we can work on to develop, or ideas that we can share with each other. And so really so far it's been a very successful conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the speakers throughout the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
This is the way the organizers claim that this is probably a unique conference where the energy is discussed in holistic manner, right from the fossil fuels, the coal, and all other aspects. There are not many conferences which discuss, and another thing which is very interesting is that a big participation of the students, because one of the most important factor which is going to affect, make or mar this industry is the big crew change which is taking place, and unless until it is supplemented by new workforce which is skilled in today's operation, this will not be effective. So from that viewpoint, I really compliment the organizers for this conference.
I think it's tackling a very important issue, the intersection of petroleum, coal, and natural gas. I think the discussions so far have been informative and helping us to gain a better understanding of where India faces challenges going forward in this area.
I think the Congress has done a pretty good job trying to create a synergy between like a petrol and coal. They are both fossil energies. And I think as India is progressing as one of the biggest booming country in the world, this is something, a critical issue we will have to manage as early as possible. And I think this conference did a great job.
Seems like it's going quite well. Unfortunately, I was not here yesterday, but today seems like a lot of interesting talks as well as a pretty good discussion, as we just saw on the coal gasification session.
It's been a fantastic conference so far. As I said in my speech, conferences like this, as India looks to grow its energy diversity, conferences such as this are a necessary process to ensure that the development and the growth is done in such a way that it's meaningful and beneficial for the country and everybody. So it's been a very, very good, knowledgeable, informational process so far. I'm very, very excited and happy to have been invited to join.
This is not the first PetroCoal I have attended, and every time I have attended, I have found that the interest and the technical content seems to be improving day by day. We are getting much more input from international speakers, international experts, and even great knowledge is being gathered by the Indian experts in this conference. It is an event that should be continued, and we hope that the declarations that we make and the conclusions that we draw, we are able to send it across to government, and the government can persuade or request them to give due attention, because the conclusions I have seen drawn in at least this conference are very vital for the growth of the sector, both petrol and for the petroleum sector as well as the coal sector. And most importantly, I think there is a terrific realization in terms of the environment issues and the fact that the way the countries have proceeded and the way the countries have solved the problems involve innovation, and that point has been overstressed, and it should ring a bell somewhere.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be here at this conference. The morning session was a fascinating introduction to resources in India and how they fit in globally. Very interesting set of projections going forward, which showed just how important the Indian economy and its growth will be to the world's energy picture and to climate and environment as we go forward. Lots of great opportunities that have come up already in the conference, bringing together synergies among the different sectors in the oil, gas, and coal industries. And I look forward to talking later on in the conference about how some of the new technologies in these areas can also be an important part of making this a very exciting energy future here in India and in the rest of the world. So, very exciting conference so far, and I look forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
I think this Congress comes timely for India, and I'm very grateful to the organizer to have invited our organization, which is the Energy Charter Secretariat located in Europe, in Brussels. We have invited India to be part of our organization, and I will take the opportunity to meet officials in the margin of this conference. And what I heard this morning is fitting exactly with what we aim to do for the energy sector. I have been learning about potential investment, a lot of investment. I've been learning about infrastructure. I've been learning about needs for all this investment for a country like India, who has urged potential demand in energy due to the size of and the dynamism of this country. So it's timely because all these challenges are being faced by most of the countries. But in India, the magnitude of the situation in India is very important. This is the reason why I really encourage the government of India to consider to join our organization, which is an organization where we have now 65 countries, and we hope at the end of this year to have nearly 85 countries, including, of course, India, which is a major player in not only in the energy sector, but in the economic world. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the organizer of this perfect conference. Thank you.
So the Indian economy is on the cusp of growing substantially. Energy is going to be one of the most important elements which will determine the success of our growth. From that context, bringing the stakeholders' views on the table and taking them to the policymakers, decision makers is extremely important. So I think conference and the convention at this particular time of the year, and when energy policies are being molded for a long-term impact, my view is that the deliberations which are currently going on will have a serious and a very good impact on the policy making. Thank you.
It is a very good forum, having all the geoscientific community and the great personalities of this geoscientific world, and particularly the varied subjects were being covered in this particular Petro Congress, right from the exploration to the most advanced coal gasification aspects, and even the interaction of the personnel from ministry, also very good sign, and they can take the message to our beloved Prime Minister Modi ji, and it's a very good forum for all these aspects. Very nice. Thank you.
You know, my dear friend, this conference actually tells me this is a forum which is the only forum where coal, petroleum and gas are discussed. It's excellently being organized and doing very well.
I have been privileged to be an awardee for Global Excellence Award, and I must thank the organizers, especially Dr. Anil Garg, who had been my colleague for over the last 30 years, and his wife, who have supported Dr. Garg in raising this platform of PetroCoal Congress. And I'm impressed by his initiative of involving young students and engineering graduates to work for organizing this event. And I have all praise for the young students, boys and girls, who have been highly motivated and excited to see that the event is a success. Thank you.
You know, this conference is mainly related to World PetroCoal Congress. It consists of both hydrocarbons like oil, gas, and also coal. So this is almost like a unique conference in India, such a conference being held in Delhi. And then I'm, as a part of JERMI, my institute, Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute, we are promoting a lot of skilled manpower.
It's a very important conference because the major sector of the energy is come from the petrol and the coal, and India has to do a lot. India is doing, but still India has achieved very lot because, and especially for the development of the coal and the hydrocarbon sector, The skill development is very important, and I think we, being a chancellor of the NIMS University, this university, I am having some talk tomorrow. So a lot of skill development is needed as far as exploration is concerned, as far as finding out the project is concerned, as far as pipeline is concerned, refinery is concerned. So a lot of things are required, and then though by making the skill and modifying the skill, I think we can achieve a lot. And now India is 10th country in the world in this program, and I think with this skill development in this sector, India may be second, third, fourth, fifth, and I think is all we should wish for this, that our skill development program should succeed. And NIMS University, I will tell you tomorrow, the NIMS University is doing a lot of work in the skill development of the oil and petro gas and the coal sector. Thank you very much.
Very well organized, very well done, and quite number of aspects have been covered, and people from different countries have come. The good sharing of the thoughts and technologies, and it's really beneficial. It's really beneficial, Congress.
I must compliment the organizers for making this opportunity available to vast sections of society, which not only includes the industry experts, but I find many students, and which is a very important aspect for them to know about energy, its future, and what role they can play. So it's going to significantly contribute to the future of energy. I find that the content of the entire program for 3 days was very well thought of. All aspects of various forms of energy that have been discussed, which not only includes petroleum, but it includes nuclear, it includes renewable energies, natural gas. And I'm sure the deliberations that have taken place and many learned speakers who have come from different parts of the industry, their suggestions, their recommendations will be very valuable. And I would suggest that a very concise and precise recommendations should be given to the government for their consideration, and as well as to the industry. What industry should do, what government should do. I wish this organization a great success, and I hope they will continue organizing this conference every year.
The Congress has been very successful because the objective which was laid down, it has been quite covered. And I hope that the things which have been given out, that must finally be accepted and done.
Today I attend 5th PetroCoal Congress. This is a good event. This is creating awareness within the country regarding the energy security. I wish this event should come up to the new heights and given all the new idea to the energy sector of this country.
This Congress is to really bring about the best experiences that are being harnessed across the world for energy technologies, particularly for the petroleum, gas and coal sectors, to look at efficiencies, to look at some of the environmental issues, how they can be tackled, bring minds together and give some pertinent recommendations to governments, so that particularly in a developing country, what we need to do on energy issues, how to promote entrepreneurship, and how to make best use of the recent fall in energy prices.
I think we had a very good discussion this morning on some of the opportunities and challenges in the PetroCoal Congress. And I think what it says to you is that I think there's a greater need for bringing all of these different sectors together. And I think that's one of the things that comes out very strongly, which is not there in most of the other conferences or workshops that you go to. So I think this is a good beginning.
Sure, I think the last 2 days had been very informative. Especially, it touched upon many aspects of the coal industry and the petrochemical industry and also the petroleum product industry. So, other than informative, it was a good platform to meet many distinguished personalities from this industry. And our presentation on coal gasification and the petcoke gasification had been very well accepted. And I think on and on it's a very good place to be in terms of energy and the chemicals industry. Thank you.
I'm very honored to have been invited to participate in this conference. I think, as we've heard from many speakers this morning, energy issues are truly a global issue, and so they're not restricted to any particular country. And of course, major countries like India and China and the United States play an outsized role in understanding the resource potential and also on the demand side of energy resources. So it's important for a conference such as this to bring together people from various countries of the world and other energy sectors such as the coal, petroleum, and gas industries, where we can have this conversation about what are the challenges, the common challenges, and the particular challenges of specific countries or specific energy sectors, and what kind of new technologies we can work on to develop, or ideas that we can share with each other. And so really so far it's been a very successful conference, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the speakers throughout the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
This is the way the organizers claim that this is probably a unique conference where the energy is discussed in holistic manner, right from the fossil fuels, the coal, and all other aspects. There are not many conferences which discuss, and another thing which is very interesting is that a big participation of the students, because one of the most important factor which is going to affect, make or mar this industry is the big crew change which is taking place, and unless until it is supplemented by new workforce which is skilled in today's operation, this will not be effective. So from that viewpoint, I really compliment the organizers for this conference.
I think it's tackling a very important issue, the intersection of petroleum, coal, and natural gas. I think the discussions so far have been informative and helping us.
Welcome, sir. Gautam sir, welcome. गौतम साहब वेलकम, आपका म्यूट है. Sharma साहब वेलकम.
Now can you hear me?
Sharma sir is joining in 2 minutes time, sir.
Yeah,
Okay,
no problem.
Okay.
Now, Garg Sahab, can you hear me?
Yeah, by all means.
Thank you so much.
Sunil ji, thank you very much. Singhal साहब.
Thank you, sir, inviting for me.
Okay. गौतम साहब, आपका जो प्रेजेंटेशन है उसे देख लीजिए एक बार, ठीक है?
How to see?
Same way. पुनीत?
हाँ जी सर.
ये गौतम साहब का लोड कर दो.
हाँ जी.
ड्राई रन हो जाएगा ना सर, अभी 5
ठीक है जी,
मिनट.
अच्छा है. I'll be relieved too.
जी. बहुत अच्छा हो गया. कल से अभी तक मिनिस्टर के और सेक्रेटरीज के आने से तो थोड़ा और अच्छा रहा।
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा रहा। I have attended. Kark साहब, I was there.
Okay, great, sir. Thank you for your time.
नहीं, I was there.
Sir, it's 1:56, 4 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Whenever you say, we will start live.
Okay. Say just after say 4 minutes, you can just come and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Or 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sure, sir.
Live.
Okay, sir. I'm here. Whenever you tell me, I will
Okay.
start. Thank you, sir.
Okay. And it should be properly recorded.
Yes, sir. Sure.
हेलो जी सर, बताएं सर।
एनएम गौतम की फाइल है ना आपके पास सर? एनएम गौतम की फाइल है आपके पास?
Hello.
Yes, sir, गौतम साहब।
हाँ ना, वो ठीक है। मैंने देख लिया है, but on my saying somebody will change the slide ना?
You can ask Puneet to do it.
हाँ, तो वही पुनीत को बोल दीजिए. When I will say change, you will change.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
आप बोल
I will
दीजिए।
do, sir.
ठीक है, फिर ना।
Sharma साहब, welcome after so many years.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. How are you, Dr. Saab?
After so many years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. After a long time.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for your support.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your encouragement.
Thank you
to
so much.
remain in this sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You are welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Anil. Good. You can see me now?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
So we will start within next 2 minutes, sir.
Sure, I'm standing by. Don't have slides, but I'm going to only speak extempore.
No problem. Your chairman is here. We are Sharma Saab. So
Yeah. Sharma ji.
Yes, please. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Nice. I'm not seeing you yet on the screen.
Yes, I'm there. I'm there.
You're there. Yes.
A smart boy is always there.
He's pioneering the gasification. He invited me to Angul. I went and visited him. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bhattiga ji has not come.
Sir, I am sharing the screen from my side. Kindly check, please.
You can check. I mean,
Yes.
This is the time. First slide is okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And I think you have our presentation also, a JSPL presentation.
Okay, sir.
I think you already have that, I think. Otherwise, I'll send to you. Otherwise, or I can
Yeah,
share it.
you can ask somebody to load it. No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Or I will ask Puneet to load it. No problem. Either way. Technical team.
Yes, sir.
Kindly remove all this. And
Okay,
we
sir.
can start.
एक वीडियो भी है इमाम. Okay, sir. Can I give countdown, sir?
Just Mr. V.R. Sharma should be online.
Yes, I'm there online. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So chairperson, Mr. V.R. Sharma from MD GSPL is here to chair the session. And now calm down, please.
Okay, sir.
Why this calm down? Because it will be recorded. All proceedings will be recorded and distributed to all participants in
Okay,
the
sir.
form of YouTube or something. Okay, digital form.
Okay, sir. Now we are starting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are live.
Yes, sir. Dr. V.R. Sharma, please.
Good afternoon, my friends. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a privilege to be part of this gasification conference, especially on petrogas. And thanks to Dr. Garg that he has always been very proactive in bringing something new and how to reduce the CO2 footprint in the overall ecosystem. So the coal gasification today, we feel that this is the future and this is the present as well. We are already too late. In last year, Honorable Prime Minister, he was in America and he was discussing with some of the newsprint media, wherein he invited the people from all over the world to find the right technology to convert Indian highest coal into syngas or synthesis gas. So we conceived a such kind of project in the year 2007, and we started on this project in 2010, and we commissioned the project in 2013. This can produce 225,000 nm³ per hour of syngas, which consists about 60% of hydrogen, and 30% of CO, that is carbon monoxide, and balance 10% the other gases, including CH4. So this is the first plant in the country of this particular size, which is being used to produce DRI, and from DRI we make steel through electric arc furnaces. So this plant is doing extremely well. We invite our fellow members and the elite group of this particular conference. If somebody wants to visit this plant to see the plant in running, please come and witness yourself as to what technology we have been using and how we are doing it. The technology is very highly environmental friendly, and we are producing today 225,000 nm³ per hour of gas, and we are also injecting coke oven gas in DRI kilns. We produce about 225 to 250 tons per hour of DRI, which produces about 200 tons or 210 tons per hour of steel. That is the finished steel. So as far as the cost is concerned, this is quite competitive. Of course, we cannot compete with the gas in Qatar or in Iran. But when we compare with the gas in India, we are producing this syngas at a rate of about $5.5 per MMBTU. But there are scope of reducing the gas prices from $5.5 per MMBTU to about $4 or maybe $3.75 per MMBTU if the coal is provided at a affordable price. So today the coal, what we are buying from Coal India or from the adjoining mines, that is coming at a rate of about 80 paisa per megacal. If we have our own mines, then definitely we can bring it down to a level about 40 or 45 paisa per megacal. the moment the the coal prices they come down to around 45 paisa per megacal, the overall cost of gasification will come down to about $3 per MMBTU, which is very competitive. So we are also having a plan now to convert part of the gas into methanol. This will be doing very shortly. We have these 7 gasifiers. Out of that, 4 gasifiers we are using for making DRI. The other 3 gasifiers are in standby mode, and we can utilize these 3 gasifiers to produce methanol. And this plant, we are very soon a prototype plant will be installed in Angul in our Odisha plant. And this is because we are using now coke oven gas also to produce DRI. So coke oven gas and syngas, they are mixed together in the retort, and we are using it directly. Though little methane is little high, that is about 10 to 10.5% overall, but we neutralize the effect of methane by converting into a useful energy by adding more and more oxygen. So methane being CH4, we add O2 into it, and we complete the cycle converting the methane into CO and CO2, and finally we get the energy. So this is what we are doing now. Coke oven gas is at 4100 kilocal, and syngas that comes to 3400 kilocal, and both the gases together we produce a wonderful product that is DRI, directly reduced iron, and finally we use it in our electric arc furnace. I'm sure that many more plants will definitely come in the country in times to come. Government of India is bringing a policy already. They have committed that 100 million ton of coal will be converted into gas in times to come. I have suggestion to Government of India that most of the oil refineries they should be asked to convert coal into gas, and finally gas into methanol, ethanol, or in the petroleum products up to the olefins level. So once, because they have the money available, they have the R&D budget available. If they are invited or they are encouraged to use the coal, Indian domestic coal, to convert into petroleum products, that will be a great chance for the country to become Atmanirbhar in the oil. So the other area is in this particular category that most of the plants must produce fertilizer through the coal gas. And we have billions of tons of coal available in the country. It is estimated to about 350 billion tons, which is a huge reserve in this country for many lakhs of years. These reserves are buried under the ground, and there had been a lot of politics on coal. But finally, this coal will not be used after 2050, because the whole world is working as to how to stop coal. And in a country like India, it will be very difficult to bank upon the nuclear energy, because then there are so many other the societal groups. They will not allow so many nuclear plants to come in the country for the reasons of the safety and all these things. So the best is for the people, for the villagers, for the miners, and for the industry. The best solution is to convert coal into syngas into SNG into hydrogen, and utilize the domestic coal to the best of its calorific value. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Chairman. I want to share one information that Vartika Shukla, Director, EIL, is in the ministry and she could not able to join. So this is a good news in one way that you have some more time. Thank you.
Good. So can you see my PPT? Is it can you see it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
PPT visible.
Okay, just I'm running few slides to you. This is our gasification unit in Angul. So this was the speech given by Honorable Prime Minister when he was talking to somebody in US. I don't know whether this will be audible. I'll just run it for you, but I'll in case it is not, then we can we can discuss later.
Sir, it is not audible.
Third largest reserves are in India, and we cannot ignore it. Environmental friendly technologies are required. Coal gasification is the solution. We should use coal gasification and coal gas. How to make it environmental friendly uses. So this is what the Honorable Prime Minister told, that how can India produce environmental friendly coal gas. So this was the major thrust. I think you must have listened because the audio was not very clear, but I have narrated you what he meant. So this is also available on YouTube. So please give me a second. This is the layout of our coal gasification unit. You will see on the right hand there are 7 gasification units. Then there is a gas cooling system. Then there is a rectisol where we purify, clean the gas. There is an ammonia recovery system. There is a tank farm where we store ammonia and gas oil and some other chemicals which are the byproducts. Left hand side there is a phenosolvent unit. Then there is a sulfur recovery unit and gas liquor separation. We are producing syngas with just 2 ppm of H2S, that is sulfur contents, and we are recovering the sulfur as sulfur in purest form. What we are selling, we are also recovering ammonia, NH3, and we are selling the market. The procedure is like this: the coal, petcoke, or refinery bottoms we can use in our gasifier. We also inject oxygen, and finally there is a gas cleaning system and conditioning system. Then there is this produces a reducing gas which has about 58 to 60% of hydrogen and 28 to 30% of carbon monoxide, and plus other gases including methane and oxygen. And finally, because this is coming at a pressure of 22 bar, and we have a turbo expander where we produce power. We produce about 8 megawatt of power, and we reduce the pressure to 2 bar. And then finally, the gas is again reheated. It goes to mid-rex shaft furnace, that is right hand side, where from the top the iron oxide pellets they are fed, and from the bottom we feed the gas, that is syngas, and this iron oxides, they are reduced basically, and we get DRI, HBI, or hot DRI. Then from the top gas we have a scrubber. We clean the dust, etc., everything through the scrubber, and then finally we remove the CO2. We have a CO2 removal system, and again this is in a closed loop. So whatever is top up is required, that comes from turbocharger side, but otherwise there is recirculating process. And this is the night vision, night view of our plant. This looks like a mini refinery, a neat and clean plant, no pollution, no dust, no environmental hazard, no even small particle of coal dust you will find on the roads. So it's very, very clean and healthy. This is what Honorable Prime Minister was talking, that Indian government and the Indian industry is looking the environmental friendly gasification units. So this is the best demonstration of the technology and the environment friendly the business. So anybody who is interested, so I request you please come and visit our plant see in day hours and also see in night hours as to how we are running and what is the consistency of the plant. This is the same plant, night view. This is just to make you so that you can visualize that what kind of plant it looks like. Then this is our DRI kiln. It is 145-meter tall DRI kiln, and the left-hand side is the conveyor for the pellets, iron pellets, and from bottom the gas goes. When gas goes, it is passed through the process gas heater and also turbo expander. Finally, the gas is taken out from these pipes. Out it goes to the gas cleaning system, dedusting system, cooling system. Finally, it goes to CO2 removal system, and from CO2 removal, it goes back to the retort. These are the 7 gasifiers. You'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We have another space for 5 gasifiers. We can add another 5, and we can make complete 400,000 Nm³ per hour of gas from this plant. This plant was installed based on the coal mines allocated to us way back in 2007. But unfortunately, because of the government policies, Honorable Supreme Court has cancelled these coal mines when all of the coal mines in India were cancelled. So our plant capacity, everything was sitting idle, and we were unable to run it. It is thanks to Government of India that during lockdown time, they brought down the prices of coal, and Coal India increased the availability of coal. So that has helped us in sourcing the coal from India and run the plant. So now we are running our plant fully. Of course, the cost of gas is $5.5. We envisaged when we conceived the project that it will be about $2 per MMBTU, which was equivalent to the countries like Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi of the natural gas. And India has a potential to produce this gas at $2 per MMBTU. You know, the Tapi gas was coming in the country at $12, and KG Basin gas, when initially started, they were quoting at about $14 per MMBTU. And at that time, we were aiming to have $2 per MMBTU. So after having paid royalty and everything to Government of India, we could produce this gas at that level had we been having our own coal mines. But nevertheless, a decision, government decision is a final decision. We cannot blame anybody, but definitely we will request Government of India to allocate the special mines in the vicinity of the coal gasification units, which are already come or yet to come or in future they will come, so that the transportation cost is reduced significantly, transporting coal from mines to gasification plants. And finally, people can produce gas at a level about below $5 or about $4 or something like that. And people can also utilize this in gas to produce power, to produce fertilizers, to produce petrochemical products, to produce methanol, and also from coal to hydrogen. So this is the future, coal to hydrogen. Everybody speaks nowadays that the hydrogen energy will replace the conventional energy in times to come. So India is blessed with 350 billion ton of coal in the country. And today, Coal India is taking out hardly 1 billion ton in a year. So if the same pace is maintained, then for 350 years we have the coal, but we will not require coal for more than 30 years. So you can imagine that this coal will remain buried under the ground for another millions of years, will have no use. So because the whole world will move to some other energy, whether it is hydrogen energy or wind energy or solar energy or nuclear energy. So I think this is the right time to influence government and policy makers to utilize this coal. This is again a gas cooling system in our plant. You can see the overall, see the roads, spick and span, no coal dust, nothing is going very well without any problem. See the Rectisol unit, please. Phenosolvent unit, ammonia recovery left hand side, sulfur recovery on right hand side. We remove the sulfur to a level that in gas the sulfur more than 2 ppm and above does not go. So we can, and that's the best gas which is available worldwide. 2 ppm is treated as the best gas. So as I told you, coal, petcoke, used tire also. We have used, we have also gasified the used tires. So this is another big business available in the country. And then converting into gasification, then syngas, H2 and CO. Through Fischer-Tropsch process, we can produce jet fuel, diesel, naphtha, waxes, PVC, LLDP, HDP, olefins, and we can also produce power. We can produce chemicals and other products like SNG, methanol, ethanol, industrial chemicals, sulfur, sulfuric acid, fine chemicals. We can also produce steel, as we are already producing, that is through DRI route. So that's all from my side. Hope you must have liked it, and I'll invite all of you, anyone wants to visit, please give us the chance to host you to our plant. In the interest of country, Mr. Naveen Jindal, our chairman, he always says that seeing is believing. We are not expecting anything from our professionals or our colleagues. We are expecting that they should put up such kind of plants. They should advocate to put up such kind of plants in the country, so that this 350 billion ton coal, which is going to remain in this country for another millions of years, so that can be utilized as fast as possible. And this is the dream of Honorable Prime Minister also, who has told in America that we invite technology suppliers to come and to invest in India to provide environmental friendly coal gasification technology, so that we can convert coal gas into a useful and environmental friendly gas. So people, they are reporting, Government of India is also planning that by within next 5 years, 70% of the cooking gas will be through the piped gas. So that is through LNG. And, again, you are dependent on the foreign suppliers, but why not to convert our own coal gas into SNG, that is synthesis natural gas, and supply to all of the kitchens in the country. 350 billion ton coal is a huge sum of coal. We produce only 1 billion per year. We are not yet reached to even 1 billion. Last year was only 750 million. So let us say 1 billion. And that means if we do about 4 or 5 billion every year and we convert it to gas, then this 50 to 70 billion dollars of import budget can be made zero immediately. Imagine what will happen in this country the day we stop importing oil or crude. Thank you.
If I have to say, then I will request Mr. Sunil Singhal to kindly make his address. Mr. Sunil Singhal, please.
Yep. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and esteemed guests, participants. And thank you, Dr. Nilkar, for giving me this honor and privilege to speak in such a knowledgeable and distinguished participants. So I'll share my presentation here. So can you all see my presentation on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, as Mr. Sharma has already set the tone in the right direction, we got plenty of coal reserves and how to monetize this coal in a cleaner way. And as already been said, even this has been, last 12 years I have been studying the coal gasification, petcoke gasification quite extensively. And this is what I believe too, that gasification is an answer to clean uses of coal we have in a profitable way. So this is a brief agenda, what is the coal situation in India, then a brief introduction about gasification, what are the technology choices we have, what are the various product options, and then the various value chains, various value-added products, what is the relative value addition with respect to the coal, and then what are the drivers for gasification in India, why we should be looking for gasification in India. Then conclusion, and then selected Fluor gasification experience. As you know, Fluor has been in the forefront of gasification industry starting from Sasol 2, and we have built the world's largest petcoke gasification plant in India as well. So this is the coal situation. The data is from the Coal Ministry website, and it is of April 1, 2019. So this is the estimated coal reserves. So the proven coal reserves as on 1st April 2019 stand at 155.6 billion metric tons, while total estimated, including the indicated and inferred coal reserves, stands at 326.5 billion tons. But the interesting thing to note here is the majority of Indian coal is non-coking coal, which is essentially the low-grade coal we talk about as high-ash coal. So it has always been a challenge to how to, cost effectively and in an environmentally friendly manner, how to use this coal in a profitable way. As Mr. Sharma already said, we were the second largest coal producer in 2018-2019, about 729 million tons coal produced. And there is a 4.64 percent annual growth rate in coal production in India. So as we already talked about, the majority of Indian coal is low grade with ash content ranging from like 35 to 68%. And there are some presence of chlorides and fluorides, which makes the gasification environment quite challenging in terms of the corrosive, dealing with the corrosive species. High ash fusion temperature that needs a very high operating temperature in the gasifier. If we use the slugging gasifiers to melt the ash, or the other choices like fixed bed or fluidized bed, there we don't need to melt the ash, but they have their own pros and cons. So depending on what the end uses, the technology are selected accordingly. And as I said, most of the coal is low-grade, non-coking coal, and currently mostly used in the coal-fired boilers directly, where the CO2 is directly emitted to atmosphere, in addition to other particulate emissions and even the sulfur emissions. Only because the post-combustion sulfur capture can only be limited to a certain extent. Not like gasification, where we can go down to below 1 ppm sulfur in the syngas. And another interesting thing is the price of Indian coal or domestic coal does not have direct parity with crude or the natural gas prices. It has its own demand supply situation, and that's how the prices are governed. So this is brief introduction about gasification. So gasification is a process that converts low value fuels such as coal, petroleum coke, biomass, or industrial waste, including MSW with oxygen and steam at a high temperature to produce synthesis gas, hydrogen plus CO predominantly. But of course, there is some methane also formed depending on what the technology being used. And these are the primary gasification reactions. There is a partial oxidation of carbon with oxygen, making carbon monoxide, then steam gasification, which is CO plus hydrogen with the steam. And then there is a water gas shift reaction that also happens at very high temperature in the absence of catalyst in the gasifier environment. Methanation also happens, but very less extent. So first two reactions are the primary gasification reactions that happen in the gasifier. Operating conditions could range depending on, again, fixed bed to entrant bed gasifiers. It could be from 900 degrees C to 2000 degrees C. Pressure could be atmospheric or as low as 0.3 to 85 bar G, but nowadays most of the gasifiers operate at high pressure, about 30-40 bar pressures as a minimum. Okay, so there are some uglies which are heteroatoms, like nitrogen, sulfur, many trace components, which essentially need a special attention, and they get converted into the corrosive species or other byproducts. So nitrogen primarily converted to nitrogen if the temperatures in the gasifier are high, and also ammonia if temperatures are low, then and cyanides, HCN, sulfur primarily converted into H2S, COS, and CS2. And there are other trace components that are formed like formic acids, chlorides form as Cl, sulfur and nitrogen compounds, metal carbonyls. Even metal carbonyls are deadly even up to the pp 10 ppm or even less that levels. Soot is also formed, so you can imagine how harsh the gasifier environment is. So knowing all these uglies, forming in the gasifier because of the, number of other than carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen present in the coal, there are a number of other contaminants present, and they form other, corrosive or ugly species. So we do the water gas shift reaction to condition the syngas to meet the end product requirement. For example, methanol, you need a hydrogen to CO ratio of 2. You need to do the shifting outside the gasifier in the catalytic environment. Then, of course, we need to remove all the impurities from the syngas to make the gas suitable for the catalysts downstream or other uses. While meeting the stringent environmental regulations and even outperforming those. Sulfur has choices to be recovered as elemental sulfur or sulfuric acid. Okay, the one great thing about gasification is the CO2 here is the capture ready basically. It is already recovered in the pure form. And all you need to do is just compress and transport it via pipeline for any beneficial use. While in the direct coal-fired boilers, it is currently emitted to atmosphere, or even if you try to capture post-combustion, that the process itself is quite costly, and presence of oxygen makes a lot of heat-stable salts in the processes we employ there. So that's not an easy thing to do. While in the gasification, it is available as a byproduct in a good high purity and ready to use in coal bed methane or enhanced oil recovery or other conversion of products like combining hydrogen with CO2 to make methanol, urea, and other products. So gasification is quite complex and challenging because of the harsh environment, the corrosive species being there. So you need to pay special attention to these trace components while designing the plants. Gasification is capital intensive, so you need to pay early attention to the capital cost right from the beginning of the project. So you stay within your budget and you meet your target cost of production. But to do that, I mean, any inexperienced a person just cannot do the design the gasification plant. You need an experienced and qualified team to do that. Of course, there are like maintenance requirements, replacement of components which go through wear and tear because of solids and corrosive species. So you need to plan for the downtime or consider the adequate sparing requirements. So this is the simplified block flow diagram. So we have an air separation unit, gasification with an option to recover heat or direct quench. Ash is recovered as ash or slag depending on gasifier choice. Then we need the syngas conditioning to meet the downstream product requirement. Then syngas cleaning, of course. Then finally the product synthesis. So gasification technologies are broadly categorized in three categories. Based on the flow regime, there are fixed bed gasifiers, fluidized bed, and entrant flow gasifiers. So fixed bed, fluidized bed, the feedstock is mostly solid. Entrant bed come in both the choices, solid, liquid, or sometimes even gas. They call it POX in that case, partial oxidation. So feedstock size accordingly varies based on the flow regime. So fixed bed, the coarser particles, fluidized bed little finer, and then entrant bed like a pulverized coal, very fine particles. So again, depending based on the sizes you feed in, you need a residence time to convert the coal into the gas. And hence the residence time varies from 15 minutes to 60 minutes to all the way less than 10 seconds in the entrant bed. Oxidant, so first two gasifiers are a little more forgiving in terms of using pure oxygen versus air because you don't have to heat, the temperatures are not very high, so you don't have to waste that much energy in heating the associated nitrogen to that high temperatures, while entrant flow almost always need oxygen considering the temperatures have to be very high, and that 79% nitrogen associated with oxygen also need to be heated to that high temperatures, so that like gasifier becomes like more like a boiler. So that needs a lot of fuel. Ash handling, so fixed bed, we have slagging gasifiers as an exception, but mostly non-slagging. Fluidized bed is always non-slagging because you don't want any agglomeration there. Entrant flow is always slagging gasifiers. And here is a list of commercial technologies available in the market for various types of gasifiers. So I think this is self-explanatory. I don't need to read it. Product choices. So there, as Mr. Sharma already said, gasification offers a host of choices. What product we can make from gasification. So you think of anything. I mean, syngas is a basic building block for most of the chemicals. And essentially you think of anything and most likely you'll be able to make it from gasification. And that is what the basis we are saying that we can replace the imported coal or imported crude oil or natural gas with our own coal via gasification and make almost everything that we need to. So starting from hydrogen for the refineries, clean syngas for power production in IGCC, direct reduction of iron, oxogas in fertilizers, ammonia, urea, ammonium nitrate, sulfates, and all other derivatives as well, like DAP, MAP. Methanol and derivatives. So again, you can make host of other petrochemicals, including plastics, DME, even gasoline with methanol. Then we can make substitute natural gas, which is same as imported natural gas essentially in terms of the quality. Fischer-Tropsch products, So you can make the liquid fuels. And one thing to mention here, the Fischer-Tropsch products, the diesel that you make here, is of much higher quality than what you make from the traditional refineries. So the diesel you get here has a cetane number 70, while the diesel we make from the refinery is 55. So there is an option to synergize the gasification with refineries as well. Like you can blend the low grade, low cetane diesel with high cetane diesel from Fischer-Tropsch, and you can find a good synergy with the refinery. And in fact, Fischer-Tropsch can be integrated with refinery. The refinery hydroprocessing units can be also be leveraged to upgrade the waxes produced in the Fischer-Tropsch. Okay, so here is, I think this is what most people would be interested to know about, how the various products fare in terms of the relative value addition with respect to the coal. So in a simplified way, you know, Fluor looks at it in terms of the energy value, so that that eliminates the debate around what the calorific value of coal is and things like that. So we evaluate in terms of the dollar per million BTU. So that kind of levelize the calorific value content of the coal. So on the right hand side, you see the indicative market prices, and then on the left hand side, these market prices converted into the dollar per billion BTU. You see the coal, you know, ranging about $1.5 to $2 per billion BTU. Of course, it depends on the prices. And you can see the value addition there. And of course, there are conversion efficiencies to various products you make. But in general, various studies, we have found the gasification products which have high carbon intensity, which have the associated oxygen also with it, they are found to be quite attractive and profitable, like methanol, ethanol, propanol, acetic acid. Ethylene, propylene, yes, they are marginally profitable, but not as high as the other things, considering the very low conversion efficiencies from methanol to olefins. But depending on how the pricing is set, how the rate of interest is available on the debt, what are the tax incentives and things like that, you know, there are a variety of choices, and plant can be configured accordingly. Another thing we found, the ammonia urea also to be looking quite attractive. While Fischer-Tropsch at the current prices, they do not look attractive. But looking for Fischer-Tropsch, the reasons could be the energy security and readily available infrastructure for the gasoline, diesel, and all that. Hydrogen, we have found hydrogen is a profitable product to make from gasification, considering we can make the syngas lower than $8 per million BTU, which is the starting point. In fact, Mr. Sharma has rightly mentioned, if the gas landed price is $12, then hydrogen cost from steam methane reformers would be even higher. So gasification would compete very well on that. So just to give you some idea, like methanol, you know, the cost of production could be like $200 to $250 per ton, while the market prices, and there is a good demand for methanol. So this methanol could be, from gasification, could be a good push to the methanol economy. And methanol, as you know, is a very clean fuel as well as a very basic chemical, which has a variety of uses and can be converted into a number of other products. So similarly, fertilizers, we have a demand here, we have a raw material here. So we have reasons to use our own raw material and use it here. So, and one important thing is gasification has to be close to the mines, so you avoid the costly transportation of coals to large distances. Because I believe that coal mining cost as such is not that high. The transportation makes it very high. So drivers for gasification, so there is a growing national and global energy demands. We are heavily relying on the petroleum and natural coal gasification provides an opportunity to use domestic coal reserves, and that can provide us immunity to the fluctuating prices worldwide for the imported natural gas and petroleum products. Abundant coal reserves. Okay, so gasification, like as I said, coal price could be somewhere around $2 per million BTU, which is quite low compared to the imported natural gas or crude. And that mitigates the higher capital intensity and gives you the margin certainty on the investment. And if the plant configured properly, and if we can find a use for the byproducts, then we can get additional revenue from sulfur or sulfuric acid. So generally, sulfuric acid is a choice if we have a use nearby, and that, like sulfuric acid combined with ammonia, can be converted into ammonium sulfate or diammonium phosphate or NPS fertilizers. CO2, if we have any use for enhanced oil recovery, coal bed methane or other products, CO2 can also be used for beverage industry, dry ice. Slag formed in the gasifier is a good road aggregate. Nitrogen, we can make the air separation unit like a multi-purpose unit to make nitrogen and argon to sell to the nearby industries, which can be an additional source of revenue. Okay, another thing is ammonia recovery. So instead of taking ammonia and destroying it in the SRU, we can recover ammonia in the aqueous ammonia or anhydrous ammonia and convert into the useful products. Syngas cost of production is more economical compared to the imported LNG. And of course, gasification, captures all the impurities, cleans up the syngas before it is converted into the end products. So therefore, gasification offers much less, environmental emissions. That's why it is considered a cleaner alternate to the coal uses. Carbon conversion efficiency. So even if you don't capture the CO2 and vent it to atmosphere, gasification is still much better than the direct firing of coal, because if you make the carbon-rich products from the gasification, you can capture the carbon, about 30 to 50% carbon in the products, which are like chemicals or fertilizers itself. So that offers you a ready opportunity for carbon capture. So this addresses the growing concern about the carbon emissions. And of course, we have a positive demand situation for the various gasification products. So in conclusion, I would say, yes, it is complex, challenging, needs high maintenance, high capital, but it has enough incentives to be considered as a clean energy alternate. So it is cost effective way to convert the low value coal into high value products. It is environment friendly with huge coal reserves available within the country. Syngas cost is more economical than imported LNG. Byproducts, you can get additional revenue. And it, I think this can play a pivotal role in meeting our target of being self-reliance or the Atmanirbhar Bharat with the raw material being available within the country, and there is a positive demand for the products within the country, so that avoids the transportation cost. Coal to chemicals, as I said, fertilizers, this can partially address the CO2 emission concerns without even capturing the CO2. But of course, the gasification, given the nature of the process, it needs to have the experienced resources, best technologies, to do the gasification projects. Here is a selected floor gasification experience, which is, I think, self-explanatory. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Any questions?
I have one question, Mr. Singhal.
Yes, sir.
Is there no program of capturing carbon and storage in the whole process? The whole thing looks very good, but if carbon dioxide can also be handled in an effective manner, it will raise, to a very, very high efficient level. But I don't hear the gasification people talking of carbon capture, storage, or anything, or utilization, not in a big way.
Right. So yes, so there are choices, limited choices, and the carbon dioxide is the quantity is used. But we have come up with a scheme. I mean, you have been hearing about electrolyzers a lot. So we got abundant solar energy or wind energy available. So if you combine the gasification with electrolyzers, let's say, you get hydrogen from there. So that way you don't do the shifting, meet your hydrogen shortfall from the electrolyzers and meet the ratio. So that way, essentially, you can send all your carbon into the products.
Okay.
So we have filed a patent also on this recently, and I think we will have a good solution going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal. Now I will request my mentor, Mr. N. Gautam, to kindly address.
Thank you, sir. All right, I got the presentation loaded. So Puneet, move it to the next one. I was fully aware that I'll have very, very knowledgeable and practicing gasifying people on the panel. So I have not got into that aspect, as Mr. Singhal, as you have seen yourself, has done an excellent job of the presentation in quite a bit of totality. But I'll be talking a little more on the coal side and therefore leading up to the gasification part. Coal is an intensive energy source and now is in center of a debate. All the countries are trying to eliminate coal-fired generation as a key climate change policy, and particularly after the Paris Agreement COP22, which is rightly so the amount of CO2 that we have been injecting into the atmosphere. But in Asia-Pacific region, coal still remains to be the preferred source of electricity and seen to be as abundant and affordable. Where the economic reasons are forcing, even at the cost of a bit of environment. And the world is trying hard to find viable alternative energy sources. Coal still continues to maintain its sheen in India, China, and other Asia-Pacific regions, and shall continue to dominate the energy source at least for next 2 to 3 decades, positively, maybe more. But then coal has been named by the environmentalists as use contributes to the environmental degradation and the climate change. But I personally would like to have a different view. The coal in itself is not a dirty view. It's the most versatile and the most useful energy source that nature has provided to mankind. It's not a dirty energy source, but the manner in which we have been using this coal makes it a dirty fuel. But now, with the technology being available, use of clean coal technology and CCS, the green and clean use of coal is possible. It is possible to have a zero emission situation. India has extracted coal of reserves that has been discussed by Mr. Singhal also. The proved reserves itself will last at least 40 to 50 years. On coal-fired power plants, 72% of the electricity generation is by coal today. Is combined with the growth of coal-consuming industry sectors like steel, etc., is why the solid fuel source will continue to be an integral part of the India's economy in the next couple of decades. Whereas we are trying to talk of coal, that is a bye-bye situation for coal. But if we really look at it, by the year 2030, the requirement of coal in India is going to be 1,123 million tons. By 2023, it will be much more by the time we reach 2030. So therefore, talking of the coal as a gone case is not the realistic position. Therefore, it is very important that we should try to find new technologies to make sure that this beautiful source of energy is used in much more environmentally friendly manner rather than, like Mr. Sharma said, that it will be there for millions of years more. No, we can continue to utilize. Though I fully appreciate that India's increasing ambition renewable targets of the government's announcement of a moratorium of new coal plants approval till 2027. It's a policy matter, may mark the most significant turning point yet for coal. Even Coal India Limited, which is basically a coal producing company, has announced that it will invest 5,600 crores by the March 2024 to develop 14 solar power projects to help provide the power to its own mining operations. This is how the trend is going on. Next. However, India will aim to increase the share of non-fossil fuel-based capacity in the country mix to over 40% in 2030. Now, you see, from say 50-55% being used now, it will move down to 40%. But it is in terms of percentage. But if you talk of the overall total quantity, the quantity of coal that will be burnt by 2030 is going to be enormous. It's going to be 1.5 billion tons of coal. So therefore, when we talk in terms of percentage, it takes us to a different scenario altogether. So therefore, coal is not going to go away from Indian scenario that easily. So all the more reason that we must find ways and means to use it in more cleanly and in a more friendly manner. The Secretary of Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources announced in the year 2019 to lift installed renewable energy capacity, excluding large hydros, to 500 gigawatts in 2028, from 175 to 500 gigawatts. Solar is expected to be the bulk of the expansion in renewable capacity. The target is 350 gigawatts for solar, 140 gigawatts for wind, 10 gigawatts for other technologies, excluding, of course, large-scale scenario. Now here, when we talk, I was talking to Mr. Singhal when I talked of carbon capture and storage. You see, only a few years ago, the solar energy was a classroom discussion, when the cost was over 20 to 25 rupees per unit. And that is what's happening, and we talked about the carbon capture and its utilization because it's a costly process. But today, when we see at the solar power, it has come down to below or very close to 2 rupees per unit. now from 20 to 2. So therefore, if we continue to work on the cleaner aspect of the coal utilization, then with continuous process, I'm sure the costs will come down. And it is the call of the hour, not writing coal off, but making and finding ways and means of utilizing coal in a cleaner way. However, the possible reduction of use of coal for power generation due to massive program of increase of the renewable energy sources, the other uses of coal also can be, which is being done in India, must get the important and the expected proper boost in the near future. However, a lot of R&D work is required towards this end and need to be heavily supported by the government. Next, please. Now, therefore, after with this background and a preamble, there is a definite need for coal to be used in a gasification process. With such huge coal reserves, India needs to exploit its coal energy resources to be more energy secure and ensure a suitable energy future. Now, this, as we can see, this is the only source of energy available within our country. We are so heavily dependent on import of other sources of energy, including oil, gas. So therefore, it is very important that to have energy security for the country, that we continue to use coal. Repositioning coal from the energy product to a chemical feedstock is also an important aspect to be considered, aimed at import substitution for lessening burden on the foreign exchange. Now, this is how the innovative ideas of using of coal can be there. That has been talked by Mr. Singhal, and other speakers will also talk about it, that we can use coal in reducing our burden on the imports of energy sources. And this is in tune with aligned to Make in India. More coal that we use, which is available in India for other products, is in to Make in India. Coal gasification shall play a major and key role in becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat in the field of energy security. And that is keeping this in mind, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has put a target of utilizing 100 million tons of coal for gasification purpose by the year 2030. Next. Now, meeting the challenges through gasification, monetization of our abundant coal resources equivalent to 130 years of current consumption. This, I'm talking of 100 billion tons of the proved reserves, and we are using less than 1 billion ton of coal today. However, more and more efforts on the drilling side will put the approved reserves on a much higher pedestal as the time passes. As the emission norms become more and more stringent, timely exploitation of countries' coal reserves through environment-friendly gasification technology. You see here, I take as a coal man, there are three aspects of utilization of coal. One is improving quality of coal, that is at the source while mining and otherwise through washing. Previously, there was a notification that all coal less than 34% ash will not be used, will be used only. But that circular notification has been withdrawn, which is to my mind is slightly a retrograde action that has been taken, even though that notification did not help. However, this is what the policy is. Creating energy security through effective utilization of gasification industry, resulting into reduction of crude, chemical, and petrochemical imports. Gasification offers cleanest way of utilizing coal. SOx and NOx emissions are minimal compared to any other coal usage. Proven technology with hundreds of reference plants is available. Now, I will not go much into this aspect because Mr. Sharma has already given a lot of details about the Jindal Spar and Steel Plant Limited plant in producing steel from the state of art and the world's first DRI plant. So therefore, however, there are few actions that have been taken in light of the directive and the target given by our Honorable Prime Minister. India is aiming to convert 100 million tons of thermal coal to synthetic natural gas and chemical products in the coming decade as a part of the broader push to promote cleaner source of energy. Honorable Prime Minister announced rupees 20,000 crores to be spent for gasification projects by the year 2030. Coal India, flowing in the same vein, has floated a global tender for setting up a first of its kind coal to methanol plant in India through surface coal gasification on a build, own and operate model at an investment of 6,000 crores at CIL's Dankuni plant. Complex DCC will produce 6.76 lakh tons of per annum of methanol for blending with petrol up to 15%. Coal India is also in talks with the Oil India Limited to tie up for marketing this gas. Of course, this plant will receive high calorific coal from Raniganj coalfield. Next, please. Then there is also a program of Coal India, which a Talcher fertilizer plant, a joint venture between CIL, GAIL, Rashtriya Chemical and Fertilizer Limited, and Fertilizer Corporation of India, is also building a 2.5 million tons of gasification unit with an investment of rupees 13,277 crores. The project was to be completed by September 2023, but will get delayed due to COVID disruptions. Here the capital share is Coal India 30%, GAIL 30%, RCF 30%, FCIL 10%. Capacity ammonia 2,200 TPD, urea 3,850 TBT. Coal requirement will be 250 tons per hour, around 2 billion tons per annum. Petcoke 38.5 TPH. Project cost will be in 2017 was 7,887 crores. Now it will be 11,600 crores. Here, of course, for these plants, they are the path-breaking plants, but economy is another story. It has to be seen as to how the viability of these plants will be. But anyway, it is a start. And I think this will be a path-breaking aspect as far as country is concerned. Between 2022 and 26, CIL is planning to invest another 25,000 crores to build 6 other coal gasification projects with cumulative capacity of 6 million tons. Since imports from Gulf countries are likely to pose price challenge for these projects, some government support is needed for the purpose. Next, please. Now here I would talk as a coalman of underground coal gasification. Here we have been all the time talking of the surface gasification, but underground coal gasification is also a good source, particularly use of such inferior coal, which otherwise cannot be mined viably through conventional sources. Here there are two wells drilled and they are connected and burnt, and oxygen, air, or steam, whatever is the technology we pick up, is pushed from one hole, and other hole is the extraction hole from where the syngas is taken out. Next, please. Now, partial oxidation of coal, seam in situ. Pair of wells are drilled and a connection is made between them. Oxidants, air plus steam, pump down one hole. Coal is ignited and produce synthetic gas called syngas. Syngas flows up the second hole. Liquid and charge generated remain underground. Next. Here is this just a sketch of a typical cavity configuration and coal gasification reaction zone. Here you can see the left-hand side borehole is the one which is being injected either through oxygen or air. And there the cavity slowly enlarges and moves towards the hole which is used for extraction of the syngas. So here, as you can see, the cavity has got a different shape altogether, and we have very little control because it is deep inside the earth. And therefore, we have to watch it very carefully as to in which manner and way the cavity is expanding. So therefore, it is necessary to have a trial experiment to study the cavity in a smaller zone. And once parameters are established, then the downstream investment is normally done. Next, please. So here the composition of syngas is mixture of CO and hydrogen. Subsidiary is CO2, H2O, CH4, plus N2 if oxygen is air. Typical syngas combination, CO 30% to 60%, hydrogen 25 to 30%, CO2 5 to 15%, CH4 nil to 5%. Rough estimates will be as per technology. These are rough estimates, but very well as per technology selection and the use of air or oxygen. Now, calorific value of this gas is going to be low. If we use oxygen, then it will be around 35% of the calorific value of the natural gas if oxygen is blown, and 10% if air is blown. Next, please. Now, environmental issues in underground coal gasification. Contaminants introduced into the groundwater during and at termination and after termination of underground coal process, which is a big advantage. Simultaneous diffusion and penetration of contaminants generated with the gas escape to the surrounding underground table. Now this, whatever is available above particularly, not below, above the coal seam which is being used for underground coal gasification, the contaminants will move up, and if there is a water table above, there is a danger of its getting contaminated. It is a very big concern. And if it's not properly designed, and or if the underground gasification cavity is close to the surface, then it is like doing normal mining. And once the coal is consumed, the strata will get affected. And it is possible, if not designed properly, subsidence may cause to reach surface and cause all-round disturbance at the surface and underground water movement. Next, please. Environmental benefits are huge. Underground coal gasification has some environmental benefits related to mining. Because mining, once people go underground, there are a lot of dangers, safety factors are involved. But here, since human beings are not going to win the coal is burnt right at the place of source and only gas is taken out. Therefore, it's highly environmentally friendly as well as very safe. No discharge of tailing, reduced sulfur emissions, and reduced discharge of ash, mercury, and tar. Additional benefits of carbon dioxide sequestration. Next, please. India has to start making use of coal for producing chemicals, which can save very large amount of forex as India is importing a lot of chemicals and fertilizers. India is importing large quantity of chemicals, acetic acid, MEG, methanol, PVC, polyolefin, DME, SNG, etc. India can save forex outgo of about 21 billion rupees per annum if we utilize. Now, this exploitation of coal for coal chemical demand. You can see there is a gap, and that coal requirement, if we seriously use these to produce these key chemicals from coal, then we can utilize 150 billion tons of coal per annum for production of these. Next. Now here, this is what I was trying to talk to Mr. Singhal. It is possible, as I said, that coal has got three aspects: improvement of quality or the quality of coal that is being used. Second is the manner of its combustion. And third is what is happening after combustion. It is the after combustion and the combustion part that is making coal a dirty fuel. Because we have not been using the combustion properly. Germany, which is a highly environmentally aware country, is still producing 19% of its power from use of solid coal. And that too, lignite. Only 7% is coming from good source of coal. The rest, about 11 to 12% is coming from lignite. But their technology is so much better that it is not causing very serious harm to the environment. So therefore, the last aspect is also equally important. It is in a lab, it is possible to burn coal with zero emission, with zero impact on the atmosphere. It is possible. Only thing is, we have to make it viable. We have to make it feasible. So that is why carbon capture and storage becomes very important. Carbon sequestration is a means of separating out carbon dioxide when burning fossil fuel, collecting it, and subsequently dumping it underground or in the sea. It is being dumped in the sea elsewhere in the world, though it's a costly process, but it is being done. CCS is an integrated concept consisting of three distinct components: CO2 capture, transport, and storage, including measurement of monitoring and verification. See, the utilization of carbon dioxide is also one way of not letting it get into the atmosphere. Even in India, a very small effort has been done, but it's a path-breaking way. A small-scale CCS plant is already operational in India. A plant at the industrial port of Thoothukudi is capturing CO2 from its own coal-powered boiler and using it to make baking soda. It will lock up 60,000 tons of carbon dioxide a year. It's a very small effort as far as the country is concerned. But it is a way. It is showing that it is possible to capture carbon dioxide and utilize it and not let it go into the atmosphere and make money out of it in the process. So then there are some ways which already are carbon dioxide is being utilized during the coal gasification process. That is enhancing oil recovery. 90% of the CO2 produced in a hydrogen energy California project is captured and transported to Elk Hills of coal oil field for EOR, enabling a recovery of 5 million additional barrels of domestic oil per year. The project is ICC project based on gasification. For production of urea example, at TPL, 50% of the produced CO2 is being utilized for the production of urea, and result is and the rest is vented out. Then CO2 may be converted to CO by this reaction, and this can be utilized. CO2 may also be used for production of SNG and dimethyl ether in the attachment area. So these are few examples. That means if efforts are made, CO2 need not be vented out into the atmosphere after the coal combustion has taken place. So therefore, in conclusion, energy security. India's growing dependence on energy imports increases uncertainty regarding availability of energy at affordable prices. For a developing country like ours, in absence of other major fossil fuels, considering overall energy options in India, utilization of coal for energy remains consequential. Environmentally responsible gasification technology are helping to unlock India's coal reserves with increasing efficiency. Underground coal gasification can potentially access coal resources that are not mineable conventionally or not economical to extract. Potential to more than double recoverable coal resources. UCG is an in-country energy solution independent of exchange rate and oil prices. Economics, government policies, geopolitical, geoenergy scenario are the key decisive factors and will remain as the key issues. So with taking this into account, it is possible to continue to use coal all the time, provided we take care of its environmentally degradational aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam. Thank you very much for your good account of the process and also underground coal gasification, which is a question mark in many areas in our country. So, sir, with your great presentation, I will request Mr. Venkataraman, T.S. Venkataraman, CMD Events Advanced Technology Limited, to please address us. Shri Venkataraman, please. Mr. Venkataraman, please unmute yourself. Mr. Venkataraman, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'll start again. Good afternoon to everybody, and thanks to also the chair, Mr. Sharma, for a very illuminating presentation of his plant, which I visited. And I thank Mr. Anil Garg for inviting me. In fact, only last Saturday gave me time and I was not feeling well. I just made a quick, what shall I call, a keynote speech in the Word format. I'm not able to present it, but I will read out most of it. I'll try to read it. I don't know whether I can share it, but I think I can read it. How do you share it? Is it possible to share it?
Yeah, you go and click on the screen, share screen, the green button at the bottom.
Yeah, okay. Can you see it now?
It's coming up. Yeah, okay, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, it's in a Word format. It's not PowerPoint presentation, but then just to give an idea of what my thoughts are. The global economy is slowing down and widespread objective of having less carbon intensive power generation in the face of pollution and environmental concerns. Coal's consumption fell in 2019. The depth and the combination of those dynamics in many economies of the world were different, and consequently the coal market reacted differently. Major Asian economies such as China and Indonesia increased their coal consumption, while United States, the European Union, and India decreased their consumption. In fact, India reduced production for the first time this century, and only for the second in history, as per this IEA. In 2019, production in India amounted to 769 metric ton, 0.9% less than in the previous year, due mainly to a decrease in coal-fired power generation impacted by higher hydro generation. The interest in coal gasification technology, which was first developed more than 100 years ago, has now increased in several coal-rich countries, including China. The Chinese government is pursuing coal to liquids project as part of the national energy policy, costing more than $10 billion. Well, this is something the history is repeating, whereas Germany was driven to use coal gasification in the World War. Then when they didn't have supplies of oil, then South Africa was blanketed by the world because of their plebiscite policy, and they did not get oils, say, produce FT diesel from coal way back in 1990, 50 or something. So all these countries were forced to produce their own coal because they could not import oil, so they had to produce diesel. I hope we won't reach that stage, but we should start using as much coal as possible because, as rightly put by others, the speakers today, it's there for long, but we cannot use it beyond probably 2050 because the whole world is going towards renewable energy. So the coal will be simply be buried. So we have to exhaust the coal as much as possible, and this is the right time to take up the task of coal gasification. Coal gasification CTL market are done by the 4 or 5 major players: NBDT Energy Inc., China Shenhua Energy Company, and Altona Energy PLC, Sasol, and Transgas Development System. These are the leading players in supplying the technology. They are not the contractors. But India is aiming to convert 100 million tons thermal coal into synthetic natural gas and chemical products in the coming decade as part of its broader push to promote clean energy source of energy. A total investment of 4 trillion rupees, $50 billion, envisaged in coal gasification and liquefaction by 2030. To encourage companies to set up such projects, the Coal Ministry has devised a policy that will give a concession of 20% on revenue sharing in the auction of coal blocks or combining, provided the coal produced will be used for gasification and liquefaction. So there is a catch there. So those who are going for auction, they will get this 20% only if they use it for coal gasification. State-controlled coal producer Coal India Limited is part of the proposed joint venture coal gasification and fertilizer project in the eastern state of Odisha. This torture project is facing potential delays amid COVID-19 pandemic and tension between Delhi and Beijing, given the contract is a Chinese-based firm. So to soon recover and then start producing ammonia and urea, I hope. That's one of the biggest coal gasification plants after Angul was set up and the Reliance also set up. Reliance, of course, is more by PetroCoal. Well, Angul is really the leader in terms of coal gasification in the recent years. And I had the chance to visit it. They have an excellent plant. It's worthwhile visiting for anybody. They have very open arms. Dr. Sharma, Mr. Sharma, MD, keeps inviting all of us. And I took advantage of one of the invitations by the chairman. And it was a very royal welcome I had. And the plant was excellent. You could see it even the night at 8 o'clock. It was very good to see the plant. So Coal India has planned to set up 4 coal to liquids projects, and all are based on methanol. So I'm going to switch over to more to talk about methanol. Dankuni project in West Bengal is already ahead with the tendering for a 2,000 tons per day methanol project, estimated to cost around 6,000 crores. That is PDL's estimate. Coal gasification is a process of converting this. All of you know, I think Mr. Singhal has told, and I don't want to talk about technology much here because I've been 20 years working on the technology. Last year, I made a detailed presentation on the technology. So I'll talk about some key factors here as to what is going to affect our progressing to make the coal to liquids. I think everybody is jumping into the bandwagon. What we did, later on we'll tell you, we made a pre-feasibility study for Tamil Nadu. And we said that you can produce either syn crude or methanol. So the syn gas, the hydrogen CO ratio is very important to make some of this methanol synthesis as well as syn crude. I don't know about Angul. I had to ask him whether even though he gave me the ratios, do they worry about he gave me the composition. Do they need more hydrogen or do they need more CO? We'd like to discuss later with Mr. Sharma in terms of DRI. India is one of the leading producers of lignite in the world. It's not even the top 10. It's surprising. A major portion coming from NLC Tamil Nadu. SNTech promoted the idea of producing 1 million tons per annum per year of methanol from lignite available to NLC India. This I did 1 year ago, and it's picking up because lignite is easier to gasify than bituminous coal. Of course, after removal of moisture. Moisture is the biggest hurdle in lignite, so everybody thinks it's a dirty coal. No. Once you remove the moisture, It gives as high as bituminous coal 4,800 kilocalories per kg. So this we approved to them. We brought lignite briquettes from Indonesia and presented to them. So they're also looking at lignite briquetting the long term, provided they get a good drying technology, which we are proposing to them. Another thing is about lignite is high volatile matter, low ash. Even after converting it to dry lignite, it could be probably about 12%, which is still only half of 25% which Dankuni is going to use in their project in West Bengal. Similarly, Swintech prepared a pre-feasibility report to TIDCO of Tamil Nadu for setting up 1 million tons per annum of methanol or 0.6 million tons per annum of syncrude. Syncrude is nothing but syngas converted into a kind of a syncrude, which has to be further hydroprocessing has to be done to make it aviation jet fuel or FT diesel. This is what we are doing. We are one of our companies known to me. This is a principal is setting up a MSW to Syncrude, Nevada. The plant is going to be commissioned. So that is one of the first technology to be deployed for MSW to aviation fuels. From Syncrude, they are going to make sustained aviation fuel. And there are takers. Immediately they have Cathay Pacific, United Airlines. They agreed to be joint venture partners, and the offtake agreements are already signed. So soon we'll hear about more of the technology. There's one more such technology coming in UK also, using the same technology. I saw in Sunil Singh's slide that the Sierra Biofuel Nevada, Sunil, the technology is Thermochem Recovery International, which is not Inentech as you put it there. So we'll discuss that. The question
It used to be Inentech that time, sorry.
Yeah, it has been changed. Thermochem Recovery International got the award, and they are getting also they sold it to Sierra Biofuel. So Sierra has got the rights of the technology, the licensing. So that's something that's nice to know, because as you know, Single, that it doesn't make difference for my reformer whether I'm feeding dry RDF or lignite, as long as the combinations matter and I know how to handle the feedstock. So this is all very great breakthrough. In fact, Fluor did some work for Thermochem Recovery International also way back in 2005. So though the current demand for methanol is only 2 million tons, we'll be wondering why everybody is jumping into this methanol. This will leapfrog into huge demand once an ETAO's recommendation to blend 15% methanol in the petrol is implemented by the government. I am in the technical subcommittee of the ETAO, and I'm strongly recommending to the member, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, that we should push for this 15% blending. But not only that, we should get a good pricing and VGF also. Otherwise, this will not fly. Methanol projects, my friends here will know, Fluor will know, Air Products will tell you, the price is going to be a very serious question mark. Because they go on a BOO basis, they're going to tell you what price at which you are going to do the offtake of methanol. So it cannot be at the 22, 25 rupees or whatever imported methanol price. I only here $300 per ton, landed cost, still it is as low as 25 rupees. But it has to be much more than that, just like they're done for ethanol blending. So this is what is needed. We'll discuss about that in another forum. So China is already doing 15% blending of gasoline with methanol. So all those countries are much ahead. So we are always at least 5 to 10 years behind. Especially in gasification, we are at least 15 years behind. So this is one thing that in terms of environmental impact, something I want to point out, although methanol vehicles generate fewer smog causing pollutants than conventional vehicles, coal-based methanol produces more CO2 emissions than gasoline. This is at the point of generation. So whereas in the city roads, methanol used, there will be less pollution and less smog will be there. So that's something good. But given that about 1.4 tons of coal-based methanol replaces 1 ton of gasoline, the life cycle of CO2 emissions of methanol are higher than for gasoline, as per some Chinese study. So this is a very interesting aspect which I've been wondering, because of the CO2 emissions per million BTU of energy produced. We have to see how much of energy we are producing. Methanol is only less than 6,000 kilocalories per kg, whereas gasoline is somewhere between 10 to 11,000 kilocalories per kg. So we'll have to see how much blending of methanol will replace gasoline and how much CO2 will come down. But it is good for the metros where they are going to be using more cars. So that's a good idea. And then there is also the new idea is to this what they are going to capture, offering technology to produce methanol by capturing CO2 from air and adding hydrogen from electrolysis of water. The economics of the pathway is not known, but this is a good idea of carbon capture and sequestration or storage, as more methanol can be produced from CO2 also. I think this is something that we'll have to look into the future, so that coal to methanol, the CO2 is also converted to methanol by using hydrogen. Hydrogen from electrolysis of water, yes, the price is high. We'll have to see the economics. We use solar as a renewable, then it is going to be more of a blue hydrogen or green hydrogen. We'll have to work out that, all expensive hydrogen. NTPC has recently issued a tender seeking EOIA from companies to offer technologies to make methanol from flue gas emanating from the power plants. There are huge network of power plants, and it is a good idea if they can locally capture the CO2. But where the hydrogen is going to come from, that's a big question mark, because I looked at we can produce green hydrogen by biomass gasification. We can feed bagasse, and then every ton of bagasse we can produce 70 kg of hydrogen. So we'll have to calculate in terms of the feedstock cost and the hydrogen cost. All these we'll have to discuss with the next session. I'm sure we'll be discussing more about hydrogen in the afternoon or later session. I think something was discussed yesterday, which I was not able to attend. Thank you for your forbearance. I think I must thank again Dr. Anil Garg to invite me to speak for the second time in a row. And then we're happy to answer any questions you may have at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venkataraman, for giving an illustrative account what is happening and what is the status and a review of coal gasification and coal to liquid in India. We welcome our young Dr. Prakash D. Chauhan, Senior Principal Scientist, Head Gasification, Methanol and Catalysis Research Group, CSIR, Central Institute of Mining and Fuel Research. Mr. Dr. Prakash, are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I am sharing my presentation.
So, after batons in the industry, young entrepreneur, young scientist, how he sees future.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Prakash, please.
Honorable Chair, speakers and delegates, myself Prakash Chauhan from CIM Dhanbad. And I am thanking organizers for giving the opportunity to share our thoughts as well as our experience. Today I am presenting our experience and ideas related to Indian coal resource and gasification strategy. What should be the strategy? So in this particular presentation, I will try to cover basic requirements of coal gasification, including technology or coal properties related proper understanding, as well as Government of India's initiatives in the our country related to mainly methanol or fertilizer related installations. And finally, CSIR Simfer experience and ongoing activities in this particular area. So already since yesterday, several learned speakers have highlighted importance of gasification as well as potential in India in the form of coal resource. So when we talk about gasification, naturally important question comes in mind. It is related to technology. Because several technologies are available worldwide. Few of them are commercially proven, successfully installed at various locations. Few of them are in developing stage or demo stage, we can say. So definitely question arises for any particular coal, which will be the suitable technology, which will be the perfectly matching technology. Whether that particular technology is commercially proven and reliable. Definitely economics also comes in picture. And finally, when we talk about indigenous coal, if technology is indigenous, then it will be more attractive. But only these thoughts or technology selection related aspects may not be sufficient, because when we talk about the Indian coal resource, any technology we cannot utilize directly, because selection of technology is crucially linked with coal properties, coal characteristics. So whatever coal is available in our country, we need to select matching technology. So definitely coal characteristics will dictate the selection of the suitable technology. Vice versa is not applicable here, because if we try to utilize available coal in non-matching technology, then several aspects related to inefficiency of the process, operational issues may come in picture. So coal property, proper understanding of the coal properties is very much essential for selection of technology as well as for successfully operating the gasifier. Means to develop the operational philosophy for particular coal.
I hit that, but I didn't
So,
see it.
in view of
I see
this
my
particular
name
aspect,
on the right, and it says I'm mute. Why are you talking so soft?
hello, is it audible? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, somebody was telling that.
Bit loudly.
Yeah, okay. So, in view of this particular aspect, Niti Aayog has entrusted the particular task to CSIR SIMFER and CMPDIL, that is gasification potential mapping of Indian coal resource. Under this particular exercise, we have characterized coal samples from various subsidiaries, various mines, mainly from MCL, CCL and ECL area. And we have developed the characterization matrix consisting of important characteristics relevant to the gasification. Mainly, definitely proximate ultimate analysis will be there. But some another properties which are conventionally not taken into consideration while selecting the gasifier or developing the operational philosophy, those are hot and cold strength of the coal. Then surface properties, surface area, surface porosity, pore size distribution. And then next set of property comes related to ash content, mineral matter content. And those are slag viscosity, ash composition, ash fusion temperature. Depending upon type of gasifier, these properties play very important and vital role in selection as well as in operation, during operation. So we have completed this particular exercise and submitted the report to Niti Aayog for further action. During this particular exercise, we observed most of the coals, majority of the coals in India are having ash content in the range of 35 to 50% range. And ash type is mainly high alumina and silica containing ash. Ash fusion temperature is on higher side. It is above 1300 degrees Celsius. And another important aspect mainly related to entrant flow gasifier is temperature required for critical viscosity. It is also on higher side when we compare with coal from other countries. Another important aspect is reactivity. Fortunately, we have moderate to high gasification reactivity for Indian coal. And mechanical strength, cold as well as mechanical strength, is also in the moderate to high range. So this is the summary of the properties. On the basis of this set of properties, we have developed selection criteria for the perfectly matching gasifier for any selected coal. When ash content is below 20%, we need to concentrate on mainly on ash properties. Other properties may not play much role. But definitely, ash fusion temperature and viscosity, critical viscosity, is important, and based upon slag viscosity, critical viscosity, we need to take decision whether it should be membrane wall entrant flow gasifier or refractory lined entrant flow gasifier. If ash content falls within 20 to 30%, or we can say below 30% range, moving bed gasifier we can select, provided taking properties, mechanical strength, which is a very important property in case of moving bed gasifier, that should be within the acceptable range. Then comes reactivity. But for moving bed gasifier, like a Lurgi gasifier, hot and cold strength is one of the important characteristics. And if ash content is beyond 30%, more than 30%, we can go for fluidized bed gasifier. Here reactivity is important parameter than other characteristics. But thing is that fluidized bed is in either developing stage, we can say, or demo stage. Commercially proven technologies are not available for this particular type of gasifier. When we think about selection or gasification options for particular coal, either we can go for commercially proven entrant flow or moving bed gasifier like Shell, Siemens, GE, or Lurgi under moving bed gasifier. But in this case, definitely in case of high ash coal, washing or blending definitely will come in picture, where capex, opex, and losses due to middlings and rejects will affect the entire economics. Another aspect related to entrant flow gasifier is again ash fusion temperature. In case of Indian coals, viscosity, critical viscosity related values are on higher side. So it is difficult to go for refractory lined gasifiers. We need to go for membrane wall gasifiers only. And in case of moving bed gasifier, again, tar handling and tar processing investments comes in picture. Then selective feed particle size also comes in picture. So this will add some capex and opex. When we talk about fluidized bed gasifier, comparatively it is more suitable, but as discussed earlier, developed proven technologies are not available. So in view of this particular aspect, we need techno-economic comparison between commercially proven available technologies under entrant flow and moving bed gasifier category and indigenously developed fluidized bed gasifier. So keeping in view this particular aspect, Niti Aayog has formulated task force for methanol economy as well as standing committee for surface gasification. CSIR is also one of the member organization for both these committees. And Niti Aayog has targeted program for, apart from the use of entrant flow gasifier, commercially proven entrant flow gasifier under different programs of Coal India, as well as other organizations. Parallel program is formulated by Niti Aayog, wherein existing fluidized bed gasification facilities at CSIR Simper, BHEL, IIT Delhi Thermax joint venture, as well as EIL, all those facilities are being modified and those are converted to oxyblown gasification and also integrated with the plan to integrate with the syngas utilization for methanol. And whatever data will be generated, that will be utilized for demo scale facilities and subsequently for commercial scale facilities, which will be retrofitted to the already installed gasification and syngas utilization facilities by different agencies in India. So in this particular direction, our institute has formulated a gasification and syngas utilization program. Already we have installed several facilities, including 20 kg per hour coal feed rate fluidized bed gasifier. This particular facility we have recently upscaled to 1.5 tons per day oxyblown fluidized bed gasification facility. We have partially completed gasification potential mapping for MCL, CCL and ECL area and planned for WCL, ACCL area also. And next target is to integrate 250 kg per day syngas to methanol pilot plant with the newly developed 1.5 TPD oxyblown fluidized bed gasification facility. This is the 20 kg per hour coal feed rate, air-blown pressurized fluidized bed gasification facility. We have installed this facility in 2009 and tested various coals from different coal fields of India in air-blown mode. And after testing different feedstocks, including biomass and blends, successfully, now we have upscaled this facility to 1.5 tons per day oxyblown pressurized fluidized bed gasification. In the month of November, this particular facility is dedicated to the nation by Honorable Minister Science and Technology, Dr. Harshvardhan. And after that, we have conducted few experiments with coal from MCL area having ash content 42% and oxygen loading up to 50%. And we have achieved CO percentage in the syngas up to 23%, hydrogen around 20 to 23%. Methane was naturally on lower side because it is a fluidized bed gasifier. It was around 1.2 to 1.5%. And carbon conversion was about 90% in this case. Our target is to improve the carbon conversion. This is the schematic diagram. These are the experimental results. We have achieved till date, we have achieved up to 23 and 22%. This is the graphical representation of experimental parameters for typical experiment.
Dr. Prakash, for next 2 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. Next target is to achieve the syngas composition, CO hydrogen about 27% and carbon conversion more than 94%. And understanding the gasification prospects of coal as well as biomass resource from various sources of India, and to generate the techno-economic data for commercial gasifier, which is required by Niti Aayog program. And finally, integration of syngas, microcleaning as well as 250 kg per day syngas to methanol facility with the newly developed 1.5 TPD fluidized bed gasification pilot plant. So finally, we can say the important contribution from CSIR Simper is development of 1.5 TPD PFBG indigenous technology. This is the key step towards Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan of the Government of India. And outcome will be gasification potential and techno-economics with highest Indian coal, as well as database and information related to utilization prospects for different applications that will be generated through this particular facility. And also the engineering inputs will be provided for development of demo scale facilities at different locations, mine mouth locations of the Coal India. And Simper will be knowledge partner for all those programs also. So in summarized way, we can say understanding of coal is important aspect. It is has been taken with respect to this particular aspect. Partially, we have completed the this exercise. Development of indigenous technology is important aspect in view of comparing the techno-economic feasibility, as well as getting ideas about the gasification with highest Indian coal and generation of engineering data required for demo scale facilities. And finally, comparison between all these developed installations using either commercially proven gasifier as well as indigenously developed gasifier is necessary to take the final decision about the feasibility, operational problems, and suitability towards Indian coal, and then implementation of the commercial scale coal to methanol facilities at different mine mouth locations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for nice presentation, and this will be futuristic. And now I will just remove your slide, please.
Yes, sir.
Just remove, Dr. Prakash.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Remove your slide, please. This is a session very ably chaired by Mr. V.R. Sharma, MD, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. So, Dr. V.R. Sharma, please, for concluding remark.
Thank you, Garsab. Thank you, my friends. I listened various speakers, and in 1971, Government of India came with the uh, project Culture to produce coal gasification. It was a Cooper's technology at that time, and this was entrant flow, rightly explained by all of our speakers that the Indian ash coal is very challenging to convert into gas, but yes, it is possible. And this plant continued for about 2.5 decades, and then finally the plant was stopped. When I visited this plant in 2008, it was a dead investment, but still the security was there. I think it was CISF, those who were maintaining it. This was a fertilizer plant. And when I saw that plant, I could imagine that whatever now in 2008, 9, 10, Lurgi-based technology downstream, I'm not talking gasification, be it rectisol, be it ammonia recovery, or the sulfur recovery. All of these units were present there. So this means the plant was basically based on the latest technology at that time. And now I feel then when we visited Sasol and we found that the fixed bed type gasification units are working very well. And this is the reason we bought in JSPL the fixed bed type gasifiers. So we are quite satisfied as of now, but there may be something better than this in times to come. The feed is from 5 millimeter to 50 millimeter now, and we have a coal washery, so we buy very high ash coal at 50% or more, and then we wash it down to 30 or 32%, and after that we gasify it. So there is a solution available. There are technology available. People are very curious to do it. Of course, the capex is a little more, but these are the infrastructure projects. These are the energy projects. These are the projects for the livelihood. So we just cannot say that these are very high capex projects. These projects are to be supported by governments. These projects are to be supported by the local people, the societal group. Uh, People should not go against these such kind of projects. India being a third largest producer of largest reserve of coal, not producer, has great potential to convert its coal into coal to gas, and then gas to SNG, or coal to gas, or gas to methanol, ethanol. We are talking of hydrogen. I must tell that India is amongst the top
No, I think the shortcut is
countries
still fine.
who can convert coal into hydrogen. So that's all. So thank you very much, Dr. Garg, for arranging such a very lively and vibrant seminar, where I'm sure the participants, the listeners, the viewers, they must have enriched their knowledge and encouragement as to how to do the gasification. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. V.R. Sharma Sahab, for ably chairing the session, and Mr. Gautam and others, distinguished speaker, for giving a very illustrative account of the gasification. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now session will shift from Sharma to Dr. J.S. Sharma, who is chairing the next session, which is also very, very interesting. And there is a lot of interest generated throughout the world and you will find that speakers are in line. And final person was Tim Peterson, who has joined at the last minute. And Dr. Sharma, can you take over and start the next session on the subject?
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg, for inviting me. Meanwhile, I am connected.
Yeah.
Sharing my presentation.
Yeah. You can load that.
Is it visible now?
Yeah.
Okay. Leave it. Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Garg, for inviting me continuously to this PetroCoal Congress. And I wish to congratulate you that Energy Environment Foundation organizing this very important conference at the time when very difficult time, pandemic time, and arranging such a big event is really creditable. So I will be presenting a general account on the energy transition for the low carbon energy systems and what is the mindset in India especially. The energy transition will be many nationalities in the world already announced that net zero emissions will be achieved by 2050. This triggers many things about the energy transition and various policy level issues. So the climate will be the key driver to drive the energy transition. The compulsion of the local environment will be another thing because lot of urban population which is increasing gradually in country like India, that is one of the major factor for creating the air quality problems, and that is also pressurizing the policymakers and the regulators and the manufacturers and the oil companies to modify their systems and to transform their energy system to low carbon things. Then the technology development is another issue where they are also pressurizing the energy transition. For example, based on the energy efficiency, we can save lot of carbon. Then we have moved to the Bharat 6, directly from 4 to 6. That is also saving lot of on account of hydrocarbon emissions to the atmosphere and also the nitrogen oxide level. Then based on some solar things, there is directly people are planning to hold directly to the hydrogen by catalyzing water and so many routes. Then the innovations, there are innovations in Australia. The solar panels are now made, large solar plants are made on the top of the mountain. So it is producing large amount of energy, but at the same time, they are damaging the biodiversity. Then there are other innovations can be done, like space solar power. That is being practiced, being developed, not practiced, being developed at the initial stage, China and Japan. Then other thing is the gas hydrates. So there are certain kind of innovations which can transform in new and low carbon energy. Then there is a dilemma about the low carbon in low carbon energy systems, that increasing energy demand, like from now 2020 to 2050, we will be adding about 2.3 billion people. So the pressure on the natural resources will be very high, and there will be pressure for energy transition. So the effect on climate may not be there. Then the reducing the emission level, that is another thing. We need to meet by 2050 net zero emission. That is the commitment given in the various countries against the climate treaty. So we have to look from that point of view. We need to reduce our emissions. Then coming to the evolving climate good policies. So based on all these dilemmas, the climate policy have to develop in such a way so we can regulate we can meet the agreed treaty, terms and conditions of treaty, that 2-degree temperature, 2-degree scenario can be maintained. In Europe, what they have done, they are allowed. They are not allowing things to come in without paying the carbon tax. So anything which is coming in the entire Europe by either cement or steel, they have to pay the carbon tax. Then there is a hope from a climate policy that from the COP, which is likely to be held in 2021 in the London, maybe some new policy will be framed for the climate and energy transition. Then there are certain key factors for low carbon energy systems. I can narrate in such a way like accessibility, availability, and affordability. We can talk of moon, we can talk of anything, but it must be affordable, it must be available, it must be accessible. That is the thing. So the government of India is thinking that to lay out the rural gas grid plan in India. So this is going to be a good thing for transition the energy and in the rural side, because most of the urban side is already covered. Availability of the resources on the low carbon. 70% of the population is covered with natural gas in India. 70% already covered. Then affordability. For affordability, there is Ujjwala Yojana subsidies, and subsequent years to come, the LPG will be replaced with the pipe natural gas in the urban areas. So the carrying the cylinder will be phased out. Then I can have 3 candidates for the fossil fuel: coal, oil, and gas. Lot of discussion has been elaborated by the distinguished panelists in the previous session that coal to be converted into a gas at faster pace in time to come. So I need not to highlight any more thing because it is more detailed, it has been already discussed. Then there is a candidate, renewable and gas will be complementary to each other. This is my thinking, which will be a phenomena in time to come, at least in our country. Then gas will be dominating at least next to 2-3 decades in India. This is also one of the perception among the oil mines and among the upstream sector. Then renewables, there are solar, then there are onshore wind farms, offshore wind farms, many things to be done in our country. Then there are floating farms, either wind or solar, that has to be seen, maybe developed, and some feasibility report to be prepared by various offshore operating companies. Then the hydrogen. Then innovative steps taken by the government on biofuel policy in 2018, 2G ethanol, second generation ethanol to be produced, it is permitted from the agriculture-based products to be used and to be mixed with the fossil fuel, just to reduce the load of the import and to reduce the low carbon things. Then our national oil companies and public sector oil companies, agro-based, they are going to manufacture, going to establish some plants by blending up to 20% by 2030. One such plant is coming in Dahej, Varagra in Odisha, Panipat, Bhatinda in Punjab and Haryana, then NRL in Assam from bamboo. So these things are taking place at the highest pace. Then there is a policy on compressed biogas. Then estimated potential is about 62 million metric ton, and it is to be available from the municipal solid waste biomass residue as announced by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Then there is an investment 2 lakh crore to be for setting up a 5,000 compressed biogas plants in the country. Leading oil and gas marketing companies and technologies providers to establish compressed biogas plants across India under the Sustainable Alternative towards Affordable Transportation Initiative. It is also in the pipeline. MOU already signed with the JBM Group, Adani Groups, and various other interested partners for construction of such facilities, availability of the technologies and other projects. So things are going on. This information is based on the Ministry of Petroleum's the reports and other publications. Then innovative steps taken by the government on the low carbon energy transition. There is a big natural gas push that share to increase from 6% to 15% by 2030. This is also going to reduce the carbon emissions to the atmosphere. It will be a low carbon like kind of things. Then renewable energies announced a target of 175 gigawatts of renewable energy in Paris in 2015 against 83 gigawatt has been achieved. The Honorable Prime Minister has subsequently increased the target about 450 gigawatt in COP25. This reduced emission intensity of the GDP by 21% from promised target 33%. Then I have already discussed this point. We have already moved to the Bharat stage, the Euro equivalent to the Euro 6 in India, and reducing hydrocarbon emissions by 70%. This kind of fuel is already available, and the refineries have invested 35,000 crore in India. Then incentive government announced for the electronic vehicles. Taxes have been lowered by 12%, along with several other incentives offered to the manufacturers. Use of hydrogen to deal with the vehicular air pollution is also on the agenda. This is a general map on hydrogen strategies around the world. The map, I have taken a reference from the NADO, from Akira Yabe, who has been working on this. So this is about the Japan is one of China and Japan are the one of the oldest strategy persons about the hydrogen development, hydrogen storage, and to set up the industrialized plants. Then subsequently the other thing, the Korea and the European unions are there. So this is how even Germany is also there. Hydrogen strategy established in 2020, 9 billion euro for commercialization and industrialization of the hydrogen technology. Electrolysis, the 5 gigawatt by 2030, the 10 gigawatt by 2040. So this is all the hydrogen strategy around the world. And India also recently signed a MOU with Norway, which is underway. It is being signed or maybe today or tomorrow with the Indian Oil and other relevant companies in India. The Norwegian delegation already in Delhi. The why hydrogen only? The energy security. Hydrogen can be produced from various energy sources. Environmental hydrogen does not emit carbon dioxide, promote decarbonization, energy conservation, high energy efficiency with combining electric and thermal energy, use of fuel cell. Then hydrogen mission. In the recent budget, the government of India created a hydrogen mission and by creating a 500 crores towards the energy transition. This is all I want to have. Now to conclude, I would like to say the gas will dominate in the energy basket at least in near future. Oil will continue to play an important role, although the the Chicago and the London, other exchange, European unions, the people are not investing in the upstream sector. The here also situation may not be like this. So I feel that oil will continue to play an important role, although the things will little production and consumption both will decline. The more technological innovations will be required in efficient manner, and the coal gasification need to play an important role in our country. More program to be introduced. This is all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Sharma, you can just chair the session and invite Mr. Shalend Pokhriyal, Professor, and likewise. Only one thing I have to say, that from the scientists from Egypt, Mr. Karim Badwi, Vice President Managing Director, Schlumberger, Egypt, is not coming. That's only absent. And everybody else are there.
I would like to request, I'm in another meeting in the ministry, so I have to, you please permit me, let Mr. Pokhriyal will share this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. This is Dr. S.K. Pokhriyal. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, sir, thank you very much for this invitation and this conference year by year, getting a new heights, and more people are involved, so that we make a global hub in order to find a solution. So today the session is on transition to a low carbon energy system, and Dr. Sharma has set the ball rolling about India's presence. Most of it is presentation given by, as he said, the gas is going to dominate the energy basket, and to increase from 6% to 15% under the 9th and 10th round of city gas distribution that we have it. And a lot of technologies are developing, and ultimately a very important thing he has mentioned is the climate change to link with the low carbon energy system. So my talk, I have not prepared any PPT, so I will just give a short note which I have prepared. And these short notes I have taken from the research paper and the secondary data that is available through Scopus indexed journal. So I'll be talking on centrality of fossil fuel energy, and the decarbonization of energy system, and global fossil fuel subsidy, and the profound transmission of global energy system, and the energy as a socio-technical system, and legitimize the fossil fuel, and recognition carbon as too expensive, too valuable to burn. So that gives a really boost to us, and how we will see the other form of carbon that can be made out of it. So if we see around anything around us, if we can name it, which is not partially or whole or transported without the use of oil or gas. So the large companies and conglomerate with fossil fuel have 3 times more oil, coal and gas is known as reserve than what is the climate scientists have determined is safe to burn. So can we keep this 2/3 of fossil fuel underground? So this is the very big question is before us. That too, the significant portion of the world's fossil fuel reserve will need to remain in underground by 2050. That means we less and less the primary fossil fuel, we are going to use it, and we allow 2/3 of it remain underground. And because if one has to avoid the catastrophic level of climate change, and the primary energy resources these are the fossil fuel companies, continue to develop reserve that may never be used, because a lot of investment are still taking place. And when investments are taking place, are we going to use it? That I'll talk in terms of number a while from now. And the decarbonization of the energy system is just a transition required climate stabilization, the climate justice, and shift away from coal, oil, and gas to renewable and the decentralized system, energy system. And achievement of climate justice require the rapid decarbonization of the energy system. If we see the current economic model does not support a viable future for our planet, as the top 200 fossil fuel companies spend about 700 billion in a year to find and developing new fossil fuel reserves. And the known fossil fuel reserves worldwide already far exceeded what can be safely burned in order to limit global warming below 2 degrees. Then why this new investment? So as said before, about 80% of known reserve cannot be burned and need to remain in the ground to avoid catastrophic climate change. And the fossil fuel companies and the institutional investment, the pension and the speculative fund, the hedge fund are betting planning that they will be burned. So we have a catch-22 situation here. So the energy transition as a flip side of a climate change is just a transition require the climate stabilization, climate justice, and shift away from coal, oil, gas to renewable, decentralized energy system. If we see the global fossil subsidy is another important issue, are defined as fuel consumption times the gap between existing and efficient price. So the price warranted by supply cost, environmental cost, and the revenue consideration. So out of this is a report which I am quoting, the 191 countries this has been taken, and the globally subsidy remained was in 2015 $4.7 trillion, which is 6.3% of global GDP. And in 2017, it was 6.5%, which is equivalent to $5.2 trillion subsidy was availed. And the large subsidized countries were China, 1.4 trillion, United States, 649 billion, Russia, 551 billion, European Union, 289 billion, and India, 209 billion. So about 3/4 of global subsidies are due to domestic factor, the energy pricing reform. So thus remain largely in countries' own the national interest, while coal and petroleum together around 85% of global subsidy. And efficient fossil fuel pricing in 2015 has lowered the global carbon emission by 28%, and the fossil fuel air pollution death by 46%, and the increased government revenue by 3.8% of GDP. Couple of years back, IMF estimated the global energy subsidy, including the social and environmental costs associated with the heavily subsidized fossil fuel, are costing the world government approximately $5.3 trillion per year, which is about 6.5% of global GDP. So despite this, some of the 100% renewable energy economy or the disinvestment looks unrealistic and are not included in mainstream policy. So is this a political or economic struggle that we are in? So the renewable energy needs to be scaled up at least 6 times faster for the world to start to meet the goals set out of the Paris Agreement. And Dr. Sharma has just mentioned that we have gone from 175 gigawatt to 450 gigawatt, and I'm sure the plan for 450 is going to work for India. One of them is going gas economy from current 6.2% to 15%. And the historic climate accord of 2015, which at a minimum to limit average global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees and in the present century, and compared to pre-industrial level, and the renewable in combination with rapid improving energy efficiency from the cornerstone of a viable climate solution. Keeping the global temperature rise below 2 degrees is technically feasible, and it would also be more economically, socially, and environmentally beneficial than the path resulting from the current plan and policy. However, the global energy system must undergo a profound transformation from one largely based on fossil fuel to one that enhances efficiency and is based on renewable energy. Such a global energy transformation, seen as culmination of energy transition that is already happening in some of the country, and that can create a world that is more prosperous and inclusive. The energy system consequently requires rapid, immediate, and sustained change. And the development of renewable must increase at least sixfold compared to the level set out in the current plan. And the shape of electricity in total energy use must double. And with substantial electrification of transport and heat, the renewable would then make up 2/3 of energy consumption and 85% of power generation. And together with energy efficiency, this could deliver over 90% of climate mitigation needed to maintain in 2 degrees Celsius limit that we have set for us. Because some of the plans are fall short of emission reduction that is needed, and the current and planned policy offer a comparative slow path whereby the world would exhaust its energy-related carbon budget in under 20 years in terms of efforts to keep the global temperature rise below 2 degrees Celsius. And the budget for 1.5 degree Celsius limit, meanwhile, would potentially run out in less than a decade. So under a current planned policy, as I said, world would exhaust the carbon budget of CO2 in under 20 years to keep the global temperature below 2 degrees, which is has 66% of probability. And while fossil fuels such as oil, natural gas, and coal would continue to dominate the global energy mix for decades to come. And to meet the 2 degree goal, immediate action would require to culminate cumulative emission must at least be reduced by further 470 gigaton by 2050 compared to current and planned policy, which is business as usual to meet that goal. And energy efficiency and renewable energy are the main pillar of energy transition, as already said. It was mentioned by Dr. Sharma also. So while different paths can mitigate climate change, the renewable energy and energy efficiency provide the optimal pathway to deliver the majority of the emission cuts needed at necessarily speed. Together, they can provide over 90% of the energy-related carbon dioxide emission reduction that are required using technologies that are safe, reliable, affordable, and widely available. The renewable energy and energy efficient need to expand in all sectors. Most of the time we see it in the downstream sector. We are using more and more such efficiency, and very rightly Dr. Sharma has pointed out some of them in his talk. So one need to have in entire value chain, be it upstream, midstream, and the downstream, the energy efficiency method has to be used, and the total share of renewable energy must rise from around 15% of total primary energy supplies. That was 2015, and around 2/3 by 2050. To meet climate target, the energy intensity of the global economy will need to fall by about 2/3 by 2050, and lowering the total primary energy supply in that year to slightly less than 215 level. And this can be achieved despite significant population and economic growth, and by substantially improving energy efficiency. So by 2050, all countries can substantially increase the proportion of renewable energy in their total energy use. And it is suggested that renewable can make up 60% or more of many countries. And the total energy consumption, for instance, China would increase the share of renewable energy in its energy use from 7%, which was in 2015, to 67% in 2050. And the European Union, the share would grow from 17% to over 70%. India and United States would see share increased to 2/3 or more. Optimistically speaking, this is a path of opportunity, and it would enable faster growth, create more jobs, though the nature of the job would change, and create cleaner cities and improve overall welfare. And in economic terms, reduction human health and the reducing human health and environmental costs, that would bring annual saving by 2050 up to 5 times the additional annual cost of transition. And the global economy in 2050 would be larger, with nearly 40 million jobs directly related to renewable energy and its efficiency. And timely action would also avoid standing over 11 trillion USD worth of energy infrastructure assets that are tied to the current polluting energy technology. Energy as a socio-technical system, recognizing the energy as a social technical system embedded in a complex, multidimensional, multi-actor and multi-level arena, from global to local government to household with dynamic property. And the key choice involved in energy transition are not so much between different fuel, but between different form of social, economic, and political arrangement built in combination with new energy technology. In the other word, the challenge is not simply what fuel to use, but how to organize a new energy system around that fuel. So this is the most crux of my finding here. And there are partnership, new research, innovation to involve universities more effectively, actively. This with regard to Indian scenario I'm talking about, and delegitimizing the fossil fuel. So moving focus future of the fossil fuel supply chain to highlight the human rights abuse and environmental devastating caused by the extraction of fossil fuel. And that is just burning fossil fuel, that is the problem. And distressing the geopolitical instability. We have seen a lot of wars around the world for want of this energy, and that is a very high price paid for a carbon-based globalized energy system. And the accelerating the end of fossil fuel era through reframing carbon as having now passed the point where their continued use is destructive, biophysically and ecologically unstable, and perpetuated injustice, secrecy, and geopolitical tensions that it creates. Part of the broader transition process is unlock and the energy system from fossil fuel. I'm coming towards the end of my talk about the how value is the carbon and that we burn and waste. So there are different millions of products that are manufactured, as I pose in my talk, that look around things which are made out of oil, gas, and coal, and this is the answer to it. The if you see the refrigerants, aerosol, antifreeze, the detergent, which is having LAB, linear alkyl benzene, and which is making the detergent, the dyes, adhesive, alcohol in the normal and isobutyl alcohol in the food, and the explosive, weed killer, insecticide, insect repellent, synthetic fiber, nylon, we all know, rayon, Dacron, Orlon, nylon 66, fertilizer, rubber, and BTX, the toluene, benzene, xylene, of the aromatic fraction, and the heavier one is the microcrystalline petroleum wax, the bitumen or the asphaltic concrete. The use of such thing, the roofing asphalts and pitches, is also can be used in the infrastructure. And on the other side, the coating and cement, the saturated felt and the board for non-building use, the coke oven, the blast furnace product. I mean, the list is endless. So carbon too useful to burn. Thus, protecting the use of increasing valuable fossil raw material for the future is possibly by substituting these material with renewable, and every day this is delayed and fossil raw material are consumed as one-time energy, created in future use loss of between 8.8 to 9.3 billion US dollar. And energy transition is as political struggle. I will just make one sentence here. The socio-political struggle is fossil fuel companies and the other incumbent firms, the electric utilities and the car company, will be crucial in the case of low carbon transition. In fact, politically inspired regime destabilization may be necessary to create opportunity for wider diffusion of renewable, which now face uphill struggle against resistance regime. So I would like to conclude by saying that technically and economic characteristics of an accelerated energy transition to by 2050 to use data sets for renewable energy. Analysts indicate that energy efficiency and renewable energy technologies are the core element of that transition, and their systematic use would determine the future. The renewable energy can supply 2/3 of the total global energy demand and contribute to the bulk of the greenhouse gas emission reduction that is needed between now to the year 2050 for limiting average global surface temperature increase to keep it below 2 degrees Celsius, and enabling policy and regulatory framework which needs to be adjusted to mobilize the six-fold acceleration of renewable growth that is needed, and with the highest growth estimated for wind and solar PV photovoltaic cell technologies, complemented by high level of energy efficiency to ensure eventual elimination of carbon dioxide emission by applying new technology and innovation, notably for transport and manufacturing sector, which remains largely ignored in the debate. Looking nationally on subsidy, and more attention is needed for emerging infrastructure issues such as charging infrastructure and other sector coupling implications, and also to dodge the new investment in upstream oil exporting company. So with this, I conclude, and I once again thank Dr. Anil Kumar Garg for giving this opportunity to me to with the topic. If I may allow, may I invite Mr. Velio A. Kuskra, President, Advanced Resource International Incorporation, USA, to deliver his talk on the topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First, I'd like to show my appreciation for the invitation to this very fine and most important conference. I'm going to have Joyce move my slides along. What I'm going to talk about is the importance of CCUS, carbon capture and utilization, for ensuring a future for fossil energy, coal, gas, and oil. And I'm going to focus on the utilization aspects with CO2 enhanced oil recovery, as well as the geological storage, the two complements that go along with carbon capture. Next slide, please. For those of you who don't know us, we're young at heart, but we've been around for 50 years now. And we've worked in India for a long time and many countries overseas. We're a geology, geophysics, petroleum engineering, and economic company, and we specialize in enhanced oil and gas recovery and geological storage. We work with a great number of companies, and you notice one of your companies here, Reliance Energy. Next slide, please. The topic of carbon capture and utilization has gained tremendous importance as well as visibility in the last few years. There's been the National Petroleum Council that has laid out a roadmap for commercial scale development of CCUS. The two latest Society of Petroleum Engineers conferences have focused on this topic. And then the International Energy Agency put out its flagship report, The Importance of CCUS in the Energy Transition. Next slide, please. And the markets and the public, just like you've heard during this session and previous speakers, are demanding low net zero carbon fuels. And CCUS will be important, and in fact, in my view, critical. It'll be essential for continuing to use natural gas in power generation, as feedstocks for blue hydrogen, for carbon neutral or negative oil with enhanced oil recovery for transportation, and much lower, or you might call it green LNG imports and exports. And just to reiterate once more, CCUS will be essential to ensure a viable future for the oil and gas industry. Next slide, please. There are some projects underway. There are a number of what we call low-hanging fruit projects that already are capturing CO2 and storing it or using it from ammonia plants, from methanol plants, and other byproduct CO2 capture from gas processing plants. But it's important to begin to introduce large-scale projects. And there's one underway. It's being constructed at Lake Charles methanol facility. It would capture and store 4 million metric tons a year. There is a white energy oxyethanol facility, and then and most importantly, a number of feed studies at power plants, San Juan Generation, Dry Fork, Wyoming, Project Tundra in North Dakota. Next slide, please. Internationally, I'm just going to focus on Canada for a minute. There are a number of efforts going on in Europe, but Canada has continued to be a leader in carbon management, and much of it has come about from federal and provincial support. There is, of course, the classic Weyburn-Midale Enhanced Oil Recovery Project. They've already stored nearly 40 million metric tons of CO2. There is a post-combustion capture facility at Boundary Dam, which is Saskatchewan Power's coal-fired power plant. A project called Project Quest to basically store 5 million metric tons from a bitumen upgrader. And recently, a big step forward in terms of completing the Alberta Carbon Trunk Line, which will provide the important link between sources and sinks. Next line, please. So a foundation for large-scale CCUS is being built. This follows nearly 3 decades of studies, science, field pilots, and even several false starts. And the 4 cornerstones are lower cost carbon technology, capture technology, and I'll talk a little about that. As important has been that we've built confidence that there are vast volumes of safe, secure CO2 storage capacity in the US and up in Canada. There have been some recent policy supports, financial supports, one of them being the 45Q tax credit, and then the California's low carbon fuels support. And below all of that is improving public acceptance for this technology. Next slide, please. A study that I've taken from the Global CCS Institute begins to show the progress that has been made on lowering the costs of CO2 capture technology, and particularly by large-scale coal-fired power plants. And we are right now close to projects that can be economically viable, and looking ahead, those costs are expected to come down. Next slide, please. As important, as I mentioned, are the regional CO2 storage hubs that are being set in place around the country. And particularly important has been the US Department of Energy's National Energy Technology Lab's Carbon Safe program, which is helping build 6 regional CO2 storage hubs. There's a world-scale storage facility in Kemper County, Mississippi, a storage hub next to the Dry Fork Power Plant in Wyoming, and then 4 other facilities in North Dakota, Illinois, Indiana, and New Mexico. And let me talk about one of these in more detail on the next slide, please. And that's the Kemper County Storage Complex. It's a massive storage with over 1 gigaton of capacity. You can see the stacked series of sands, which is critical for providing the net pay and the capacity. And you can see that at a 50% probability capacity, we're looking at basically 1,200 million metric tons of capacity. Next slide, please. The CO2 would be transported from a series of power plants, approximately 22.5 million metric tons a year. And this would all be coming from Southern Company's power plants, both coal-fired power plants at Plant Miller, and then gas-fired power plants at Plant Daniel, and also one at Plant Red Cliffs at the site. And there are both pre-feed studies and feed studies underway to look at the cost of capture and how to bring down those costs. And we've put into place a conceptual design of a pipeline transportation system. And the critical part of that is that at large scale, with large pipelines, CO2 transportation can be quite low cost. In this case, it's actually on the order of about $3 per metric ton to bring it from the sources to the sink. Next slide, please. Another important part of keeping oil as part of the mix is producing what I call carbon negative oil. And that means that you're actually storing more CO2 with enhanced oil recovery than the CO2 content of the oil that you're bringing up. We've looked at 4 different settings in the US. I think similar opportunities. We're doing a study currently for Australia. We've looked at other opportunities in other parts of the world. But in the US, in conventional oil fields, we have large amounts of over 44 billion metric tons of storage at a CO2 oil ratio of 0.53 metric tons per barrel. And at 0.4 metric tons per barrel is the CO2 content of a barrel of oil once you exclude its use for chemical or non-combustion sources. And there are a number of other sources. There are the residual oil zones, and an important and new one are really, and the last two are the shale oil formations. They exist in India. They also provide important, and in the US, large storage volumes. And we're currently looking at the offshore oil fields. We've done 3 studies of major oil fields, and these case studies show that there is significant potential for storing CO2 in offshore, like could be done in offshore India as well. Next slide, please. And so with that, I'd like to close with a few observations. I have confidence that we are entering what I call the dawn of the new age for carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Markets, public policy, and green procurement practices will increasingly demand low carbon neutral fuels. Wide-scale use of CCUS can enable the oil, gas, and coal industry to meet these demands and remain viable during this transition to the carbon-constrained world. But there are some things that are still to be provided, particularly a more robust set of incentives for carbon-negative production of oil, which we've talked about, and then capture and storage of CO2 from coal and natural gas fuel power plants, in addition to the existing tax incentive that's in place. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you, Mr. Valio, for excellent presentation. And that is from US. It's early morning in US. So welcome, and it is a very good account of the subject. Thank you very much, Mr. Valio.
This is Dr. Pokhriyal again. May I now invite Mr. Atanu Mukherjee, President and CEO, MN Dastoor and Company Private Limited. Over to you, sir.
Okay, can you hear me, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I hope I'll put the video on. Okay, there we go. Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity to present in this esteemed conference. And I thought that I'll talk to you a little bit about some of the challenges and some of the opportunities in transitioning to a low carbon energy future through gasification and carbon capture. And I think Velo very eloquently talked about carbon capture, and I think that has got a big implication in terms of how we transition to a low carbon energy future, especially keeping in mind the practicalities of where we are today in terms of what we use in terms of fossil fuels and what we can do with renewables going into the future. So if you look at, a little bit of a perspective of, what are some of the challenges that we have got in transitioning to a low carbon future? I think one is the challenge of energy transition. So what we're going through right now, as you all know, is energy transition to a new future with new energy mix. But energy transitions take a lot of time. And if you look historically, for different energy sources like coal or crude oil or natural gas, they have taken a long time to transition to a significant market share where they're relevant. So, for example, coal took about 50 years, 50 to 60 years to get to 40% market share. Crude oil took about 30% market share to 60 years. Natural gas got about 25%, 20% in about 50 years. And today, modern renewables are at about 8%, started off at 5% in 2015. So you can imagine that this is also going to take some time. It's not going to happen overnight, much as people would like to think, and much as all of us would like to think and imagine. This is going to take its own time. So we got to live with coal, we got to live with crude, we got to live with natural gas, we got to live with the investments that have been made over many, many years into the future. The question then becomes, given the challenge we have got in the bottom in terms of how to be carbon net negative by 2050, which is only a generation of 30 years, how do you make it happen given this challenge of long time scales and time constants of energy transition? And I think the solution to that essentially is to look at this transition as a basket of really transitioning not only to renewables, but also to transition coal, crude oil, natural gas, and fossil sources into carbon efficient and carbon negative, or carbon neutral for that matter, mechanisms of energy generation. So here's the other challenge that we've got, right? What I call the 70% challenge. Bill Gates calls it the 75% challenge, it's similar. Essentially, what this looks at is essentially is the source of the different CO2 emissions, right? So if you look at India, global, USA, and China, if you look at it, electricity is about 34%, 27%, 28%, 34%, about 30% is the generation of CO2 from electricity sources. Interestingly, and I'm sure all of you know, that over 30%, right, is from manufacturing, right, which you don't have an electrical solution of renewables, right? You cannot generate steel from electricity. You cannot generate cement from renewable sources. You cannot generate petrochemicals, right, from electricity. So these CO2 emissions of manufacturing sources, transportation sources, for example, aviation, buildings, agriculture is 25%, for example, right, will continue to remain, and we got to have this challenge of getting these emissions into order. So renewables can today and going forward address 30%, a little more in terms of emissions. The rest of the emission problem remains, and we have got to figure out ways of low carbon fuels for the existing fossil fuel that we use to be able to really get to our goals of net negative by 2050. And so the third challenge that we have, which I just want to outline, is the economic challenge. And I always say that economics always beats technology. We can have the best technology, but then end of the day, it's about economics of technology, economics of operations, economics of value, which makes a difference. So, for example, here's something which you call the green premium. Today, if you want to utilize manufacture of electricity, for example, using renewables and other mix, there's a premium you pay, right? It's about 12% premium on the left that you see. If you go for manufacturing, take an example of cement, and if you have carbon capture with traditional mechanisms, right, it's a huge premium. It's about a 75% premium that you want to pay in manufacturing cement using, maybe oxy-based burning and maybe carbon capture. Transportation, if I were to go to electrofuels, for example, with hydrogen generated from electrolysis, you're going to pay almost 3 times, right, today in terms of that green premium compared to incumbent fuels. And agriculture, for example, if I were to do, for example, a plant-based beef burger, then you're talking about 86% premium. So the economic challenge of energy transition also is immense, right? So that again tells you that you're going to have a very holistic and systemic approach in terms of integrating different facets of fossil fuel technologies, fossil fuel energies, and renewable systems to be able to really determine how you can trace a trajectory which allows you to get to your points in an economically viable manner, because if it's not economically viable, I think adoption will not happen. That's what history has shown, and this time is not going to be any different. So based on that, the question becomes, how do we transition to a cheap, low-carbon energy from fossil fuels, and why it should be an essential imperative? Quickly, this is something I just wanted to share was, how do we think it happens, right? And this is based on a lot of work that we have done across the world in carbon capture systems, gasification systems, low carbon fuels for oil companies, for steel companies, and such others, right? And the Department of Energy, for example, and now with the government of India too. The whole bedrock of this is multi-stage or multi-feed gasification of low carbon fuels. So essentially talking about coal, obviously, we're talking about petcoke, we're talking about biomass, plastics, and NSW, driven through a set of different technology gasifiers, like maybe entrained flow gasifiers or a fluidized bed gasifier, like people talked about earlier, or fixed bed for that matter. And if you look at the interesting thing out here is, is the cost of these fuels is really low. $1.1 per MMBTU, $2.5 per MMBTU, $1.8 of biomass per MMBTU, and so on and so forth. They are very, very competitive. So the question is if I can translate that in a cost competitive manner in a country like India, to create what I call as low carbon fuels, low carbon derivative fuels like methanol, hydrogen, syngas, and ammonia, and use that to drive the generation of my manufacturing, my products, and fuels going in the future, coupled with an essential element which I call as the carbon capture shown in the bottom, we probably have a viable economic model, right? A viable techno-economic model for moving forward. And so this is what it talks about, and our model shows that based on the work that you can get to pretty competitive cash costs, right, of methanol at $180 per ton, hydrogen at $600 per ton, which is very, very competitive, right, from hydrogen, from coal or biomass, and syngas at $4.5 per MMBTU. So you can essentially look at these feedstocks, use appropriate gasification platforms to be able to convert that into very competitive, carbon neutral to carbon negative, right? Products using gasification technologies along with carbon capture. And like Velo mentioned, $40 per ton post-combustion carbon captures, you're getting there, but pre-combustion is even cheaper. And so we must use pre-combustion capture as a mechanism to really look at CO2 capture in our transition to low carbon fuel economy. So we want to talk about it more. I think this is just an illustration that yes, this is a very, very important piece. Lowest cost carbon capture for conversion, EOR, and storage at scale is extremely important as a necessary condition for a low carbon fuel economy. And there are demonstrated CCUS projects like Century, Gorgon, Shoot Creek. We are doing one of the largest scale carbon capture projects in India at IOCL, ONGC for EOR. That's been done with Dastur. But I think the important challenge out here is to really look at what is the national policy on capture? Do we have a 45Q? Do you have a carbon tax? I do believe for a developing country, a carbon tax is regressive. We've got to have some kind of a 45Q or technology push policy so that it allows you to really adopt carbon capture and diffuse carbon capture technology across the industry ecosystem. And I think importantly, how do you map the CCS storage locations onshore and offshore? I think there's very little work that's been done out here. There's the opportunity to do that significantly. And I think that, if you can do that along with low cost pre-combustion capture, we know that it can be done less than $20 a ton. I think we've got a good solution in terms of complementing that with, gasification systems to translate fuels, fossil fuels and other fuels into, a product economy. This is about a clean fuel methanol economy. This is how we see it, right? We think that the crude to methanol opportunity is huge. And I think that he's working on this. If you look at it, a significant portion of fuels is 40%, chemicals is 47%, olefins, which is a big one in terms of substitution of crude, is about 15 to 20%. And so crude to methanol import substitution is probably a $15 billion opportunity in our estimation right away. And I think that's significant. I think the other thing that people talked about is hydrogen, like I talked about earlier. Really enabling a hydrogen economy through multi-feed gasification, just not coal, but coal and biomass and petcoke and other feeds, along with oxy and air, I think is a viable path to low-cost low emissions, zero emissions hydrogen, which you call as blue hydrogen, right? And we think that hydrogen's use is not really in transportation. We think hydrogen will be really used in power generation, zero emissions power generation, baseload power generation, and in chemicals like refineries and ammonia, and to some degree in heavy transport like buses and trucks, right? And I think eventually giving rise to green hydrogen, because green hydrogen through electrolyzers is extremely important, but it's going to take time. It's going to take a few decades, I think, before commercial scale gets to a point where the costs are manageable and attractive. So I think just a little bit more on hydrogen. We got to remember economics beats technology every time. Every time history has shown that, and there's no reason to believe it's going to be different this time. And so we got to look at the economics of production, economics of adoption, economics of use. And so if you want to develop a hydrogen economy in 30 years, I think heavy transportation and hydrogen-based power and chemicals is important, very important. I think subsidies and incentives to drive hydrogen adoption and production is important. And I think commercial scale clean hydrogen has to begin with H2 from fossil fuels, biomass and waste with CO2 capture and storage. That is the way to go. And eventually in 20 to 40 years, you get a commercial scale electrolyzer-based hydrogen. I think, like I said, cheap carbon, low carbon base load power. Essentially, again, you drive syngas and H2 to drive the generation of base load power from gases. And we're talking about 3 technologies, which I think is getting there to maturity. Some of them already gotten there. Supercritical CO2 alum cycles, right? Basically, you're driving CO2 supercritical cycles to drive turbines. Hydrogen combined cycle turbine cycles, and I think that's getting there today. 30% use in large scale turbines is not a problem. Small scale turbines fully run on hydrogen today, and of course IGCC, integrated gasification combined cycle turbines are important in terms of generating power using fossil fuels as gasification as the basic low carbon fuels. And I think lastly, just want to hint a little bit that this has got big socioeconomic multipliers. And I think that's very important for a country like India to really look at the socioeconomic multipliers of low carbon gasification based economy. And I think some of the key goals out here essentially is to look at high ash Indian coals, biomass and waste, and the right gasification technologies, to be able to really look at how to increase GDP and drive clean fuels through methanol, hydrogen, chemicals, steel, and power value chain. Should be able to capture 100 million tons of CO2 over a period of time per year. And I think this draws a lot of investment. $70+ billion in our estimation is a minimal floor that one can look at. And I think policy is extremely important to drive the implementation over time. Finally, I think this is some economics of substitution. We can go to the details later, but I think that the energy and material substitution effect across petrol, diesel, LPG, olefins, or naphtha-ethane substitution, coking coal, and urea is significant, right? It's about $20 billion. And I think that has got a big impact on what we call as Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I think that if you do this over a period of time, it is quite likely that at a minimum, you can get to about $20 billion of substitution of diesel, of coking coal, of coal imports, of petrol, of LPG, of crude production, a substitution of naphtha, urea substitution for imports. And so I think that's a very attractive opportunity to start with. So with that, I think I'll leave it at that. And hopefully we can talk about this later at some point of time. If any questions, more than happy to look at it after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanu Mukherjee. I think you are speaking from US.
Yes, I'm in Austin, Texas, and I'm in Austin, Texas. Austin is, as you know, blanketed by snow. This is a real example of what's happening with the weather, right? Never happened in Austin, and this is my home in the United States, but it's blanketed and record temperatures. I was not sure whether I will be able to give the presentation because we had lost power for 36 hours. And you can just imagine what happens when your grid systems fail because of climate. And when you inject renewables and other sources, grid becomes more unstable. And so I think we're going through this challenge of restoring power in Texas. And so hopefully it is good that I could participate in the Power Didn't Go Away while I was presenting.
Thank you. Another speaker from US, Mr. Robert, has sent a video because of time problem. So, Mr. Puneet, can you just load and start the video of Robert?
I'm Bob Weismiller. I used to be chair of the California Energy Commission. I'm here today to speak about California's pathway to a low carbon future. Thanks for the opportunity to provide this presentation tonight. First, let me talk about California's greenhouse gas goals. First one was AB 32, which was to reduce California's greenhouse gas emissions to 1990 levels by 2020. Well, in fact, we did that by 2017. The next one, which is going to be more difficult, is to reduce to 40% below 1990 in 2030. And an additional one is to get to zero net carbon. And that's really going to be the difficult one by 2045. And as part of that, there's also been legislation to achieve 100% renewables by 2045. What do I mean by carbon neutrality? Basically, the IPCC report indicated that carbon neutrality by 2045 may hold global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade, which is obviously a target under Paris we're really shooting for. And what does it mean then to get to carbon neutrality? It's to basically have as many sinks for carbon as we have sources, and to offset the emissions from the sources by absorption into the sinks. Now, for California, it's important to look at the inventory of where greenhouse gas emissions come from. And if you see from the chart on the right, 41% of that directly comes from transportation. Now, in addition, there's the production and refining, which is part of the industrial sector, and that takes it to 52%. So really, more than half of California's emissions come from transportation. If you look at power, it's about 15%. It has gone down from about 25% to 15% in the last 10 years, which roughly matches my term as at the Energy Commission. Although we have a lot of hydro in our system, so it can go from plus or minus 5% in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. Now, how does California try to address its greenhouse gas emissions? As you can see, there's a menu of options, a real portfolio of programs there. And I'm going to focus pretty much on the energy part of that, which is basically doubling building efficiency or energy efficiency, also increasing renewable power. As I said, that's gone from original goals of 50% and 60% and now to 100%. And finally, looking at the zero emission vehicle part. Now, again, there are certainly other pieces of the puzzle. California has a cap and trade program for its entire economy. California also is really focusing on super pollutants, methane emissions from dairies and landfills, and also refrigerants. But part of the messaging today is to say that California has managed to decouple greenhouse gas emissions from the GDP. California's economy has grown to the 5th largest in the world. Obviously, I'm talking prior to COVID, and how all that plays out is an open question, particularly on the recovery side. But at least pre-COVID, 5th largest economy in the world. At the same time, it was reducing its greenhouse gas emissions in total, per capita, and also per GDP. So the bottom line is one can grow the economy in, say, India, at the same time one's reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Part of the way California has achieved that is through energy efficiency. And I want to compare and contrast California to the United States in general. And you can see from this chart that since the 70s, California has a more efficient economy than the rest of the US. And that conveniently, I worked for Governor Brown when he was governor in the 70s. That was his first 2 terms, and also back in the 2010 period, which again is, so Governor Brown will have a total of 4 terms, the only 4-term governor in California history. But part of that is he's always been involved in the energy efficiency part, and now is very focused on the climate part. how have we achieved that the energy efficiency in the California economy for the last since the 70s? Part of that has been Energy Commission building standards. We update building standards every 3 years. They must be cost effective on a life cycle basis. The last one we did in 2019 basically will require photovoltaics to match the baseload electricity load needs of new buildings. Obviously, that doesn't apply to shaded roofs. And there you might have more of a communal approach. But that was really a big thing in terms of really moving the choices more, basically doing whole subdivisions with photovoltaics, either on their rooftops or on a central basis, as opposed to basically solar installers knocking on door to door. And we found that to be very cost effective. The CEC is now updating its building standards for 2022. The focus this time will be more on multifamily and commercial buildings. California has about 150,000 new buildings a year, and about half of that is apartment houses, and about half of that is single family. So it's really important to start folding multifamily into the photovoltaic mandate. But at this time, we're really looking at not just photovoltaics, but storage for non-residential buildings. Along with building standards, the Energy Commission also does appliance standards. Again, we've been doing that since the 70s. And again, these must be cost effective for the consumer over the product's lifetime. And we have an appliance program to make sure that basically anything that's sold in California must meet these standards. Federal government started doing its own appliance standards in the 1980s and picked up where we had done things on refrigerators, air conditioners, other major appliances. Once they did, we were preemptive, but looking at some of the recent ones we've done, certainly LED lighting in California has been really an important push. In addition, and there will be updates, we did televisions and computer monitors, which again, so we have a very active program and it continues to move forward. Although our next step actually is to basically require smart appliances, which will help us on the load flexibility side. So basically we would have load management capabilities built into California appliances, which will help firm up the grid where we have more and more photovoltaics. Having said that's what we're doing for new construction and new appliances, obviously in California, most of our buildings are pre-existing. I mean, some of them were obviously built from our earlier building standards in the 70s, but generally we have about 10 million buildings that are existing as compared to the 150,000 new buildings. So the idea is we really must figure out a way to increase the efficiency of existing buildings. One of the things we're doing is for using big data and labeling projects for commercial buildings. And you see some examples of that. And presumably people renting or buying those buildings can now look at their energy intensity and use that as a criteria going forward. Other thing I wanted to point to, and again, Governor Schwarzenegger had set the goal of 1 million solar roofs in California. And indeed, we hit that in 2019. And again, that was coincidentally, we've now moved past that goal to essentially adding requiring new construction to include solar roofs. So California has really made a major push on renewables along with energy efficiency. And as you can tell, the first goal we had, or the most recent, was 33% by 2020. Well, we beat that. 50% by 2030, which again is going to be tough. And then 100% by 2045, which is going to be really hard. I want to talk about California's progress on that front. On the left-hand side, you can see basically the resource mix. California has a definition of renewables not include large hydro, although we have a substantial hydro system in the state. And as you can tell, then looking at the left-hand side, with 36% renewables now, that's by our California definition, another 17% of large hydro, We have some nuclear, which is being phased out 10%. And so the balance is really natural gas, which is used for peaking and load following. The solar mix, as you can tell on the right-hand side, primarily solar and wind are the renewable mix. Now, looking at the next slide, it's sort of a better demonstration of the renewable mix and how it's changed over time. As you can tell, again, wind and solar really dominate the renewable mix. We have some base load, geothermal and biomass renewables, but it's primarily intermittent. And on the solar side, we have both behind the meter and central station. But as you can tell, it's primarily central station. Having all that intermittent power certainly affects our grid. And part of what that means is there's a real premium to look at storage now. And so again, California has been really ramping up storage. And I would have to say at this point is the prime market for storage in the world. In particular, I'd point to AB 2514, which was something Governor Brown came up with and proposed in 2010, which was to start with a mandate for the utilities to buy 1.5 gigawatts by 2024. Obviously, the PUC allowed them to adjust the timing there and the mix to make it cost effective. And that's been ramped up. The other point I'd say is for California, storage has been important in the sense that if you co-locate storage with solar, then you're eligible for tax credit, which is a substantial reward for that. We have high retail rates and low wholesale rates. So the market mechanisms certainly provide another incentive for behind the meter storage. At this point, one of the things we're really moving forward on is large scale central station batteries. And this is one example. It's Vista's project. It's 300 megawatts. It's located at Moss Landing, which used to be a combined cycle plant. And at this point, people are basically converting those sites over to batteries. Obviously, you have the transmission system, you have a control system, it's sort of the ideal place to put storage. And this project will be further expanded to 400 megawatts by August, and it's racing with other large-scale projects. California's goal is to have 1.5 gigawatts of storage online this summer, and that in part is response to last August's grid reliability issues. And what's the driver been, obviously, for lithium ion batteries? It's been the cost reductions. They've gone down about 90% in the last 10 years. In terms of storage, I pointed to 2514, also the other additions. But one of the things is that there's been an additional 800 million put into basically distributed storage. And that is being used, again, co-located with solar behind the meter. And that's, California's had, as you know, fires, wildfires, which have meant that the utilities do some degree of grid power shutoffs and high fire risk times. And so that puts a lot of incentives in those areas that have high fire risk to basically put in distributed solar and storage systems. And so that's part of the driver in California for storage then is behind the meter along with the central station. Last, looking at the transportation sector, again, transportation is 52% of California's greenhouse gas emissions. It's also 83% of the criteria pollutants. So, and of course we have a lot of automobiles, about 28 million, and that results in, basically a lot of petroleum consumption and diesel consumption. California obviously is trying to move towards zero emission vehicles. We have, right now it's closer to about 8,000, which is about half of the EVs sold in the US. California also has, the only way you can really have an EV fleet is if you have charging infrastructure. It's a chicken and egg problem. So at this point, the Energy Commission and the utilities have about 62,000 charging stations, charging plugs. And we also have about 42 hydrogen stations. So we're trying to basically in the zero emission vehicle side, have both battery electric and also certainly supportive of hydrogen fuel cells. Looking at the transportation goals, I would point to Governor Newsom recently sent executive orders for 100% of in-state sales of all passenger vehicles and trucks to be zero emissions by 2035. Again, that's new passenger cars and trucks, but and that's a giant step towards basically zero emission vehicles in California, which obviously are driven by, I was going to say the economics are driven by the ever reducing cost to lithium ion batteries. California also has, a significant reliance on goods movement. Basically, most goods coming in from the Pacific Rim into the United States go through Los Angeles or Long Beach harbors, and then go on basically trucks or rail out to every county in the US. And so that means the significant part of the LA economy then is goods movement. I've heard 20 to 30%, but also a significant cause of air pollution in the LA basin is goods movement. And a lot of that is diesel trucks. So basically, what he has done is adopt the first in the world zero emissions truck rule, is adopted in June of this year. And that will achieve 100,000 zero emission vehicles by 2030 and 300,000 by 2035. Obviously, in the truck area, it's a real battle between batteries and hydrogen fuel cells. I think the presumption is probably the hydrogen will win, but we'll see. Anyway, again, thanks for the opportunity to speak today, and look forward to any questions that you have. Good evening.
This was the video presentation by Robert, and now I will request Professor Selen Kumar. Professor Selen Kumar. Okay. Yeah, he's here. Welcome, sir. You have to unmute, please. Professor Selen Kumar Pokhriyal Sahib. Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. So now, after this interesting talk, may I invite Mr. Harshit Agrawal, Deputy Country Sales Manager, for his presentation. Over to you, Mr. Harshit.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Very good evening to everyone who had gathered here for this virtual conference. And I also thank organizer for giving opportunity to our organization to be part of this prestigious conference. So during next 10 minutes or so of my presentation, I will take you through a brief introduction about the company as well as some market drivers. At the same time, we will also look at some processes or routes to produce biofuels, which eventually will help in transition towards decarbonization. So just let me know if you can see my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, it is. Yes, yes, it is indeed.
Okay, so in that case, I'll begin with the introduction part of the company. Well, what we really do. Axens is a French company and active in majorly 5 markets, which you see on the right side. In these 5 markets, we are providing technology as a licensor. We are also providing products like catalyst and proprietary equipments. At the same time, we are also dealing with the services for the startup services, consulting and training services. Axens is a subsidiary of a state-owned French institute, IFP, which is also known as French Institute of Petroleum. It is one of the most prominent R&D institute in the world. More on Axens, well, we have been established player in India and around the world and have been doing business with all major players in India. On the left side of the slides, there are just some key numbers, which I just wanted to show you in just to highlight Axens credentials in these areas. So moving on. In terms of market drivers, I think everyone gathered here today knows very well the drivers for transition towards decarbonization. So I'll not go into that. And I think it has been in depth touched upon in the previous slides. I will just make one point here that it is quite clear that future energy demands will be an overlap of number of pathways, not just by one solution. And this transition will take longer. So eventually, it will a combination of fossil fuel along with the renewable fuels will in conjugation with 1G fuels will able to solve the energy demand problems as well as the emission problems that we normally face. Now we can all agree to that that renewable fuels will play a vital role in reducing greenhouse emissions and decarbonization, and the same has been shown on this slide. According to international agencies, even if we look at the most conservative scenario, the renewable fuels are here to stay and will play a crucial role in overall reduction of greenhouse emissions. Now, if I quickly move on to Exen's bio portfolio, this is a quick snapshot of it. We will look at different pathways to use different kind of feedstocks, whether it is solid like biomass or liquid like used cooking oil, to produce fuels like diesel and jet fuel and biochemicals. I'm sure many of you gathered here are aware of many of these routes in some form. So my aim would be to show some recent updates in these areas and what we have done to make it more cost effective. Because in one of the earlier slides, I mean, it was aptly mentioned that the economics is a vital component for any technology, and it is always economics overshadow the technological side of a process. So if you look at the top half of the presentation or this particular slide, we have two processes which produces renewable diesel and renewable jet fuel. Well, the first process is vegan, which is a hydroprocessing route. This is quite normal in oil and gas industry. And the second process is the fuel project. What it does is here the thermochemical conversion of biomass happens into diesel and jet fuel. It utilizes gasification and Fischer-Tropsch route, which I think was also indicated in earlier slide, that you generate syngas and then produce fuel using FT route. The third one is the future oil process, where biochemical conversion of biomass happen into 2G cellulosic ethanol, and eventually there are options available where you can convert this ethanol into ethylene thanks to etol process. And there furthermore we are also working on two more projects. One of them is bio butterfly project, which will produce butadiene directly from ethanol. And last not the least is the bioticket project, which will produce renewable aromatics from biomass. But the aim of the presentation is just to focus on the technologies producing fuels, which has been shown on the top. So we'll begin with the first process or the first route. Well, traditionally, when we talk about biodiesel, there are two routes. So one of them is the transesterification route, uh, which produces FAME. The other one, which we are talking about here in the form of vegan, is the hydrotreatment route, which produces a renewable diesel, which is paraffinic in nature. So because of this difference in the structure, where you have paraffin and you're comparing ester molecule in the form of FAME, it's definitely there are certain advantages of this renewable diesel because it does not have any oxygen, so you can blend it up to a very high percentage. Secondly, the cold flow properties is an very important component of any commercial fuel. So in this particular process, you get you can target the cold flow properties that you actually require. However, that is not the case with FAME, because there you need to add additives. There are more advantages here, but I'll not go into the details. I'll just quickly look at the scheme of things. The idea is not to go into the chemistry side of it or the technical side of it. Maybe we can touch that later, or if you are interested. The idea is to show what we are really doing here. What in the first step, which is known as HDT, here the target is to remove the oxygen and saturate the olefins in the form of hydrogen. And the next step is the isomerization, where you improve the cold flow property, which I showed you in the earlier slide. Well, you can implement this project either as a new project, as a grassroots project, or let's say if you have the existing reactors that are lying unused at one of the oil and gas facility, then that can be retrofitted, and this process can build up based on those kind of reactors. Definitely a feasibility study will be needed and will be required. However, this is another option where people are quite interested because it reduces the overall capex of the unit. Now, I think this is one of the more important slides which I would like to focus on. I just want to say that feedstock selection is quite critical for these kind of renewable processes. The reason is because every kind of feedstock has its own properties that will derive what kind of process scheme finally you will have. So that is why right selection of feedstock is quite important. This process has been validated at a various scales and is fit to operate and fit to perform even with the traditional feedstocks like vegetable oils, which you see on the left side, as well as the modern feedstocks or the second generation feedstock you see on the right side, which are alternative and waste-based feedstock like used cooking oil. You must have heard of it. Tall oil from the forestry industry, free fatty acid from the fish industry. So now focus has been on these kind of feedstock, and this vegan process is actually quite flexible and versatile to process all kind of feedstock in different ratios. So there is no limit to that. Finally, all these are some of our commercial references. This particular plant is quite special because this plant was not a grassroots plant. Here they used the existing setup and modified and retrofitted into vegan process. We have more references in Europe, in Poland and Spain. So this way, I mean, this process has been quite successful in last couple of years. Quickly moving on to the bio-fuel project. Again, the end product here is diesel and jet fuel and some renewable naphtha. Now, what is bio-fuel project? Well, it is a complete value chain of converting a biomass into liquid fuels, majorly diesel and jet fuel, sustainable aviation fuel, SAF. Plus, it also generates some renewable naphtha based on your requirement. It's a quite versatile and flexible process. When I say versatile and flexible, I mean it because you can process various kind of feedstock, whether it is biomass. If you have natural gas, yes, that can be used here. If you have a waste feedstock, yes. And if you have green hydrogen coming from a renewable source, based on that, the scheme can be modified and you can also do that. At the same time, you can target different kind of products, whether it is renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel for the airline industry, as well as the renewable naphtha for the petrochemical complex. Now, this is bio-fuel in a nutshell. This process was developed in consortium, in partnership. Consortium model is quite common in biofield or renewable part of the industry. So we have utilized that model and developed this process. For the ease of the presentation, we have just indicated the main partners for this process and would like to also show that how extensive and massive this project has been, because we are talking about 180 million euros of investment for the demo plants, for the commercialization of the process. At the same time, we are also talking about more than a decade of R&D effort that has already gone in. Parallelly, we are also talking about multiple demo facilities in that we have built up for this process for the validation and to mitigate the risk that are associated with such processes. This is a typical scheme flow diagram of a BioT fuel project. The aim is not to go into detail, but I just want to discuss here that what are the multiple options available to produce liquid fuels, specifically diesel and jet fuel. So one of the ways, if you have a biomass, you can dry it, you can grind it and put it into a gasifier. Then you generate a syngas, you clean the syngas, and then you produce the fuel. This is one way. This is the BioT fuel way. The other way is, let's say, which we were talking about, we are focusing on removing CO2, decarbonizing the flue gases that are coming from power plant industry or let's say cement industry. The flue gas has CO and CO2 in it. So you can extract that. You can use it as one of the feed for this process. And if you have some surplus hydrogen available, or if you have the green hydrogen available through electrolysis of water, you can use it as the other reactant, and CO and hydrogen. Using that, you can produce again this diesel and jet fuel using Fischer-Tropsch section. So there are multiple ways to carry out this conversion, and that's why this project is quite unique in that way. So I'll just quickly move on from here to the more important part, and that is the quality of the product. Sometimes during the discussions, what I heard was people are concerned what quality of fuel they will be getting from such processes. So I just want to highlight that the diesel or the sustainable aviation fuel you will get here is of a superior quality. When I say superior, it means it meets all the commercial specifications that are there for these two particular fuels. At the same time, there are no contaminants like sulfur or oxygenase or nitrogen, which are normally the case with fossil fuel based diesel and jet fuel. On the right side of it, it's quite interesting because we were talking about decarbonization, reducing emissions, and that is what we are trying to achieve with these particular processes. As you see on the right side, based on from where you are taking the utility, or what is the source of your utility, or what is the source of your feedstock, you will able to reduce these emissions up to 60 to 85%. It's and when we say 60 to 85%, it is well to wheel calculation. So this is normally what it means is from the time you extract and by the time it is consumed. So it's a significant reduction when we talk about these processes. They will really help in the transition of CO2 positive industry towards a more carbon neutral industry. These are some pictures just to showcase you that when we say that we have built 2 demo plants, these were not plants in any labs or small scale plants. We are talking about industrial scale plants. These are 2 huge plants that we have set up in order to validate the results, to mitigate the risks that are associated to processing of biomass, and also to bring reliability and flexibility in the overall process. So this is about BioT fuel. Finally, the third one is the FutureOil process, which is a biochemical conversion of biomass into ethanol. Again, FutureOil is again a very big and massive project, because if you see the timelines at the top, the whole project actually started in 2008. And the commercialization happened in 2017. So what we are talking about more than 10 years of R&D effort to develop this process. We are also talking about 90 million euros of investment program that has already gone in, multiple partners and R&D centers. Again, this process has been developed using consortium model. And consortium model, we have, just to keep the slide simple, we have only indicated our key partners for R&D, and where our mother company IFPEN is playing a crucial role in the process of process development and process scale up. Now, typically, I mean, the aim is not go into the process side of it. We can do that later if required. But I just want to say that there are typically 4 major steps. The step number 3 and step number 4 are already well commercialized. They are already used in 1G ethanol industry, which uses sugarcane as the feedstock. However, because we are using biomass in this case, so it becomes even more important to validate the first step, which is pre-treatment, and the second step, which is the co-production. The importance of pre-treatment step is because biomass is not available throughout the year, right? So you need to have that continuous operation, and that can only be done when you can process different kind of biomass. And this pre-treatment process actually, or pre-treatment step, allows you to process these various kind of biomass, which we will see in the later slides. Also, the second step is also quite crucial, which is the co-production of the enzymes at site using the biomass as the substrate to produce these enzymes. The reason, I mean, it is totally because of the economic reason. Because if I show you, if you produce these enzymes at site, you can reduce 15% of your OPEX. It's a big saving when we see the overall, if we look at the bigger picture of such processes. So as I said, these 2 steps were quite crucial. So during the early days of research, we realized was we need a pilot plant, but parallelly we need to validate these 2 steps, which is co-production of enzymes as well as this pre-treatment step at an industrial scale. And for that, what we really did was we build up 2 plants, which you see on the right side at an industrial scale. And I think I am quite confident to say that these 2 demo plants are quite big as some of the industrial units that are there around the world. So this has actually allowed us to build a few process known as FutureAll, which is quite flexible and robust. Again, as I mentioned in the earlier slides, feedstock is quite critical for such processes, and that is why this pre-treatment step allows us to process whether it is a straw type of biomass, woody biomass like bamboo, or biomass coming from the energy crops, which you see on the right side. So again, it's the focus is to build a process which is sustainable, flexible, and adaptable based on the condition that you normally have. And in such cases, condition changes from one demography to another demography. At the same time, a lot of focus has been put on the economic side of it, because as one of the eminent speaker in the earlier presentation said, that's economics overpowers technology in most cases. This is again a commercialized process. So this is one of our references in Croatia, where they will be building up this particular plant in an oil and gas facility in the years to come. Now, and that brings me to the end of my presentation. I will finish here by summarizing what I just said, that in today's time of this transition, industries are exploring different pathways, and it means that future energy demands will be met by not just one solution, but basket of solution, whether they are hydrogen, green ammonia, biomass utilization, and many more. And definitely these transitions will take time, and that is why it is even more important that we such processes receive encouragement from policy perspective. A focus on innovation is kept on. Definitely investment and economy of scale will help these processes to go that extra mile during the process of these transition. And as Dr. Sharma said in the beginning, we have to meet these energy demands and at the same time reducing the greenhouse emission. So all these processes which we looked at today will help industry to meet these objectives. So that is it from my side. So in case you have any questions, do let me know. And you can also contact me on my email ID.
Thank you, Harshit, for excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Professor Shailendra.
Yeah, after a nice presentation by Mr. Harshit Agrawal, and I think your PPTs were not moving. So I'm sure you will send your PPT to Dr. Anil post session. So thank you very much. And
thank you, sir.
now we call Mr. Tim Patterson. Sorry, sir, Mr. Tim, you have to wait for about half an hour. We are delayed. And Mr. Tim Patterson, CEO of Fuel Economy Solution Limited, UK. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Yes, thank you very much to the organisers, especially in these difficult times. The Energy and Environment Foundation, Dr. Anil Garg, Mr. Razdan, and of course, yourself, Mr. Chairman, dignitaries and special guests, student delegates, and those watching on the World Wide Web now and after the event. It's always a privilege to hear technical expertise, but also passion, especially at this event. For the last 3 years, it's been a privilege to attend, but I understand my business of combustion, but I see there are so many detailed technology experts, and thank you for allowing us to participate. I'm just going to run straight through with a very, very quick 10-minute presentation. The reason being, we're short of time. It's important that we stay as close on track as possible, but the transition to a low carbon energy system is going to be more and more important as NDCs get pushed out and countries try and fudge the numbers. We're going to reach a crunch point where there'll be no point of no return. So the presentation overview today is we're going to set the scene post-COVID transformation, constraints and risks to low carbon transition. This isn't a popularity contest, so unfortunately I might say some things that may not be congruent with complete Indian transformation energy plan, but I'll give some justification. Fuel economy solution and the economy solution group, how we're working towards an ecosystem approach to low carbon transition. Trends to watch out for in low carbon transition, so that's the 4th point. And the 5th point is some leaders in the low carbon energy systems, people that are inspirational that you should keep an eye on, and areas that could be massive for the future for net zero and beyond net zero. So setting the scene, post-COVID, the biggest global companies are showing the way. NTT to have 240 data centers globally. They've got a major energy efficiency review underway because obviously big data, IoT, AI, it's going to be underpinning low carbon transformation and transition and digitalization. So their circular models around planet, community, and business, which it basically equates to environment, society, and economy. We built our economy solution group model a few years ago, which is quite similar to that, and I'll go through that in a sec. But it's all about building resilience, ladies and gentlemen. COVID has changed the game, and we need to build back stronger. So the Paris Accord net zero model requires huge amounts of investment. Governments have certain amounts of money, but we shouldn't be constrained by what government has as available funds to invest from the state. Private sector needs to be involved. So there are more than enough institutional investment funds available. However, these are subject to new climate change related rules. Now, Mark Carney's team at the UN, chaired by Michael Bloomberg, a task force on the climate related financial disclosures, TCFD, have basically built a support base of over 1,000 private sector companies, in institutional investment, pension funds, etc., that have over $12 trillion available for the green economy and green low carbon transition. So in November last year at the Green Horizons Summit run by the City of London, Mark Carney gave a keynote address on the pivotal role of finance. And there will be no green finance in a few years, he said. There will only be finance. If it's not green, then there won't be any financial input. This is a press release regarding that and TCFD. So constraints and risks. So this is the second point, ladies and gentlemen, constraints and risks to a low carbon transition. Coal, obviously we have an expert group of panelists here, and some of them into coal. There's a lot of experience here in the forum, in the Congress around clean coal and clean coal technologies. But it's imperative that we get things moving more quickly before 2025. Need to make progress. Powering Past Coal Alliance. This is an organization launched by Minister Claire Perry at COP23. I was on the stand 2 hours before in Bonn in 2017. This is representing about 160 plus countries. They have 11% of the world's population, and they're against coal full stop. Now, the leadership for the South-South isn't helping when we need to get transformation technologies underway to transform from coal, be it reduce coal emissions, reduce coal use, co-fire with waste to energy byproduct, or we actually transform to gas-based economies, as we've heard in some of the panelists this afternoon, and then moving to potentially SMR nuclear, moving to clean, viable energy sources for 2050 and beyond, the post-coal era. So the Powering Past Coal Alliance only represents about 11% of the world's population, but the 9 of the 10 coal-based economies, when you take Germany out of the top 10 producers, represent 3.8 billion population. So it's critical to climate change that coal transformation takes place. Gas, there is an overdependence on gas because it is a cleaner source. Here in the UK, we're moving away from new gas boiler installations in domestic properties from 2025. There is an inertia to move away, but there are, because it is a cleaner source than coal. But there are issues, LNG, just shipping and transportation, there are leakage factors. It may well be that gasification could be a way, pyrolysis, waste to energy for syngas, but there are challenges with gas for the long term. Shipping, global merchant shipping and leisure, there's been a major shift in fuels from the IMO this last year, and we still need to go further. Finance, of course, finance is becoming more and more difficult, and there's a lot of de-investment in fossil fuels. And investment staff and management of the investment funds, about 78% apparently, according to the Green Horizon Summit last November in London, 78% of investment managers, institutional investment managers, don't actually have the green economy transformation experience to make those decisions yet. So there's a training required, an upskilling of the investment community. There's a lack of 10 to 20 year transition technology investment bonds. I called for this a year ago at this event. There is a brown tech technology transition investment required. And Sean Kidney, head of the Climate Bonds Initiative, called at the Green Horizon Summit last November, called for brown tech investment as well as the green bonds, because without the transitionary steps that we're talking about in this very important forum at this formative time in the history of the world, we're not going to get to the clean and green future. The transition needs to start now. CCS, though I do respect the great work that Velio mentioned earlier, his company's doing, he did make reference to some false starts. Now, CCUS is has moved on a great distance in the last 4 years. But in 2016, the organization chaired by and headed up by Dr. Andrew Minchin at OBE, who spoke so eloquently yesterday, Debo Adams, his studies manager, issued a paper in 2016 on 20 years of investment in CCS. And out of the 20 billion invested, 20 billion US, about 20 major projects, only 4 were economically viable. And 3 of those were for enhanced oil recovery. Now, in a post-COVID era where economy is important, that's okay initially, but we do need to transform away from fossil fuels as a dependent economic factor in CCS. So I welcome the advances that Velio and his team are making at CCUS sort of technology level, and perhaps there will be a revisiting. But areas like Boundary Dam, the initial opening, the problem with not producing enough CO2 and having liquidated damages with the supplier that they promised for the EOR, Vattenfall, which was closed, German project, and Drax, of course, de-investment of £1 billion in North Yorkshire by the UK government just 6 years ago. So the IEA Clean Coal Centre report on CCS, I'd highly recommend a review. Rare earth and critical minerals, very important. Some extracted from fossil fuels like gallium from flue gases and fly ash and stuff like that. So carbon intensive industrial processes from bauxite processing stuff. Gallium is just one of 62 minerals or metals, sorry, in a modern smartphone. So we need to make sure that as we do close down the high carbon fuel and energy sources, that the critical minerals for the future green energy transformation and low carbon transition are actually covered. So fuel economy solution, we started in 2012 initially as a fuel efficiency combustion catalyst reseller, and before the Paris Accord we were presenting about climate change and green energy CSR in a volatile world was our first keynote address at the World CSR Congress. But there we proposed that combustion efficiency is key to green economy transformation. We were awarded a Global Green Future Leadership Award, and we were in 2016 voted 100 Global Sustainable Leaders Award winners by the Global Sustainability Congress, the World Sustainability Congress. We're very proud to say we've been International Advisory Council members for Energy, for the Energy and Environment Foundation here in Delhi for the last 3 years, and we hope to continue that work with Dr. Garg, Mr. Rostan, and the team. In 2018, we launched a USI combustion catalyst range, our own IP. This is the ultimate systems integrator of fuel and engine, because there are so many engines, fuels that are have to be used together that aren't designed for each other, like high sulfur marine engines and low sulfur, very low sulfur fuel oils. In 2020, up to 2020, we were just a fuel technology business, but COVID changed all that. So in May 20, we launched the Economy Solution Group, and we launched a COVID initiative with PPE and alcohol-free sanitizer initially through Health Economy Solution. In June last year, we launched Green Economy Solution for some sustainability technologies and brands. But the common focus is green economy transformation, ladies and gentlemen, and Fuel Economy Solution is the founder of that group. So this is the group structure around energy, society, and environment. And finance is all encompassing, because without the money to do the R&D, the investment, the proof of concept, proof of business, the scalability, manufacturing of new technologies, it can't happen. So looking at the ecosystem, the shift from traditional forms of energy to sustainable energy from environmentally friendly sources, we need to restore the balance of the Earth's carbon. Now, there are a variety of methods to calculate towards net zero, but ultimately, we've got a team of specialists working on biorestoration, partner technologies and partner researchers, and they calculate there's currently a 550 gigaton carbon deficit that should be in the soil. So improving the biosphere and increasing low carbon, high resilience food chains will help environment and society to move away from move to a more agrarian diet and a less meat-based diet, which will produce less methane and carbon emissions. So we also need major progression in the state-citizen relationship, so they form ecosystems for smart cities. I'll give you an example. A 5-year-old in a nursery school, sitting there talking in a class with a teacher, and the teacher is looking at a whiteboard of smart meter of water use, and the children are looking at it every morning because that's what they do. And this little boy says to the teacher, "Why is there a spike of water use, miss, at 3 in the morning?" And it turns out that that's an automatic flush on the urinals in the men's toilets. So the school obviously didn't need that. They changed that. That small 5-year-old child changed the use of water by tens of thousands of liters a month at that school. So the ecosystem that I refer to there is state citizen, but citizen is also adults and children and educational empowerment. So we need a behavioral change by society to improve resilience and reduce brown carbon intensity. So walking more, cycling more, using less gas guzzling SUVs, etc. So in summary for this model, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking to decarbonize energy, restore the biosphere, and increase biological resilience. Who knows when the next COVID 20, 21, 22 is going to come, and whether variants spring out in the coming months. So the brands that we've launched, our core brands, are Fuel Economy Solution for Energy, Health Economy Solution to Help Society, and Green Economy Solution focused on environment. Finance is the wraparound without which you can't do it. And these are the technology solutions, which for restrictions on time, I'm not going to go through in detail, but cleaner coal, fuel-borne catalysis to reduce emissions on fossil fuels, green mining using electric vehicles, be it hydrogen, be it lithium-ion batteries, and moving to and charging up with SMRs if it's lithium-ion. So small modular reactor nuclear for large mining operations makes absolute sense in the long run. Blue Economy Solutions are a marine-specific propulsion arm that's looking at emissions reduction, torque maximizers, stuff like that. Low-cost hydrogen, where we believe resonance control electrolysis to be a likely lowest form of hydrogen production, but there are a number of much more eminent experts on this event than I that could help with defining that. But we think resonant control electrolysis will yield between $1.5 to $2.5 per kilogram. Sustainabond, it's the world's first 100% biodegradable, repulpable, hot melt, paper and card food contact adhesive. So that will help, and that's our brand, so that will help to transform food and FMCG packaging. We can tweak the formula, I'm sure, for plastics, leather, fabric, for shoes and clothing, etc. But we're starting out with the fast food materials. Graphene harvesting from waste oils, a circular economy issue. Nanographene at low cost, high volume can give us more feedstock for increasing resilience and low maintenance and increasing design life for things like solar. Coatings for wind farms to reduce the effect of radar interference for air traffic control. 60% of wind farms, ladies and gentlemen, planning permission gets rejected or get rejected due to air traffic control concerns and interference with radio waves. So graphene coatings in the wind sector, very important. Waste to energy, bespoke pyrolysis system that we have is called Ecolysis. We have a partner with a 6-module portable waste to energy system, great for island economies, low/zero NOx. It's thermal combustion based. And then catalyzed pellets using our combustion technology in a powder form and putting it with high value plastics and low sulfur, other high heating waste. Olive pomace for the water stressed areas like Mediterranean in the Middle East, where GDP is impacted by up to 61 to 70% with water stress on the economies. We find that olive pomace is a cheap form with a blended ash content from the stone ground up with the flesh to be a potential option. It's not the answer to everything, but it's a part of the low carbon transition energy mix for the future. Biochar sequestration, so activated carbon being restored to the soils to remineralize. So if you take a ton of waste through a pyrolysis unit and then you activate that 3 kilogram of char, you can put that into the soils and improve the quality of the food coming out. And then finally, last and by definitely not least, advanced SMR nuclear. This could be potentially a long-term displacement of the coal-fired power plant asset if we can reduce the costs of running coal, clean up coal, and maybe transfer the savings into SMR investment. By 2025, 2026 latest, we're expecting a nuclear partner, specialist partner that has a vendor design review planned in the coming couple of years, and they expect to be licensed by 2025. That could utilize the same transport infrastructure for coal-fired power station electricity distribution. So the core brands, ladies and gentlemen, of the Economy Solution Group are here. Sub-brands for the Green Economy Solution environmental area include Mineral Economy Solution for mining and greener mining and mineral processing, Nuclear Economy Solution for the SMR technologies. Market-ready technologies we have today are our fuel-borne catalysts, our Ecolysis waste-to-energy system, and Sustainabond, the world's first 100% biodegradable hot melt paper and card adhesive. I won't go through the details here, but the presentation will be available. But we have a variety of solid and liquid product for the catalyst to improve combustion across applications. Sectors of marine, mining, power and land transport. We have an integrated approach because it's a holistic model with port to society, energy production, society growth. And testing starts with a test proposal or a concept paper. So we write a specific proposal to the organization, be it a government body or be it a private sector company. Our ecolysis waste to energy bespoke pyrolysis system. This has already been tested on vessels in the Royal Navy and the British Royal Navy. I won't go through this in detail, but basically HMS Ocean was the first case study. It's now been sold to the Brazilian Navy, but 2 Queen Elizabeth class aircraft carriers for 2 years, running a couple of 1,000 tons per annum mixed waste units. This is a great potential for every waste management company in every port across the world to actually take on waste to energy pyrolysis on board and then aggregate the output from that, use clean energy on board, and then any glass and steel that can't be processed, that can be taken off as well as the waste oils and the sludges and the marine sludges from the tanks, and can be taken off at the port and processed for nanographene, as well as the waste to energy opportunities with the other feedstocks. So there's a study here. You'll see royalnavy.mod.uk. There's a study you can see online about this. The sustainable adhesive, I'm not going to go through in great detail, but it'll be a game changer for FMCG and food packaging. The gumming up of the pulping equipment when you have an unsustainable, unbiodegradable adhesive is significant, and that sometimes ends up with waste paper going to landfill with the adhesive within it. So trends to look out for in low carbon transition, ladies and gentlemen: solid state supercapacitors, including polymer composites using graphene and basalt fiber. Hydrogen production techniques. Will resonant control electrolysis win the day, or will alkaline and PEM methods actually become cheaper? Hydrogen versus lithium battery EVs, who will win, and at what scale can it become or remain economic? The scaling and retrofitting of existing internal combustion engines for hydrogen. One of our partners is specifically around the hydrogen space, has a design for retrofitting ICEs. That'll be a game changer, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't need to develop the scale of the fuel cells if we're actually going to be converting the ICE engine. And can or will deep water shipping move to ultra low sulfur diesel? Can these engines actually run on 10 ppm sulfur before the hydrogen cell revolution at that scale? Filter bag technology and waste to energy incineration for the less than 2.5 micron part. About 60 to 70% of the under 2 micron ppm fraction is captured currently in waste to energy incineration plants. This is a major problem, and this has proven to be an overlap between, in fact, a 95% correlation between waste to energy incineration plant density and COVID cases in major countries like America, the UK, and Italy. So filter bag technology will significantly have to improve. Sequestration of pyrolyzed biochar back into the biosphere. We need to restore that 550 gigatons of carbon deficit, ladies and gentlemen. And it starts with a lot of the waste that is biological. If we don't find we're making enough money from splitting the methane off anaerobic digestion, for example, and splitting off hydrogen from there, then maybe we can use it for pyrolyzing biomass and getting some biochar back in the soil. Creation of a clean coal to SMR nuclear pathway may ultimately become investable under the TCFD taxonomy. So this institutional investment, if they see, let's say, a 10, 20, maybe even 40% reduction in emissions in coal, maybe up to 20% reduction in coal volume use. You take the 3.8 billion population of those 9 countries of coal-based economies, and you reduce that coal bill by 20%, maybe reduce emissions by up to 40%. That saving going into SMR investment to finally transform coal-fired power stations into nuclear, clean nuclear with ecosystems of irrigation water and improved agriculture in the hinterlands around, and low-cost maintenance and low-cost triso fuel, only renewed every 5 years. This could be investable under the TCFD framework, positioned correctly with the calculation of the carbon credit savings. So leaders that I would highly recommend that you follow, enabling low or zero carbon energy systems in the coming years. Dale Vince, OBE, he's head of Ecotricity, United Nations climate champion. Omar Ghani is doing great work with his company Kilowatt Labs, the super capacitors, and sold over 7,000 units. Brew Pierce, he's heading up Team Envisionation, which is focused on biosphere restoration and looking at carbon accounting systems. Jason Harris is a visionary in the nuclear space. Tredic Corporation is his overarching business. He's chairman of that, and he is. They are the owners of Starcore Nuclear, who we're working with. The GSES system, the Global Sustainable Enterprise System, they are the globally leading, global leaders, in sustainability ratings and corporate governance. If you're going to put a technical proposal together for a new proof of business, proof of concept transformation technology, you need to calculate the carbon credits, and you need to understand the political will and the situation in the country that you're potentially going to roll that out to, be it your own or elsewhere. If the NDCs, for example, in Indonesia are met with 29% by 2030 renewable energy, it may well be that any savings excess of that from carbon might be translated into carbon credits and used as a revenue stream to offset the current account deficit. So I would recommend a close eye technology owners on GSES system. Forest Carbon are doing amazing things in restoring wetlands and basically forests in Indonesia, for example. And last but by no means least, Rotimi Alabi. He is the founder and managing director of RAB Microfluidics. Rotimi has created a system for inline measurement through 5 20-micron wide channels of engine and lube oil and cylinder oil in the internal combustion engine. Now, if you're doing a carbon reduction, emissions reduction, a fuel efficiency improvement program for very large crude carriers like Maersk run, if you want to know real time if there's damage or if there's improvement in engine performance, and oil will reflect that, this system will be absolutely critical to decarbonizing the major sectors, especially using internal combustion engines, and potentially in the hydrogen converted ICEs as well. So we're looking forward to working with Rotimi and his team. We're hoping to get one of his prototypes beyond September, where they will have actually mineral metal sensors, as well as the other things they can measure in those tiny 20-micron channels in the microchips within his equipment. It'll save a lot of time and money sending off for testing, but it'll help people stay on track to decarbonize the fossil fuel sector. And I hope I haven't overrun. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's any information people want on the following lines of business for the Economy Solution Group, the things in brackets are the areas that we're interested in working with partners, collaborating. Please email me or WhatsApp me on the mobile given. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tim, for holding my hand from last 6 years, giving excellent presentations in PetroCoal Congress, as well as in Renewable Energy Congress. Thank you very much, particularly for technical presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. It's been a privilege.
Yes, on behalf of Dr. J.S. Sharma, Member, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, who was to chair this session, but he has to go. So on behalf of Dr. Sharma, I thank Mr. Tim Peterson, Mr. Harshit Agrawal, Mr. Robert, Mr. Mukherjee, Mr. Avelio, Mr. Karim, Badami, who could not come, but I'm sure in the future we will have his thought on energy transition to a low carbon energy fuel. So with this, we are concluding this particular event, which is, I think, gone about an hour. We have overshooted, but things were so interested that we did not realize for this time. Now, over to Dr. Garg for further continuation of the program.
Sir Pokhriyal Sahab, thank you for ably chairing the session, and your notes are required. Your notes are required for just circulation to all the participants, because there is a lot of material in that.
Yeah.
And we will organize in such a way that it will be circulated properly.
Sure.
Second, Mr. Harshad Agarwal, your presentation is also required because it has not run properly.
Okay, sure, I'll do.
So before I say anything, in vote of thanks, this is a conclusion of 2 days virtual PetroCoal Congress, and I will request our chairman, who has spent a lot of time on this 2 conferences, which is going on simultaneously. Other Future Fuel Congress is going on in the other hall. So I will request our chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation, Mr. Anil Rajdan, who was Secretary Power, Government of India, to just give words of wisdom to us. Mr. Anil Rajdan, please. Hello. If he's not there, maybe he can join or he may not, but he was here till this time, and so I thought that he should address. Now it is time to thank all the panelists, chairpersons for World PetroCoal Congress, which is supported by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. It is also supported by Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. It is also supported by Ministry of Coal and Niti Aayog. So we have to thank. We have to thank our sponsors, Oil India Limited, GAIL, Coal India, JSPL, EIL, Adani, and Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Petroleum University. So we have to thank them. Then it is time that we should announce the best poster papers. Best poster papers, and they are 4 in number. These best 4 papers are, the author are Prince Anurag and Amlan Chakravarti and Sudhakar. They are from IEOT, Panvel, ONGC. And all the all the author and co-author will get certificate of their recognition, outstanding recognition. And Mr. Pokhriyal will agree with me, Tim will agree with me, that all the main author and co-author have same responsibility. So they should be recognized properly.
Definitely.
Yeah, then second paper is also, this is not first or second or third or fourth. They are all at equal platform, which is recognized by our experts. So Abhay Kumar Gupta and Rajni. So this is a paper by IEOT again. Then there are paper from, next paper is from IOGPT, and this is Narendra Katre and other co-authors. They are there, S.K. Sharma, V.K. Singh, like that. So this will be recognized by our jury. And one more paper that is by EIL, Engineer India Limited, Mr. Raja Prasad GM. So this paper was considered for the award. So this award and certificate will be sent to all the distinguished personalities who has made an outstanding contribution in paper presentation. These are poster presentation, but they are displayed and they are seen by many participants, and jury has appreciated all of them. So we encourage them, and fortunately this time no student is there, but in future and in the past also, lot of students were recognized. Then I will just say 2-3 things also, that we have to appreciate Mr. Puneet Singh Nagi, who is working with me and who is responsible for organization of all these small things, and Uttam Sharma for doing a marvelous job. We have to recognize Aishwarya, who is a master of ceremony in the inaugural and other award ceremony. And thank you very much. We have to appreciate Shubham, my son from California, who was here and who could not able to sleep for 2 days. And that's why we have to thank Sargam, Pragyan, Pratyush, Taruna, and finally, with the permission of Chair, Mr. Anil Rajdan, I have to thank my wife, Ragnigar. Sir, Mr. Rajdan, who is a visionary and who has initiated this thing about 11 years back. Now, the petroleum, coal, and gas at one platform, this was a very difficult task. Former Chairman Coal India, Mr. Partha Bhattacharya said, Dr. Garg, if you could able to survive for 10 conferences, then your organization will be remembered for all times to come, because it is a difficult job to have petroleum, coal, and gas at same platform. Thank you very much. Thank you, participant. In this virtual conference, it was very difficult to have delegates, good speakers, and funds. So with limited things, we could able to request you and get your good presentation, which is world-class in all respect. Now I will request Mr. Anil Rajdan, former Secretary, Power, Government of India, and Chairman, Energy and Environment Foundation to have a final word. Mr. Anil Pradhan, please. Yes, sir. Oh. Okay, sir. Okay, some problem with his tooth. So I think we have to thank each and everybody for their support, continuous support. And dates are fixed for this conference from last 10 years. This is 15, 16, and 17 in physical mode, and 16, 17 this time in a crucial position. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rajdan, for support, Mr. Bora for support, former CMD ONGC, and I will remember Mr. Manglik, who was chairman ONGC, and Mr. Kuldeep Chandra, former ED R&D Dehradun. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. Thank you, Mr. Razdan. Good night, all.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Alio. Thank you very much.
Hello. Sir, should I end the meeting? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.